What is up? Gamer, Kyler? How you guys doing? We're picking up where we left off. I beat Bayonetta 3 yesterday. So we're back to Steins Gate. Only took a one-day break this time. So I was actually surprised I was able to beat Bayonetta yesterday. Kinda thought it would be a bit longer. You ordered a pizza and you're experimenting with different flavors. What'd you order? Today I had smash burger for the first time. It was very meh. It was okay. I don't think I'll ever eat it again. But it was my first time trying it. Just everything about it was like meh. Burger was eh. The fries were fries. As generic as it could be, and then the milkshake I ordered was also not good, so I didn't finish it. But I tried it. Tried something new. Chicken greater than burger. I don't know if that's a hot take. Chicken's definitely better for you than beef from a burger. I guess not true if you like fry it up and shit. But like, it's much easier to serve healthy chicken than it is to serve like healthy beef. Like, if you wanted to do just a straight like workout muscle build diet, you would just eat like chicken and rice. Like, those are like primo meals for that. But burgers you would never really find in any like diet. Or just beef. Like, even if you replaced the buns with something, like, healthier, it still wouldn't matter. It still would be too much. Hey, Ruben. What's up? We're doing my normal wait a couple minutes to get started Steins Gate intro conversation with chat about stuff. Just because this game's so story-focused, I want to give people a chance to join before we get started. We're on a painful chapter so far. This is going to be a tough one to get through. But we'll see. I'm good? I'm pretty good. I've just been chilling. I haven't really done anything. What's up, Just Wandering? Yeah, it's the Undo Luca's D-mail. A.K.A. the chapter that did not age appropriately. We got the last stream, we got the Ferris ending. I watched another episode of the anime. A much better decision in the anime to just skip over that whole, like, Raynet arc. It made me more sympathetic to Ferris in the anime. Because, like, all of these tragic things were happening to Ferris, and all I could think about was how I had to sit and watch her, like, play her card game for 2 hours. And not even get to see how the game was played, or play it myself. But the anime was, like, much more sad. Yeah, I'm doing my best to try and, like, I don't know, make the chapter sound a bit more appropriate, but it's kind of exhausting. So, this one's pretty tough. This whole, like, thing seems to be like a big blight on this game. But, I mean, oh well, what can you do? It's too late now to go back and change it. We're gonna muscle through. Because I'm sure there's better stuff on the other side after we take this detour. Yeah, and I would imagine, Kyler, that's not by choice. That's because that's what Rintaro keeps putting pressure on Luca to feel. So they're uncomfortable with referring to themselves in opposition to what Luca is saying. When did the anime come out? Like years later? In comparison to the TV show? Not TV show. In comparison to the visual novel? Actually kind of surprised that, so in 2010, yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised that this ends up even getting dubbed as an anime anyway, because this is, these are topics that are handled a little bit more sensitively in the West, though I guess back in 2010, 2011, that wasn't really the case, regardless of where it was coming from, which is unfortunate. But I used a cute thumbnail for today's stream, so, you know. Yikes. Should we just get into it? Just, like, plow through. Blurst thumbnail? Are you telling me you don't like my maid outfit? Actually, I'm not really wearing a maid outfit. If I wanted to, if I was to make that screenshot better for today's thumbnail, I would have taken another picture today wearing my, I would have worn my, like a white dress shirt and a black tie, so I would have looked more like a butler. It's probably what I should have done, but I woke up late, so if I wanted the thumbnail to see, to still be, like, available in time for today's stream, I just had to reuse some picture that I had already previously used. Which is unfortunate, but, you know. Oh my god, bro. Jesus. I hate when you turn the volume off on your phone, but apparently that's a different volume meter than, Jesus, your ringtone? Yeah, jump scare, IRL jump scare. Nobody ever fucking calls me, dude. I mean, some people must fall for, like, these spam phone calls, right? Some people must be like, oh yeah, sure. Here's my social security number. Why not? Although I will say, I felt really bad about this. My grandma did fall for one of those, like, spam calls. They like, knew, enough about, I don't know how they, like, got this information, but they, like, knew that, she had a grandson, and so they called pretending to be me, my grandma, and they were, like, they pretended to be me, and they, like, convinced her that I was in trouble and I needed help, that, like, my car ran out of gas or something, and I needed, that I lost my wallet, and I needed her credit card number to get gas at the pump. So she gave it to them because my grandma's a sweetheart. But, you know, kind of rude, like, to do that kind of thing to people. So I guess I can see how some of those scams, like, get through. But some of the ones where you get calls and they're like, well, your phone's extended, or your car's extended warranty's expired. It's like, shut the fuck up. I'm not gonna, like, accept a warranty from some random person over the phone. Alright, enough about random tangents. Let's get going. I usually wait about 10 minutes to get started for all the notifications to go out. I think this is my last save, right? Playtime 39. Yeah, okay. I assume there's a Luca ending, right? In this chapter. You, like, don't send the cancellation D-mail. Ugh. It's for content, but I am tempted to skip the Luca ending. Stop, you're distracting me, Rentaro. How many times do I have to tell you? She's working on the time leap upgrade. I know I shouldn't interrupt her, but there's no one else I can rely on. Genius brain scientist, I need to talk to you. Make it short. I want you to come with me to the shrine. Tell me why. If it's a date or something, I refuse. She seems, in this world line, she seems to really not like Rentaro, but I guess that makes sense. Why would you like Rentaro in this world line? But there are several other ones where she's like very clearly like, ooh, Rentaro. I don't go on dates, much less with my assistant. Ridiculous. She's glaring like she's gonna kill me. Let's leave the jokes aside. I need you to explain the differences between a male brain and female brain. Off to a rough start already. What's up, AK? What? I briefly explained my situation and what happened. How many times have I explained this to her now? Did you guys come to pray? Not exactly. We have something to talk to you about. This is the strategy I thought of. Its name is Operation Christina. Luca reacts differently to me. I already know they'll have a breakdown if I tell them they're a guy. But they're not too familiar with Christina, so it should be easier if she tells them. That's why I persuaded Christina to handle it. So I wait behind and watch silently. They're shy. They're distant with me when we first met. And I can see they've made a small wall between themselves and Christina now, too. On the other hand, Christina is very calm, truly reliable. Christina puts on a gentle smile and begins her explanation. Some brain scientists. Did you know male and female brains are very different? God, even psychologically this game is dated. Come on now. Oh, they're even talking about right and left dominant brains. Nothing in this chapter is right. Male brains are right dominant, female brains are left dominant. Yeah? By the way, the right brain handles image processing, spatial processing, and comprehensive judgment, and the left brain handles things like language and calculation. Ugh. The right and left brains are connected by the corpus callosum, which is more developed in females. You know how people say that girls are better at multitasking? That can be explained by the development of the corpus callosum. Remember when I went to college for a psychology degree and I studied for 4 years on how the brain works? That was fun. Glad I did that so I could get mad over a video game. What? What the hell is she talking about? An excellent question. What the fuck is she talking about? Actually, these theories are kind of fringe, and they're not credible. Okay. Alright. If you don't mind, I'd like to do an experiment. An experiment? I want to try mapping your brain patterns to see if they're more... Oh god, male or female. They're clearly frightened. Brainwave mapping. We'll take a sample of your brainwaves. Anyway, you'll understand if you try it. Okay? Won't hurt a bit. No thanks. It's okay, I promise. It won't hurt a bit. Just come to the lab. What kind of perverted old man are you? I lightly chop her on the head. What? Don't you what me? What did we come here for? What are we gonna do if you scare Luca away? I'm just treating them like a valuable test subject. Go back to the lab, experiment-loving girl. So that's the thanks I get for going out of my way to help you. You're on your own now. Christina leaves the shrine with squared shoulders, muttering darkly to herself. What were they talking about? Basically, do I have to explain it myself after all? The result's the same. I hear the tweeting of small birds outside the window. It's morning now. Nice and cool and early in the morning, even though it's the middle of summer. Too bad the cicadas are already chirping. The sun's not strong. This is the second time I've woken up like this. The date was different. In my case, my mental state's exactly the same. Through the front door, I hear someone stomping up the stairs. I jump up thinking it's Mocha, but then I realize who it is. Mayuri enters and greets me with a disapproving pout. Originally, Mayuri was supposed to stay over, but last night she got a call from someone and left. She probably went to see Luca. I'm disappointed in you. Mayuri puffs out her cheeks and thrusts a finger at me. Of course. I sigh in frustration. Before I time leap, this happened on the 14th. Today is the 12th. Since I explained the situation to Luca early, it looks like Mayuri's protest is coming early too. Made Luca cry, didn't you? Luca told me. They said you said they were a guy. Why would you say such a mean thing? I'm gonna see them now, so don't worry. Really? Thank goodness. If you weren't gonna apologize, then I was never gonna talk to you again. That mail should come any minute now. I have something to talk to you. It came. If I got to the shrine now, Luca will confess their love and ask me to be their boyfriend. This time I thought I had. Christina! Christina! I start yelling at the development room and begin to hear the sounds of someone moving. Are they sleeping? They worked all night, so you shouldn't wake them. I know I have to do this. Shut up. They come out of the develop room with sleepy eyes. This is their default sprite. Christina always has a sleepy face. Last night she fell asleep at the desk. The sleeves of her coat left a mark on her cheek. Her hair is frayed and eyes are red. She rubs her red eyes. What is it? Why is the music so dramatic? What happened? This is the, like, divergent shift, serious plot music. What did I just miss? I'm going to the shrine. Come with me. It's time for Operation Christina 2. Till the 15th. We can stop before Mayuri is in danger. So, please be my boyfriend. Same thing, only this time I have to be their boyfriend for 4 days instead of 2. Guess you could say it's a bold proposal. How? Fortunately, I came prepared. Last time, things got complicated when I added that experiment-loving girl to the conversation. This time, I had her watch things from the shadows. Excuse me, I need a moment. Turn my back to Luca and call Christina. What's up, you filthy normie? Who's a normie? Did you hear what Luca said now? No. You weren't listening? How am I supposed to listen from all the way over here? They confessed. Until the 15th. Why are you asking me? Just grant their wish. But it's Luca. This is really gross. Give up. Bye. Why'd I even bring Christina? Useless assistant. I stuff my phone in my pocket and head back over. Are you on the phone with Christina? It looked like you were having fun. Nonsense. Is this pressure? Are they applying a psychological pressure? Your answer? 4-day trial relationship. Will those 4 days feel long or short? I also, regardless of the character, I really don't like these, like, awkward descriptions of people. They're very slender and delicate, especially around the waist. Their skin is so white. Stop. What? Problem is my own heart. Could end up walking the forbidden path, Jesus. Man, how long is this chapter? Please tell me it's like the shortest in the game.
お前と付き合おう。なぜ泣く？
Forbidden, yeah. Jesus. Why are you crying? I'm happy. Like even now it's taboo. I mean, yeah, even nowadays, unfortunately, homosexuality is still taboo, but Jesus. Imagine caring so much what other people do. Thank goodness. Their face is red, eyes are wet with tears, yet they're happy. Seeing them like this. Tomorrow, take me on a date. What? A date? True, when a couple goes somewhere, that's called a date. It'd be a dick move if I refused to go on a date right after we started dating. Okay, where? Hey, Devin, what's up, man? Are you picking up Scarlet Violet when they come out? I guess in like 2 weeks now, right? Is when the new Pokemon game comes out? I want to go where you want to go. I want to know more about the places you frequent. I'll come up with something tomorrow. We arranged to meet tomorrow morning, and I quickly leave. Well, Christina's walking behind me. She was useless. Did you agree to go out with them? I can kind of guess based on the reaction. The ghost dog looks like something from Scooby-Doo. Yeah, I'm still really excited to see what the final evolutions will be of the Scarlet Violet starters. I can't believe this close to release we still don't know what they look like. Didn't we kind of know what the Sword and Shield starters looked like fucking back like a couple months before it came out? You saw it? Told me to watch, didn't you? Yeah. I expected her to give me advice. Guess I should have known better. We're going on a date tomorrow. Yeah? Christina makes a small nasal sound. She hasn't been making eye contact. Our insane mad scientist is dating a high schooler. That's not insane. Why must you be so cynical? I'll just ignore her. But as I quicken my pace, she grabs my shoulder and pulls me. I almost fall down. What was that for? I didn't mean to be snippy, I'm just irritated. Because she's jealous. Can we at least have that confirmation that Christina likes us finally, and can these two finally start fucking getting together? You hope the fire starter goes on all fours? That would be cool, but I really need the grass starter to stay on all fours. I said I'm picking that grass-type cat as long as the final evolution stays on all fours. I'm absolutely going for the cat starter. It's so cute. I just need the third evolution to not just fucking change into a sumo wrestling fire cat. Christina doesn't tell me what she's irritated about. Instead, she starts rubbing her temples. You made this choice to save Mayuri, so I'll change my way of thinking. Anyway, do you have any plans for your date? Date plans. So far, I've made no progress. Can't help but feel uneasy about it. Fucking eye roll. Is it this hard to come up with a date? Jesus Christ. I only have one thing to say, O assistant of mine. I am the great Kiyoma, mad scientist with an IQ rivaling that of Isaac Newton. Oh my god, so not only is this going to be a tough chapter to get through, but Kiyoma is back. My least favorite character in the game. Naturally, as a mad scientist, I have no interest in this thing mortals call love. My incredible brain is devoted to the destruction of the ruling structure that controls the world and the birth of a new age of chaos. Okay, virgin. You're obviously a virgin. That's what I said. Pretend you didn't just hear that. Why? I mean, he's very clearly is. No one responds like that unless they've, you know, never been with anybody. How dare you point the truth out so bluntly? I won't forget this. Sorry. And what about you? Your experience must be vast indeed if you think you can lecture me about it. I don't miss Christina's grimace. That's what I thought. You spend all your time on research, so you've got zero experience, don't you? You must have been awfully lonely in America, huh? Shut up, what's wrong with being a virgin? Well then why did you just call him out for one? I'll tell you what's wrong with being a virgin, you losers. The genius girl who cried virgin at the center of Akaba. I wouldn't be surprised to see it plastered across the internet. Thankfully, it's early morning, but there are still a few pedestrians grinning at her. Let's get out of here. Christina starts to hurry away. Current character rankings? I don't know. Is it bad that I prefer the story to all the characters? My favorites characters are Rintaro and Christina when they're not being, like, their forced personalities. When they're being normal and interacting with each other, that's my favorite. Then I like Mocha because she's very interesting to me. I want to see what's, like, brainwashed her. And then Suzuha. Anyway, what's important for a first date is to make a good impression. I mean, you already have made an impression if you're going on a date. That's weird advice. An unclean appearance is out of the question. A haircut is important. Long hair looks dirty, so it's no good. That's not true. For clothes, you should wear something exactly the right size. Though it may be trendy for young men to wear baggy clothes, it looks sloppy, so it's not good. I agree with that. In the first date, conversation tends to break due to mutual nervousness. It's important to play conversation catch. One-sided conversations aren't fun for the other side. Girls especially like to talk, oh god. So the guy should try to keep the conversation going. Oh my god, guys, girls just like to talk and talk and talk. That's all they do. Just chatty Cathys. Meanwhile, I talk to myself for 10 hours while playing an anime game on stream. You're welcome. Not just listening, throwing in appropriate responses is also necessary. Responsiveness gives the girl the impression that you're really listening to her. Basically, you need to be the opposite of yourself. Anyway, focus on acting normal. No more of your idiotic laughter. You're too heavy-handed with girls. You talk too pompously. You fire off nonsensical delusions. You're just reading out of a dating manual, so you got no right to look down on me, American virgin. Since neither of us knows anything about romance, we're studying out of a dating manual we bought. Oh my god. Imagine reading something like that. Jesus. Who you call an American virgin? Who else but you? Sure thing, virgin. There's a saying, a fortress is judged by how many attacks it repulses. A soldier is judged by how many fortresses he takes. Oh yeah, that's right. There's that ultimate, what was that? There's another, like, American version of that saying that was super popular. Back when women weren't allowed to have sex. That's not a saying. Don't look so proud of yourself. You're right, this is a dumb argument. This dating manual says some interesting things. Christina flips through the manual. When walking down the street, be sure to put yourself between your date and the road. Whatever you do, don't make the girl pay for anything. Okay, for your date, make sure you follow all these rules. I wonder if I can really be that careful. I mean, just paying for the other person's thing is just a normal thing to do in general. I feel like if you invite somebody out, you pay for lunch. I don't just pay for my date's lunch, I pay for my friend's lunch too. Like if I'm like, hey, let's go out to lunch. Like, if I'm inviting you, I'm gonna pay. I don't know. That's just a polite thing to do. After that, there's to carry a clean handkerchief, spread it out when the girl goes to sit on a park bench. That's extra. I'm not her butler. That's what the book says. When it's time to eat, avoid fast foods. Family restaurants are borderline acceptable. Anything else depends on your budget. Hey babe, I'll let you get anything on the McDonald's dollar menu. Let's go. Family restaurants are borderline. Where are family restaurants here? Arrive at the meeting place 15 minutes early. Tardiness is unacceptable. This is just general advice. 15 minutes early? I'm really bad at this though. I'm usually pretty tardy to most things that I go to. You just need to decide where to take them. Movies, art galleries, strolling through town, and food are safe. Easier than I thought. I was under the impression that a first date required going to a beautiful beach resort, exchanging your first kiss bathed in the sunlight of the setting of the sun, stuff like that. That's really romantic. I mean, that's virgin imagination at full throttle. You've read too much manga. You too. What was my mail? You became a mad scientist for my sake, right? Maybe it's irresponsible of me to say you don't have to act like a bad guy. Movies are a terrible place for a first date. So normally, what I've done before in my life, and why I think movies aren't a terrible place, is that if you go to dinner after the movies, so you go to the movie, so like it's a movie dinner date, is what I would do. Never just go to the movies and then be like, all right, see ya. You go to the movie together, and then you go to dinner together after. So that way, it guarantees that you have something to talk about at the dinner. You know, so like you kind of talk about yourselves for a bit. Like she said, there's like a mutual nervousness, or like you don't really know each other well enough to like have a real conversation. Now you can talk about the movie that you just watched to like kind of be the icebreaker. So you go see the movie, and then when you're at dinner, you can talk about the movie, and then you can stretch into like other topics. But like it guarantees that you at least have something to start talking about, instead of just being like, so what's your favorite color? Or playing like 20 questions or some shit. You can talk about the movie you saw. I guess don't ask me for date advice either, I'm single. You mean the manual's lecture? Anyway, strolling around town counts as a date? No. Unless it's a town that neither of you live in. Thanks for stuff I'll never use. Don't worry, just wandering. Been a long time since my dating life, too. Back when I was in college. And good looking, and in good shape. Those were the days. In that case, I don't have to waste money. Are you going on a date? Ferris comes to our table. Thanks for waiting. I'll prepare your iced coffee. Dude, I want iced coffee. As usual, she pours in milk and syrup right in front of me. What is the syrup that goes in the iced coffee? I'm confused. Like maple syrup? Christina watches with great interest. I guess this is her first time at a maid cafe. Is Mayuri the lucky girl? Ferris winks at me playfully while stirring Christina's iced coffee. Why would you think that? Not her? Then Ferris looks at Christina. Is it her? No, she's my assistant. Blew it. Christina and I exchange glares sharper than a sword blade. I swear sparks are flying. They are, but you're not catching them. Some other girl? You tomcat, you're making moves on too many girls. Tomcat? Oh, that must be like the non-copyright version of Playboy or something. So you're making moves on too many girls, huh? Nonsense. I did hug Ferris. Ooh. Risque. That was on the 14th, so when I time-leafed, it was undone. I shake off a pang of loneliness and return to the conversation. Oof. That hurts. The next day finds me strolling around Akiba with Luca. Where to next? Event number 1. Lunch at the family restaurant is complete. I took care of the bill. Now we're back out in the heat. Got the entire day planned in my head. The next event is... but we take a walk. Okay. It's Oban Holiday. What the fuck is that? Oban Holiday? I think we looked this up before and I keep looking it up every time. Oban Holiday. Honoring the spirits of one's ancestors in Japan. Okay. To avoid the crowds, we end up walking through the back streets. My plan is to walk with Luca all the way to Ueno and back. That should be enough. I walk quickly. This conversation thing isn't going well. I try to follow the guide's advice and be a good listener, but Luca's silent by nature. They don't really start talking on their own. I mean, at the family restaurant, the words we exchanged were mostly just things like, it's crowded, this food's delicious, and it was delicious. I think it was a mistake to just wander around. Especially since we ended up in a residential area with no interesting scenery. God, what an awful date. Jesus. This is why you go to the movie. Luca speaks up. There are a few steps behind me. Yeah. I stop. Luca catches up and we start walking together. Do you remember? About the first time we met?
Oh.
Yeah. But I actually remember. During Golden Week, I was searching Akaba for materials to build a new future gadget when I saw Luca in their Miko garb, surrounded by cameramen. Please stop. Let me take a photo. That cosplay is cute. I've never seen such a cute Miko cosplayer. This isn't cosplay. You can make a cute pose, I'd be happy. Do that thing that Megumi-tan does in Miko Miko Overdrive. What is that? A magical girl anime with 5 Miko girls as the protagonists. Its target audience is adolescent girls, but many boys in their late teens or men in their 20s enjoy it too, for some reason. Is this supposed to be Sailor Moon, or is this something else? That'd be awesome. You know Megumi, right? Can you do it? Who's Megumi? Gonna need some help from the weebs. If you come to Akaba in cosplay, it means you want people to take your picture, right? That's right. Are you rejecting us because we're losers? I mean, yeah, that definitely isn't helping your case. Oh, Jesus. Is their name Low Angler? It's supposed to be like those people who take, like, underskirt pictures of people. Oh my god. This isn't cosplay. Miko are sacred, chosen to serve the gods. Oh my god, I just got the Yai Miko from Genshin Impact. I get it. I know college girls are doing it for money, but as far as I'm concerned, that's sacrilege. As is demanding to photograph a sacred Miko. I couldn't let it pass. You with the cameras. Who are you? Who am I? The great Kiyoma, bearer of the mightiest brain since Einstein himself, the insane mad scientist who will bring chaos. What's with this dude? He's nuts. Stop right there. This Miko clearly does not want your attention. I hate how they simplify otakus as creepy people with no sense of self-awareness or personal space. But isn't that what separates you from just being a fan of, like, anime culture and, like, stuff like that, and being weird? Like, isn't otaku, like, someone who is creepy about it? Otherwise, you're just, like, a fan? An normie. I guess that's how I've always assumed that the word is actually, like, used. Right? Get out of here. Oh my god, smacks. Dude, that's a word I haven't seen in a long time. A lot of these, like, the text abbreviation words in this are such throwbacks, holy crap. You're another pervert. Look in the mirror when you say that. You're the ones harassing them for a picture, forcing them to take perverted pictures. Have you no otaku pride? A cameraman who frightens a scared Miko is no cameraman at all. He's nothing but low-life scum, unfit to walk the holy streets. Everyone's aiming for low-angle shots of cute 3D girls. I always heard this rumor, and is it true, that, like, phones in Japan have to always have the camera shutter on? Like, you can't actually turn it off because of this kind of, like, fad that was a thing for a while in Japan? Or is that just like some rumor I thought? Oh yeah, okay. There's a law in Japan that prohibits the iPhone from turning off the camera sound. That's good. I always think it's really weird when people take like, in any country that should just be a thing. I think it's super weird when people take like pictures of somebody that's like not aware that their picture's being taken. Like, I always hate meme pictures online where they're like, they take a picture of somebody who's like just minding their own fucking business, even if they are being like a little weird or something. Like pictures of people like just at a restaurant like eating, and you see that like it's clearly someone else taking a picture from like across the building and is like, oh my god, look at this dude, and then posts it online. I fucking hate those. Those are so dumb. Mind your fucking business. Oh god, amateur cosplayers should take what they get. When you cosplay, you're asking to get photographed. That's how it works.
Did you see how they dressed? They were asking for it.
Man, usually I wait till longer to get to the alcohol on the stream, but we might have to grab that out. I'm sure, I mean, what'd you say? I'm sure otaku is a term for someone who's very knowledgeable in a subject. That's why there's people called military otaku who are very into military weapons, history, and stuff. I mean, that could be true. I don't really know what otaku means. You could be right. Otaku is a young person who's obsessed with particular aspects of popular culture to the detriment of their social skills. So yeah, like you're so particularly interested in something, you become like socially awkward when you're trying to bring it up or something like that. I googled the definition. Those bastards were a disgrace. Daru would have said something like, oh wow, they even have this offensive term in the game still too. Cool. Love that. It's nothing. What's your name? Luca. Why are you apologizing? Doesn't matter if you're a guy or a girl, we need to work on that inferiority complex of yours. Come with me. I shall bestow upon you a mighty gift, an item that will give you courage. I'm sure you too have noticed the true power that sleeps inside of you.
どうして
What's wrong? You desire power, don't you?
欲しい
Power?
そう
I can grant you power. All you need is the will, the desire, and the
お前に
hunger.
力を与える
Never again will you fear a camera lens.
さあ求めろ欲しろ力
まさかその後
We went to Blade Works and you bought me the Sammy Dare. I didn't expect that.
だ
Well,
いや
the 980 yen tax included demon sword. Afterward, Luca and I went through intense training to develop the Seishin Zanma School of Swordsmanship. In retrospect, I can't believe I said all that ridiculousness. Makes me want to crawl in a hole and die. See, this is the Rentaro I like, that has grown up past that phase, and is like, ah, Jesus. Because, I mean, everyone looks back at their younger selves and cringes, right? I feel like if you don't, you haven't grown. But, like, you look back at the things you used to do, and you're like, oh, Jesus. Except me, I've been making YouTube videos for 10 years. I never cringe at that.
とてもびっくりしました
I was really surprised when you said it didn't matter, but at the same time, it made me
岡
happy.
部さん変ですよね
Those words really
そん
moved
な
me.
言葉に
Their cheeks turn rosy pink.
でも
Ever since you said that to me, I've liked you.
Eh?
Wait a second. I'm worn out physically and mentally. This chapter is wearing me out physically and mentally. We ended up walking for 4 hours, which was tiring. Really? Today was fun.
そ
Really.
そうか
They're just saying that out of consideration. I can tell that they're forcing their smile. All through the date, I couldn't stop thinking about the time. The manual was useless.
それでは
なんだ
Well, tomorrow. Huh?
Eh?
They want to go on a date again tomorrow. We're a couple and we're going out. That means, and that means we like each other. And it's summer break, so it's natural to go on a date every day.
明日も
I want to be with you again tomorrow.
どうも
Thanks.
ダメ
Is that okay?
ダメなんてことはない
Of course it is. Of course.
よかった
Thank goodness. They look so happy and relieved.
それじゃ
See you tomorrow.
あまた明日
リア充は死ね
Die, Normie. When I return to the lab, I'm greeted by Mayuri's smile and Daru's pure hatred.
まさか中二病の
Since
お
when
かげ
does a
彼女ができる
chinibio
と
like
か
you rate a girlfriend?
飯
That's
ま
not
ず
right,
って
man.
レベル
ルカちゃんとのデート
How'd your date
どうだっ
go?
まあなんとか
Stage clear,
ステージク
probably.
リアした
Probably not, actually.
ねえねえあさってのコミマルカちゃんとオカリンで
Comic-Con's the day after tomorrow. What if you guys go as a
思
couple?
ったりしないかなオカリンからもね彼氏マユシーがどれだけお願いしてもね
They never say yes to go with me, and I've asked them so many times.
でもラブラ
But
ブ
if you ask them, I'm sure they'll say okay.
断る
I refuse.
なん
Why?
で
Because Comic-Con is on the 15th and Mayuri's fated to die. How am I supposed to spend the hours before her death cosplaying?
正直なところ
To be honest, I don't get this dating thing. Now Christina's gonna come out of the development room like, whoa!
ゲー
Those words are an insult to virgins the world over. Apologize to virgins. Never.
謝れ童貞には
だって考えてみろ
Just think about it. All you do is walk, eat, and go home. And the whole time you have to worry about what your partner is thinking.
どうだ
What's fun about that?
面白い要素がある。
オカリン
Don't say that.
そんなこと言うとねルカちゃん
Fairy's expression
悲しむ
is uncharacteristically serious.
好きな人と一緒に
Just being the person that they like is enough to make them happy. That's all they really need.
幸せなの男の子は
Doesn't being together make you happy too?
だとしたら
If not, that makes me sad.
マユシーは寂しいです
How would that make Mayuri sad?
オカリンがマイノリティなんだよ。
Okarin's the minority.
つうか
I mean, dates are a
デート
great
といえば
opportunity for
エロ
H
イベントた
scenes.
くさんあんだろ
What is that?
お前は実に
You're
バ
an
カだ
idiot.
な。
何言ってんだよ。手をつなぐとかマジエロ
Holding
くない
hands and stuff's pretty
腕
H,
を組
isn't
んで
it?
おっぱいを肘に当て
And when
て
you're
る
arm in
状態
arm,
とかエロすぎっしょ。
That's like super mega H. What is H?
そしてデートの終わりには
Then at the end of the day, you
締め
kiss.
だろ。
Death to normies.
リア充
エロゲーのやりすぎだ。
You play too much eroge. Daru is an incel. Confirmed.
ねえねえルカちゃんはいつからオカリンのことを好きだ
When
った
did Luca fall for Okarin?
いつから
Well,
それは。
とてもびっくりしましたけどでもその言葉があったからだから好きになった
そうだ。そうだよ。変だ。
so is everyone gonna end up having some form of, Rentaro's like reading Steiner?
フェイリスが10年前に死んだパパを生き返らせることに
Ferris regained her memories before she sent the D-mail. Could Luca too have remembered the previous world line? The next morning, I head to the shrine. They're already waiting in the courtyard, and when they see me, they smile and wave their hand.
おはようございます
なあ、うん。
Ohayo! That's like the extent of all Japanese I know.
今日は
Where are we going today?
それより、
Before that,
はい
hmm? Make up my mind and throw out the
お前に
question.
は男だ
Do you have
という記憶
any
が残ってい
memories
る
of the other world line? They twitch. Then they hang their head.
そんなこと
No.
あります
本当に
Really? Luca nods. I consider a more forceful approach, but the words of that dating manual blaze inside my head. Whatever you do, don't make them feel sad. You'll get dumped. I guess that's also good advice. If I get dumped, then what will happen to our agreement? Neither one of us speaks. Yeah, what a perfect way to start this date out. That's not awkward. Mutual distrust, suspicion, discomfort? You're making it very uncomfortable. One word could shatter our temporary relationship. Luca's the first to break the silence.
ごめんなさい
Sorry.
今日のデート
Let's cancel today's date.
中止にしましょう
Luca bows their head and goes back to the shrine. I feel guilty, but at the same time really... I hate myself. Good. Instead of returning to the lab, I stand on the bridge in front of the station and gaze blankly at the stream of people. Ferris might be visiting the lab. Ferris was at the lab on this day when I first came to this world line. My actions shouldn't have influenced Mayuri's, so she should still have called Ferris over to show her the costumes. Right now, I don't want to see anybody. I need to think. But trying try as I might, no ideas come and no solutions. Luke agreed to reverse the D-mail if I went out with them for a time. I've stayed faithful to that. Faithful how? Just made a huge mistake. I've done nothing but make them sad. Tomorrow is the 15th, the day Comic-Con opens, the day Mayuri dies. At the very least, I need to make our relationship last until that evening. Tomorrow is the end. But I'm not confident I can show Luca a fun time. So instead of fussing over a date, I'll just try something that won't make them sad. Next morning, after Mayuri and Daru have left, I head to the shrine to pick up Luca. We hop the train to Akiba Station. When they look askance at me, I tell them we're going to see Mayuri. Today it won't be just the two of us. I don't know what to say when we're alone, and I'm afraid I'll just hurt them. It's time to try something different. We get off the train at Tokyo Big Sight. Luca stares in wonder at the scene. People, people, people. People as far as the eye can see. Welcome to Comic-Con, the Otaku Festival. It's the first day, so Big Sight's more crowded. This is my plan. I'm not making them cosplay. Luca wouldn't even do it at Mayuri's request, and I don't want to force them to do anything they don't want to. We're just here to look and have fun. The first order of business is to hook up with Mayuri and Daru. Those two live and breathe this, so I'm sure they'll have a lot to talk about. Conversation will flow, and I'll be off the hook. How wonderful to have friends. Of course, bringing a date is a surefire way to earn myself the hatred of otaku, but no matter, I'll endure their contempt if that's what it takes to make Luca happy. So resolved, I strike out through the crowd toward our designated rendezvous point. Luca, clearly overwhelmed by the number of people, struggles to follow. Near the edge of the parking lot, I see Mayuri waving her hands. There aren't as many people. I know we're definitely heading towards the end of the game because we're starting to get a lot of CGs. I think it was Kyler that said yesterday that they used most of the budget towards the latter half of the game. And I think that really started to become true with Ferris. Last chapter. Which is weird because Suzuha definitely didn't get as many CGs, like for her ending route. But everyone else is getting a lot. My first time coming, but it's amazing. Take it easy.
Daru.
Where's Daru? He's in line for promo goods. He said he'll join us if he survives the battle. That means he won't join up with us for at least another hour. Can he forgo the battle? It was a joke? Oh. Rip. Luca's eyes dart from place to place. They're clearly uncomfortable in the atmosphere. There's still some awkwardness between us. Even on the train ride, we barely spoke. What's the point in being a couple if it turns out like this? Well, Rintaro, if you stopped being a dick for a little bit, you wouldn't have this issue. It was easier to talk when we weren't supposed to be a couple. Luca seemed to enjoy themselves more too. Was it a mistake to bring them? Well, Luca didn't refuse, even when I told them we were going there. They just nodded. I'll show you around. There's lots of people, so we've got to be careful. What's the end game here? Are we getting the pager number today? Because Mayuri dies today at this convention, right? First, we'll go to the cosplay area, and then inside. Are there anything you guys want to see? No. Luca shakes their head. It's my first time, so if Rintaro wants to see something, I'll go see it. I'm not interested in anything. They look unhappy. Crap. Shouldn't have answered like that. Hey, if you come to the cosplay area, I'm sure you'll change your mind about cosplaying. Mary talks happily. I'm glad I chose to rely on this ditz who can't read the mood. It's not embarrassing to see, because everyone's having fun. Kaede and Fubuki are there wearing my Yuri's costumes. I'll introduce you. You should come tomorrow too. I'll bring costumes for you and we can cosplay together. Yeah, wait, why is Mayuri not cosplaying? Isn't she big on the costume making? She didn't make one for herself? I think Ocarin would be perfect as Zero Sum from Code Geass. I'm sorry, what? The protagonist of Code Geass? He's the young noble of the rebellion who hides his identity. Smash hit TV anime series broadcast in 2006. The story revolves around a young man who obtains a magical eye that can control minds. Oh, it's Code Geass? Oh, there is a J. So that's the parody, though? She likes making them? Then why do they keep trying to make Luca wear one? Shouldn't she understand not wanting to wear one? You'll cosplay if Rentaro does it with you, right? The Louch the Goat? Who is that? You will, won't you? I think it's a great idea. Not a chance. Sorry. Why? If I actually had a high-quality cosplay costume, I would wear it. Like, if someone made one for me. I'm not artistic enough to be able to make a decent one myself. But if someone was like, hey, I'll make a cool one for you. Sure. But I have no shame, so I wouldn't feel bad about it like they do. Mary slumps her shoulders. In the end, Luca and I got fed up with the amount of people and left. We took the direct shuttle bus to Akiba that only runs during Comic-Con, but it was so cramped I thought I was going to die. Why is this music playing? This is again like the Tragedy Strikes music. Mary dies when this music plays. By the time we get back to Akiba, Luca and I are exhausted, my feet feel like blocks of lead, and I don't have the energy to attempt conversation. The two of us schlep back to the shrine without speaking, like Spanish monks under a vow of silence. Luca doesn't raise a complaint, but taking them to Comic-Con was obviously a mistake. Their expression has been stiff ever since we met up with Mayuri. Maybe they're still traumatized by otaku. First time I met them, they were being harassed by otaku. XXX69, have a good time and find your love. Wow, thank you. I hope to find my love in this YouTube stream. Someone will slide into my DMs any second now, I'm sure. We don't talk. We spend most of the day shoulder to shoulder with strangers. I can probably count on my fingers the words I said directly to Luca. When we arrive at the shrine, our time as a couple will end. So this is our last chance to talk as a couple. I'm confused. What should I talk about? Try to think about things we have in common. The demon sword. The school of swordsmanship. Christina said to avoid Shinyabu topics, and the dating manual concurred. But it's fine if you're both Chinibiu. I feel like, if that's the foundation of your, relationship. What else is there? It dawns on me. There's nothing we share. Silence dominates. The silence should be calming, but it's not. I've safely escorted them home. Mayuri's death is 3 hours away. The temporary relationship between us ends here. I just need Luca to give me the mother's pager number. Who knew the solution would be to be yourself? Crazy! Crazy, you should just be yourself while dating. OMG. However, is it okay to let it end like this? In the end, what have I done? I haven't done squat, have I? All I've done is hurt them. Suddenly, Lucas starts sobbing. They cover their mouth with both hands, but can't stop the tears pouring from their eyes. When I approach, Luca pulls back. Luca wipes the corners of their eyes, but the tears keep flowing, forming a glistening line down each cheek. I have no idea what to do. They're crying right before my eyes. It's my duty to comfort them. I know that, yet no words come. I just stand there like a useless statue. The cause of their tears is undoubtedly me. I didn't treat them as my girlfriend, even if it was only a temporary arrangement. Now it ends with me watching as they cry. I'm the one who did this. I'm the cause of their grief. Yet, thank you very much. They thank me and bow their head. Huh? They lift their head and smile smiley through the tears. I was really happy that we could be together. That's a lie. I'm glad I fell in love with you. That has to be a lie. To my surprise, they take my hand in theirs. Their hand is warm and delicate. This is the first time I've touched them since we became a couple. And it'll be the last. Luca places a note in my hand, then pulls away. They bow again. Bye. Luca turns their back to me and then disappears in the shrine. I look at the note. There's a number written. Probably their mother's pager number. They kept their promise, but I didn't keep mine. I can't let it end like this. I run full speed back to the lab, ignoring Christina's calls to stop. I slap on the headgear and leap to the past. I thought this was going to be where the ending split would be. Like I could just send an email now. I regained consciousness in front of the station. Oh, they only let back a day? Luca's next to me. We're about to board the train for Comic-Con. They look a little anxious, but they don't raise a complaint. The shuttle bus pulls up. The huge line of people begins to move. We can't go like this. Shaking off my time leap-induced vertigo, I take them by the hand. Why does the dramatic music keep playing? I keep thinking like something bad's about to happen. I keep getting all tense. Like, oh shit, CERN's here. Oh shit, we've like encountered something that's really weird that's happened in this new divergence line. The music is all off. Once we get out of the line, I let go of Luca's hand. The bus is here. We're not going. This time, we're doing things my way. Where are we going? I keep walking, with Luca's hand in mine, ignoring everything. Luca looks bewildered, but eventually they say no more and just start following me with a sad expression. We arrive at the shrine, a place devoid of visitors. where an aura of peace and dignity dominates. Where the cries of cicadas resound. I fucking hate this sound effect. I shouldn't have said anything. Should have just listened to the music. I hate these bugs. IRL, I hate these bugs. In real life, and I've like in real life gone outside of my apartment to smash some of these bugs that have been making this noise if I can hear it in my apartment. I've like hunted them down. Took my headphones off. I'm heated. I hate this. Finally, I turned to face Luca. Instead of letting go, I grasped their hand even tighter. Perhaps it's the heat or nervousness, but our hands are damp with sweat. I still don't let go. Weird music or loud cicadas? I mean, it's just like, we know there's like cheerful music in this game. So it seems weird that it's not like playing during this moment. Luca's hanging their head. They might cry. This means our relationship is over. Their lips tremble, voice trembles. I summon my resolve and answer with a laugh. What are you talking about? Huh? Our phase isn't over yet. I strike a pose and mimic a line from a popular card battling anime. Till I witnessed Mayuri's death, this was how I acted all the time. Now it takes some effort, but I still have it in me. See, I like this version of, like, over-the-top Rentaru. Of weeb Rentaru. Where he knows he's being, like, exaggerated, but now it's not like a character, it's him, like, playing around with his friends by telling himself he's playing a character. I think this is a better way to portray it. Of, like, he does this goofy thing to, like, make his friends feel at ease, or, like, you know, to, like, make fun of himself. But when he's, like, taking the character seriously, it's weird. But, are you listening? This time we're doing things my way. Now, my disciple, bring forth the demon sword. The wind blows. The tree growing over the main building rustles its leaves in response. Luca looks at me. Tears form. What? Is it obvious? It's time to continue your training in the School of Swordsmanship. My training. Have you already forgotten what I taught you? No, but it's Kiyoma. Huh? Have you forgotten my true name? The insane mad scientist. Swallowing my embarrassment, I strike another pose. I was so caught up in the question of that I lost sight of our relationship. I've realized the truth. Our relationship was decided from the beginning. How? I am I, Luca is Luca. Luca is my disciple. Yeah. Of course. Kiyoma is my master. Bring forth Samidare. At once. Just a moment. I'll be right back. Please stay here. Not going anywhere. They reluctantly let go of my hand and turn away from me. Head to the shrine. How would you rewrite this chapter? I don't think I could really have the way to delicately approach this kind of like subject the way it would need to be, but I certainly wouldn't make the their gender and the forbiddenness of their relationship be the butt of the joke. This is something I would probably have just omitted entirely, or like, I don't know. I just don't know how you could really have like appropriately handled this one. We spent hours training just like we used to. Practicing swings with the sword. Stories of the sword's history. Lectures on the intricacies of swordsmanship. All fabricated from my Chinibu delusions. I talk. Luca, now dressed in their robes, listens with rapt attention. Occasionally, we take a break, sit on the shrine stairway, eat sweet rice balls that their mother brings us. That's how we expend an extraordinarily ordinary 4 hours. Making it a joke was the biggest problem. Yeah, I agree. Like, this is something that you could, like, tell a story about nowadays without, like, portraying it as a joke, I think. That was the, that's the issue. Because these are, like, real-life issues that people deal with. And instead of, like, at every proposal being like, oh, this is so forbidden, oh my god, ugh. Like, it's just, I don't know. That's pretty cringe to me. I get that that's, like, from, you know, a decade ago, but still. That's how, if I was to rewrite it, it would just not, we would not handle it as a joke. That would be the biggest change I would make. Now that's a real date. Yeah, that's nice. I appreciate that he, that even in the story they have Rentaro go back and actually, like, try to do an appropriate date. Like, upholding their end of the bargain. That's it for today. Luca lowers their stance and slowly sheaths the sword. They look beautiful and majestic. Luca bows. Thank you. I think I got stronger. No need for humility. Today you mastered one of the Zaishin Zanman style secrets. Type 32 cherry bomb. But don't get cocky, for you're still weak. Yes, sir. I want to learn even more. The breeze feels nice after the sweat we worked up. We savor our comfortable fatigue as we drink the barley tea Luca's mother brought. I feel like it's been a long time since you last taught me. For the past few days, my mind has been under the dreadful influence of a foul grimoire known as the Manual. But I've recovered, don't worry. Thanks, you're back to your old self. Luca answers. Then their expression turns serious, as if they've made up their mind. Yesterday, you asked me if I had any memories from the other world line. Yeah? Luca looks away. I see their hands fidgeting. Finally, with trembling lips, they speak. I do remember. No surprise. I expected they'd remembered after what I experienced with Ferris. So how do they explain this, like, phenomena where everyone else is starting to remember different world lines? Will that get explained later, or is just everybody kind of having a version of reading Steiner? Or, like, are people capable of being receptive of changes to their own life? I remember, or actually, how should I say it? Or, like, and now that we're in a different world line, is Ferris ever going to remember the other world lines? Like, do they only remember when it's convenient in regards to the D-mail? I'm, like, really confused about this plot point. Because now that we're back, Ferris doesn't seem to remember the other one where they got really close and talked about their dad and stuff. Ferris doesn't seem to remember any of that. So is it just, like, for convenience? To, like, make you want to pick the possible, like, bad end where you don't change the future? I can't clearly remember it, but at the bottom of my sea of memories in my head... Lucas starts pawing at the air above them to the right of their head. Feels like it's around here somewhere. I don't really get it. Anyway, you remember? Luca nods. I'm sorry I lied. Don't worry about it. You should be proud to have fooled the great Kiyoma. So because I remembered, I knew Mom's pager number without having to ask. She takes out a piece of paper which is written with a number. I was going to give this to you no matter how things turned out today. One more thing. I don't know if it's related to my memories, but it's about the old computer. Now that I didn't expect. The IBM? I think so. True, Luca did seem that they knew something about the computer. Plus, Luca's dad confirmed that it was here. Then one day it disappeared. Does Luca know? If that's true, then you might... Luca faintly shakes their head. I don't think it's that easy. Why not? Luca grips my hand. Come with me, I'll show you. They look into my eyes. Luca is no longer crying. In the fading sunlight, their eyes shine with firm resolve. She brings me to Daibiru. I look at the huge towering building. The IBN is here? Not there. Luca faces away and points to a coin locker tucked in a narrow alley. It happened last year, just before New Year's. Luca walks up to the coin locker. The computer was at our shrine until then. Until New Year's. That's a contradiction. It was only 2 weeks ago that I found the IBN at the shrine. Which means I really haven't returned to the original world line. Are the bugs being done? It's my fault. I was helping out at the shrine, sweeping the storehouse when I broke it. You broke it? Luca nods. I thought Dad would get mad at me if he found out, so I brought it here and hid it in the coin locker. It must have been tough bringing it all the way out here. That thing weighs a ton. I used a push cart. It broke too. The vending machine looks like it has fake sticker drinks on it. Yeah, it does. It's a really weird art style. Do you guys recognize what some of those drinks are? I don't. Well, some of these. These are like teas. These are like Monster Energy drinks, I think. I recognize these sometimes when I go into like Japanese stores. These are like some juice-like drinks, or maybe like pop-like drinks. Even so, it must have been hard to get here with a pushcart. Maybe they were running on adrenaline. When I heard Kyoma was searching for it, I was surprised. I know I should have told you the truth, but I thought you'd hate me, and I couldn't say anything. Nonsense. I wouldn't hate you for that. No matter what, you're still my disciple. I know. Luca takes the locker key out of their pocket. It's already more than half a year, so the management probably took it. Half a year. I guess it's hopeless then. This locker charges 200 yen per day. Normally, if a coin locker goes unpaid for more than a few days, the management retrieves the contents. If the owner doesn't claim it, it's thrown away. I mean, the IBN is already... Luca goes to a large locker at the end of the row and inserts the key. It's not locked. Guess that settles it. Sure enough, they open the door to reveal an empty locker. Sorry. Either way, it doesn't matter. There's no point in retrieving a broken IBN. I don't tell them that. It's not your fault. I'm the one who messed with the timeline. Everything that happened is my fault. See, this is the first time I feel like they use timeline, which is a word that I keep using, but does this mean, is this just like a typo to say timeline here? Does the game freely interchange the words world line and timeline, or is like there an actual difference between what those words mean? Because I've repeated to them like as the same thing to myself. They're different. Different how? That's why I must bear the burden. Mayuri's pain, Suzuha's pain, Ferris's pain, and now Luca's pain. Something occurs to me. What if I send a D-mail telling Luca not to sweep the storehouse? How would that change the world line? Would the IBN stay at the shrine ready for me to retrieve as planned? Part of me wants to try sending that D-mail. I mustn't give in to temptation. My goal is to restore the world line, not to warp it further. Fix the past to save Mayuri. That's my mission. There's something strange about my memories.
奇妙とは
Strange how?
僕の記憶の中に
Inside my mind,
あのパソコンの
there are two memories about the old computer mixed together.
混ざっていて
Inside my mind, there are two wolves. What's that? What's that from?
一つは
The first is the memory of breaking it, the other has no memory of it at all. What does that mean?
僕はパソコンを壊してません。倉庫の掃除の代わりに本殿のお掃除をしていたから。
Is this the butterfly effect?
やっぱり僕が男に戻るしか方法はないみたいです。
We return empty-handed to the shrine, which is dyed scarlet by the setting sun. What's that? I'm gonna go look that up, what that's from. Inside you there are two wolves. A good and an evil one. The one that wins is which one you feed. Ah. It's an old proverb. Luca lets go of my hand when we arrive, and we spend the whole walk hand in hand. They turn to me.
今度こそ
So this is goodbye.
あ
Yeah.
京馬さんと修行ができて
I'm happy I can train with you again.
本当に
They smile.
良かったです。
Their cheeks are dyed pink. I can tell they're desperately holding back tears. Those tears hold a different meaning than the ones I saw before. At least I'd like to think so.
俺はお前に恋人らしい
I didn't really do anything boyfriend-like for you.
そんなことは
That doesn't matter.
どうでもいい。
そうだった
You're right. I'm relieved. Because Luca smiled for me.
まゆりちゃんのこと、
Please save Mayuri.
まゆりちゃんは
Mayuri is really important to me.
ルカ子
あの
Please go already. If you don't, I might cry.
だから
Please.
今日まで
Thank you for everything. This is when I use that phrase, right? Elsai Congoli.
コングルーだ
It's Congro. I find myself smiling. Luca forces a smile too.
エルプサイコングルフです。
They bow. They don't raise their head. A sign for me to go. I turn back to the archway at the shrine. My feet are heavy. They won't advance. I stop in front of the stairs and take out my phone.
もしもし岡部、まゆりから電話あったわよ。プンプン。
Okabe? Mayuri called and was mad. You stood her up on your promise to go to Comic-Con.
クリスティーナ
Christina, I need you to enter a number into the phone wave.
電話レンジカッ
Name
コ仮に入力してく
subject
れ
to change.
何よ。
Huh? Explain yourself.
いいから
Just do it. I'm sending an email.
こ
I
れ
hear a sigh on the other end of the phone.
D メール番号は
The number is... I tell her Luca's mother's pager number with another string of numbers attached. Meet, meet, veg, veg. Meet, meet, veg, veg. When she sees this, Luca's mother will probably think it's a prank. Pranked! Then they'll assume the D-mail we sent earlier was also a prank. That doesn't change the world line. We can try something else. Pagers in 1992 didn't display the sender's number. Luca's mother won't know who sent it. I already told Christina the timer setting. Everything's ready. I hang up once I confirm that the TV is on. Now I just need to call the phone wave. Name subject to change. Then the world line will change. Mayuri won't die today. However, I hesitate to open my address book. My thoughts turn to Luca, who's probably still watching me. If I turn around, what will I see on their face? I want to check, but I don't think they'd want that. Luca finally smiled for me today, but I still have lingering reservations. This time, I'm about to sacrifice Luca's memories. I'm lost. I've sacrificed the memories of 2 friends already. The sight of their tears is burned into my mind. Something soft presses against me. Luca has embraced me. I hear faint sobbing. What expression are they making now? Without even looking, I can tell. I really don't want to. Their words are like needles stabbing into my heart. Because if I change, I'll have to hide my feelings for you. Man. It would be wrong for me to love you if I'm a guy. Jeez. I have nothing against homosexuals, but unfortunately I am hetero. My memories of today will vanish too, won't they? That we held hands and walked together. That we trained together. That I'm touching you right now. I don't want to forget. Because I love you. I want to save Mayuri, and I understand there's no other way, but it hurts. At the very least, I want to keep my memories of today. Sorry.com. If I'd known it hurt this much. The consequences of toying with time. Yeah, I do appreciate that the story keeps referencing that as he does this, Rentaro starts to feel more and more alone. Because he knows all these different versions of his friends, and has had different conversations and different events and stuff. So as he messes with the timeline, he feels more and more alone. I'm sorry, I know that doesn't matter to you, right? Please send the mail. Send it quickly. If you let me feel your warmth any longer, I'll say worse things. I can't hold back my feelings. Is this okay? I'm about to sacrifice someone again. Is it my place to make that decision? My fingers tremble. Luca embraces those trembling fingers. Will you remember me? So this is obviously the ending here. Let's see Luca's ending, though. Right? Yes. With just one call to the phone wave, name subject to change, I can send a message to Luca's mother's pager. If I make the call, Will you remember these 4 short days we were together?
あ、
Yes.
ダメだ。
I
で
can't
き
do
ない。
it. Why?
もう嫌なんだ。
I can't sacrifice anybody else's memories.
誰かの思い出を犠牲に
I've
する
already
のは。
trampled on Suzaha and Ferris's memories. I turned a blind eye to their suffering, all while telling myself it was to save Mayuri. I justified it by telling myself I'd carry their burdens, but that was a convenient excuse.
俺には
I don't have the
そんな
right.
権利。
I fall to my knees, unable to stand. The only way to save Mayuri is to send this D-mail. There's no alternative. Even so, I don't have the right to erase Luca's wishes. I can't do such an arrogant thing. More than anything, I don't want to lose Luca.
岡部さん
Mayuri can't be saved. Mayuri's death is fate. No matter how many world lines I cross, convergence occurs. Mayuri will die no matter what. This is weird. He's just giving up. I'm tired. Mayuri, I'm sorry. My ego wasn't strong enough to sacrifice everything for you. Didn't he have the idea of sending the text to, that just told Luca to not sweep in front of the shrine and break the computer? Is the Luca ending brutal where Mayuri just dies and, like, he gives up? What? The first day of Comic-Con has ended. A few otaku warriors linger to check their spoils before beginning the way home. Otherwise, Ariaki is silent, as if the crowd Lucas and I saw this afternoon was a lie. Kamiko runs for 3 days straight, but it already feels like the end of the festival. Of course, this silence is just for tonight. Tomorrow, people will come to fill the spacious promenade once again. My hand clutches at my chest. Mayuri will die in less than an hour. I'm not ready. Even so, I want to be with her in her final moments. Wait, what if he dies? I won't let her leave this world alone. That's why I came right here after the shrine. She should still be here somewhere. I contacted both Mayuri and Daru by mail. If they're still here, they should be any minute now. My phone rings. Is this okay?
ルカ子。
They don't have to say it, I know what they mean. There's only one thing I can say. This is my choice. You don't have to worry about it. I know a mail won't be enough to stop Luca from blaming themselves, but I have to send it all the same. Memories from this morning rise. Mayuri stopped by the lab. I was dozing on the couch. My darkness was burned away by light. Squinting against the fluorescent radiance, I raised my head to see who entered. Did I wake you? Mayuri was there, tugging a suitcase.
いや、
No,
寝ていたわけじゃない。
I've been up all night trying to solve the problem of my last date with Luca.
前よりは随分
You're early, early, Mayuri?
マユシーは
Actually, I'm here to pick up my costumes
それと
and breakfast.
つい
They
で
took a sandwich and some potato salad from their convenience store bag.
これからコミ
Are
マ
you
に
going now? Yeah, Daru already left.
そうか。
Oh,
ねえね
hey, where'd you go with Luca yesterday?
え楽しいデー
Did you have a fun date? You know, Luca hasn't replied to my mails.
ルカ子に
You mailed
メ
them?
ールしたのか。
Mayuri's worried, you know. The day before, Luca burst into tears barely 5 minutes after we met up and parted ways. That's why I couldn't give Mayuri an answer.
もしかして
Did you make Luca cry
ゆ
again?
かちゃんの
That would make me sad.
悲しい。
Sad?
悲しい
Luca's my friend.
ルカちゃんは
It was Mayuri's last day alive, and Luca's last day together with me. I asked myself, could I really let it end with both of them sad? Let it end? What right did I have to decide when it ends? My arrogance made me want to vomit. Then, as if to rely on Mayuri, I began to tell her my plan.
お前は今日
Are you going to be there all
ずっ
day?
と
Yeah.
ルカ子を
Is it okay if I bring Luca? Of course. Mayuri smiled, took some milk out of the refrigerator to wash down the sandwich, and began to enjoy breakfast.
ルカ子にコスプレをしてもらう件
You
は
tried asking Luca to cosplay, right? How'd it go? I couldn't convince them. I want to force them, you know? That would make them hate it. Basically, she gave up. It might be a good idea to bring Luca. You think, maybe if she saw other cosplayers having fun, they might want to try? Do you think we could get them to cosplay at the next one?
どうだろう
I wonder. That'd be nice. Will you really bring Luca?
あ
Yeah. Will you come too? Look at the costumes I made?
そういうことに
Yes. That'd make me happy. Mary packed her costumes into the suitcase. Gotta get going. Be sure to come, I'll be waiting. I'll show you all the best stuff, so you'll want to come. I could hear my teeth grinding. I knew that whether Mayuri would get to see tomorrow depended entirely on me. If this day had gone as planned, my status as Luca's temporary boyfriend would have come to a close. And Mayuri would survive. She'd go tomorrow without a care in the world. Why does the Luca end have nothing to do with Luca? Is this the Luca end? Something wrong? Mayuri looked at me. She's always been sensitive to changes in my demeanor. So I put on a smile and responded as Kiyoma.
問題ない
Just thinking up ways to defeat the organization.
昼間
Let's meet in the
有
afternoon.
明で
Okay, I'll be waiting. Mayuri didn't leave. I can guarantee it isn't the Mayuri end. No, I know, this must be the Luca end, right? But where the what the fuck? Luca is absent. She stood there in the door, looking at me. I'm always here for you to talk to when you need me, okay?
マユリ
I'm off. Mary cheerfully flew out the door, suitcase in hand, like the white rabbit in Wonderland. The sound of her footsteps faded away. Now alone, I took a deep breath. The time limit was 13 hours after that time. The voice calls me back. There's Mayuri dragging her suitcase and Daru isn't with her. He's probably upset. After all, I stood her up on the promise we made. You came, but you're late. I'm waiting. I was lonely.
すまない
I can't look Mayuri in the eye. As Mayuri was waiting in vain, I was making the worst possible decision. Is it just the dead Mayuri end? Yeah, like what the fuck? Let's not beat around the bush. I chose to let Mayuri die. It's not that I don't want to save her. Where's Luca?
来ていない
Not coming. Did you make them cry?
いや
No. My thoughts are a jumble. Her every word seems to be an accusation. Of course, I know that's not their intent. Even if she had known what I had done, this innocent childhood friend of mine doesn't have a bitter bone in their body. It's my guilty conscience changing Mayuri's words into swords, stabbing straight through my heart. Even so, I can no longer change the past. I don't want to. I have no choice. No other choice but to accept the death this world so desires. If I were a normal man, I would have had to accept Mayuri's death whether I liked it or not. I wouldn't have been able to try to revert it. If by chance I acquired the power of a god and allowed me to try again and again, if anything, I should be grateful for the opportunity I was given. I can't let her sense my unease. She can always tell when there's something bothering me. 10 minutes. I want her to spend them happy and carefree. That's the very least I can do. So I put on the mask, just as I did. It looks sillier when they animate the sprite living by moving across the screen. Yeah, that looks silly. Fret not, Mayuri. Things between me and Luca are marvelous. That Miko and I are tied by a strong bond, that's right. We're connected by fate whether we like it or not. And today, I, the genius with an IQ of 170, have returned the smile to Luca's face. They even said so themselves, that it was fun to be with me in our pursuit of knowledge. As soon as those words leave my lips, I realize my mistake. That makes it sound like I broke my promise to Mayuri just so I could give Luca a fun time, doesn't it? I suppose that is what happened, but Mayuri didn't need to know. That's great. But Mayuri, innocent as she is, just gives me a happy smile. There's no reason for you guys to break up, right? Right. We won't break up. Actually, our relationship has already ended. That was the agreement. I don't think I need to tell Mayuri that. I thought the Luca end was gonna at least end up with them together or something. Like Rintaro gets over this whole thing. Weird that it's just like, yeah, it's just tragic all the way around. Great, then I can concentrate on Comic-Con without any worries. You gonna participate tomorrow? Yep, it's 3 whole days. I shouldn't have asked. I fight the urge to check my phone. Last time I checked it was 7. I don't have the guts to check it again. I don't want to watch the seconds tick down to Mayuri's death. Daru's late. I called him just now. He said he was close by. We don't really have to wait for him. Let's wait a bit longer. If that's what Mayuri wants, I won't deny her. Besides, I don't want Mayuri's last moments to be on a crowded train or bus, but rather somewhere that she can see the stars. Not that I have any right to choose. Do you think we can convince Luca to cosplay? How should we do it? Mayuri's mood is healed. Why is she so happy? Did she hear something pleasing somewhere in this conversation? Was it knowing that things are going well between Luca and I? Or was it that I kept my promise to come? I don't know. But seeing Mayuri's smile happy makes my heart ache. I think Luca would be an absolutely perfect Karari cosplayer. There's one more reason I want to get Luca to cosplay. Come to think of it, Mayuri has done nothing but talk about Luca for these past 4 days, ever since we started dating. Luca's usually quiet, right? Almost never saying what they think. When you cosplay, you become someone other than yourself. That's why I think that if Luca cosplays, they'll definitely find a new Luca, even if it's embarrassing at first. When that happens, they'll become more assertive than before. Maybe even dominate you. What? Yeah, I don't get why she just can't take no for an answer. She really does care for Luca. I know that all of her hopes and dreams are in vain. Suddenly, Mayuri falls silent. She looks up and raises one hand high above her head, as if to catch the stars twinkling in the sky. The Stardust handshake. Can you see the stars? Yeah. You can see the stars more clearly in Arike than Akiba. If only the stars would answer her call. If only she could melt into their embrace. Isn't that technically what she's about to do? What salvation that would be. In the past, when she reached for the sky, I always pulled her back down to earth, as if to keep her from floating away. But today I don't dare. What does Mayuri think when she reaches for the starry sky? Never asked. Perhaps now's the time.
な
Hey, Mayuri.
おーいオカリンマユシ
Daru runs up to us.
あ
Daru, you're late.
あ遅いよ。
あ
My bad. Took forever to check my spoils.
いや
Daru's backpack is filled to the brim. He's also carrying 5 paper bags illustrated with moe drawings. Such zeal.
じゃあ
Let's go.
帰ろっか。
Mary gets up to lead the way, and we start heading towards the train station. The direct shuttle bus to Akiba has already ended.
今日も暑くて死ぬかと思った
It was so hot today, I thought I was gonna
コ
die.
スプレ会場はどうだ
How
っ
was the
た
cosplay?
風が気持ちよ
The
かった
breeze
よ。
felt great.
まあ
Maybe you
マユ
should
シは自
cosplay.
分でコスプレするつうかオカ
When
リ
did you
ン
get here,
見つけた
Okarin?
ん
Buy
な
anything?
んか買った
いや
No.
おやおや
Why so
なんか
grim?
暗くね
You have a girlfriend like a filthy normie now. You got no right to be
なぜにそんな
depressed.
顔してやがりますか
オカリン
Okarin, is something
どう
wrong?
かし
Mary's voice is abruptly cut short. Her suitcase falls to the ground. It's time. Mary presses her hands to the center of her chest. So what, she just has a heart attack? Her face contorts. I see it happen in slow motion, frame by frame, and slowly she starts to fall. It's so sudden. So sudden. And so I fail to catch her in time. What? Mary falls to the ground motionless. Man, they couldn't even give him the chance to catch her. Mayuri? I can't move. I can't breathe. Strangely, I feel no sorrow. All I feel is guilt. I knew this would happen. I could have prevented it. The one who killed Mayuri is me.
マユシどうしたんだよ
What's wrong? Naru tosses his bags away and runs to Mayuri's side. He lifts her up and slaps her cheeks a bit. I keep watching as if I was merely a bystander.
息してない
She's not breathing.
何
What is
これ
this? What the hell
な
is
んだよ
this?
これオカリン
Okarin, there's something
マユシが
wrong with
マ
Mayuri.
ユシがな
死んだんだ
She's dead. What could be the cause? A heart attack? She wasn't killed this time, that's a relief. Is it? At least she died in one piece.
死んだって
Dead? No way, we were just talking.
嘘だろおい
Hey, wake up. Where's the
起
camera?
きろよ
We're on candid camera,
ドッ
right?
キリか
誰
Daru. Put my hand on his shoulder to calm him down.
マユリは死んだ
Mayuri's dead. He turns pale. His lips tremble as he looks at Mayuri's face in disbelief.
救急車を呼ぼう
Let's call an ambulance.
なんでこんな
Why?
つうか
How can you be so
お前な
calm?
んでそんな平然とした死んだんだぞ
She's dead.
もう帰
Don't
っ
you
てこ
get
ない
it?
んだぞ
分かった
I get it.
分かってる
No,
じゃ
you
なく
don't.
て
She's
さ
not breathing.
マユ
俺は
I stood by and let her die.
は
Huh? What a weird way to phrase this whole thing. What the fuck is this ending? I kneel beside them.
俺は
I couldn't save you, Mayuri. I reach out.
まいや違う
I chose not to save you.
救わなかった
I embrace her.
見捨てたん
I
だ
abandoned you.
俺はマ
I
ユリ
look up at the sky. The tears don't come. Maybe I've gotten used to it. Maybe it's because I'm not worthy to mourn her. What fills my heart is emptiness. Kira killed Mayuri? Death Note? It's kind of fucked up. He just watches and knows about it. Yeah, I mean, it's weird that he acts like, alright, well, I guess they'll just die. I don't know. This one also seems out of left field. That she just, okay, she has a heart attack. Like, this one seems very specifically to be like a, yeah, this, fuck the, Luca ending. It's so bizarre. I lean against the wall, hugging both knees. I don't remember how long I've been here. How much time has passed since Mayuri's death? I didn't go to the vigil or the funeral. How could I? I don't want to see anything or anyone. Even breathing is hard. Yet I have no choice but to face this emptiness, this heart-rending guilt, and accept what I've done. That's my duty. Someone pulls the curtain open. Light shines in. A girl is standing there, silhouetted against the light. As soon as I realize who it is, I turn away and prepare to block out the noise. It's been 3 days. Will you at least eat something? You knew, didn't you? You knew that Mayuri would die. I thought we told her we knew. Didn't we? I thought we explained everything to Christina when we came up with the plan. Why don't you time leap? I was sure you'd do anything to save Mayuri. What happened to your plan to change, You're so set on saving Mayuri. What are you doing? Did you already send the email? Did you already change world lines? If so, you're just a remnant left behind. That means world lines are parallel, and this line is doomed to continue. I didn't send it. My voice is hoarse, perhaps because I haven't spoken in 3 days. What do you mean? I couldn't do it. I chose to accept fate. That makes it sound like I wasn't responsible. What? I stood by and let Mayuri die. I hear her gasp. Why'd I confess? Not something I should confess to. It's like admitting to murder. It should have been a secret. Yet, do I want to be blamed? Would that make me feel better? This ending isn't great. This is like an awful end. It's just it's not even, you don't even get like the scene of the workshop. It's just black. It hurts to live with this guilt. At this point, I'd welcome condemnation. Christina isn't one to mince words. I'm sure she'll tell me exactly what a worthless human being I am. However, will you eat? Christina betrays my expectations. I can make cup noodles if you like, or should I get something? Say something. I killed Mayuri. Why won't you blame me? I suppose I could, but why? Looks like you've already blamed yourself enough. Maybe we just don't have the right to change the past. Besides, no one blames you. You've been fighting alone this whole time, one man disconnected from causality. No one else can understand your pain. No one can understand the meaning of your choice. This is why I like Christina. There's no way I can blame you when I haven't time leaped even once. It's strange the Luca route doesn't have Luca. Yeah, no, I know, that's what I mean. It's like the writers are afraid to have Luca be the anything but the butt of a joke. Like, it's so odd. This whole chapter and this ending is rough. How can you be so understanding? I clutch my knees. When you chose to save Mayuri with the time leap machine, you must have known no one would ever understand. So accept what you've done. Do that, and you'll never forget the meaning of your choice. So in other words, she's telling me to suffer on my own. What a cruel woman. What? However, you should take responsibility for who you did save. Mayuri is dead, it's sad. Well, sad doesn't even begin to describe it, but Mayuri is gone. You couldn't change convergence, and couldn't define fate. But Luca is still alive, thanks to you. And I think they're suffering alone, just like you. Aren't you the only one who can understand? You're her accomplice, remember? What the fuck? Accomplice? As if it's Luca's fault? What? The price for wanting to be your true self is your friend dying. It's your fault. You're an accomplice.
ありがとう。お前と話せて
I'm glad I told you.
よかった。
As I enter the courtyard, I can feel the heat drain away. Beside the main building stands a large tree. Its branches, coated with vibrant leaves, sway in the breeze. The shrine is cooler than the streets of Akihabara. Maybe it's because Kondo River is so close. This is like a bad version of the Ferris ending. Genuinely. Even the Suzuha ending was super cool because it like dealt with like consistent time loop for like a year on end. This is just Ferris ending but worse. Shrine is empty. I find myself standing before the offering box, gazing into the sanctum. Mary lives in the Ferris ending, so it's better. Yeah, that's another reason why it's better. I wonder if Luca's here. Their family should be here. How should I call for them? Just then, the wind suddenly lets up, and the sound of the rustling trees stops. In the silence, I hear someone. Sounds like it's coming from the main building. I head toward the sound. Luca is sitting on the grass, hugging their knees as they cry. With a demon sword in their hand. This is also not grass, but okay.
ルカ子
Luca looks at me with wet eyes, but immediately afterward buries their face into their knees. Yesterday I went to Mayuri's funeral. Everyone cried. I didn't know Mayuri was loved by so many people. Of course, I love them too. I'm not really good with people, but they were always so nice to me. My best friend. I lost the words I was about to say. All I can do is sit silently next to them. Why? Why are we still alive? Mary is dead. Luca is beginning to have gender identity issues. Beginning? You think it started now? I have no idea how that feels. Luca is disconnected from causality too.
そんなことはない
I should have just skipped this ending. I knew I wasn't gonna like it anyway. I mean, it's worse than I expected, though. Is there a way to save Mayuri?
無理だ
No. Technically can still send the D-mail at any point, but... That can't be. Still crying, Luca pleads with me. I'll do anything to save Mayuri. I heard from Mayuri before that you made a device for traveling back in time. She talking about the time leap? If we use that...
無理なんだ
Can't. We go back, I'm sure we'll find a way.
方法は
There is no way.
ない
I make that firm declaration with hung head and clenched fists.
残酷なことかもし
It
れな
may
い
be cruel, but all we can do is accept Mayuri's death and keep on living.
マユリの死を受け
You can't give up. Why are you giving up? Aren't you sad that Mayuri died?
とにかく
There's no way to save her.
方法は
I don't want Mayuri to die.
ルカ子
I grab their shoulders and look straight into their eyes.
俺が
Do you think it was easy for me to
そう
give
簡
up?
単にはあいつは俺にとっても大事な幼
She was
馴
my
染
precious friend. I would have done anything to save her.
アキラ考えたさ
I tried to find a
死ぬ
way.
ほど考えて
I tried everything I
も
could
がいて
think of.
もがいて
Do you know how many
どん
times
な
I've
手を
gone
使っ
back?
てでも助けようとしたさだが無理だった
Nothing worked. The universe wants her dead. No matter how I try to avoid it, fate snatches her away.
マユリを助
I
けるために
sacrificed other people's memories and dreams all to
他
save
の
her.
人間の思いだって
I didn't care who I hurt as long as I could.
だが
But I can't do it anymore.
もう
There's nothing I can do. There is something I can do. There are still things I can do to save Mayuri. I chose none of them. Theoretically, it's not possible. Theoretically, it's not impossible, but it is impossible for me.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry.
僕
I didn't stop to think about your feelings.
だけど
It's not impossible, is it?
無
There's
理な
still
は
one
ず
more
ないで
way.
すよ僕が。
それはダメだ。
There's no meaning to our choice if we do that. I chose Luca over Mayuri. That's all there is to it.
お願いします岡部さん。僕まゆりちゃんをど
Save Mayuri.
俺は
うしてですか。
俺がそれを選んだんだ。
I can't keep on hurting people to feed my ego.
それに
If we go back to the original world line, there's no guarantee we avoid Mayuri's death.
俺は
I won't sacrifice anyone's memories, your memories, for a
誰か
small
の思
chance.
いを。だから
It's over.
岡部さん。でも
This is unforgivable.
僕は
I don't deserve to live like this.
僕が
How can I go
女の子であ
on?
るということがそのことが重すぎてどうしてあの時どうして
お前は何も負い目を感じ
You
る
have nothing to be ashamed of. It was my choice.
すべては俺の
Commit, dude. We already re-killed Ferris's dad. This ending is so bad.
マユリを殺した
I killed Mayuri. The guilt is mine. I'm the one with power of gods. The one who chose Mayuri's fate. Therefore, I'm the one who must bear the responsibility. I want you to be happy. How can I possibly be happy
ゆりちゃんが死んだのは
when Mayuri died because of me?
お前のせいじゃない
Never say that again. You may be sad now,
お
but
前にはマユリの分
I want you to keep going forward and live enough for Mayuri too.
生き
I don't want that.
そんな
Luca
の
clings to
嫌
me,
です
staring into my eyes without wiping away tears.
僕は
Let's bear the burden together.
一緒に
Don't be ridiculous.
俺は
I'm a man disconnected from causality. I chose to stand by and let Mayuri die.
殺しにする選択をした人間で
This phrases it like Luca's identity problems are to blame. Yeah, it definitely feels that way. That's why I think this ending's so bad. Like, they've already hinted that several times. And then they've talked about it being the forbidden path and shit. Like, this has to be a bad end. The other, like, bad ends have been happy endings, but this one is bad. Like, Suzuha's ending, like, Rintaro and Suzuha go off to, like, go back to the past together and, like, create their happy future. In Ferris's ending, they become a loving couple that, like, go on to win tournaments and Mayuri lives. And this ending, they're like, oh, nope, it's awful, this is bad, everyone dies, it's tragic, and it's all your fault because you chose this one. It's just weird.
それなら僕だって因果の輪からは外れ僕の記憶の中にまゆりちゃんの命と引き換えに僕が女として生きているんだっていうことも僕たち
We're accomplices. Christina said the same thing. We're accomplices.
この
This sadness, this guilt,
二人で
I want us to embrace them so we don't forget.
忘れずに
はあ分かったよ
This one's like they become a couple to cope. There's no sense of happiness. Yeah, it's just weird. And then, yeah, Mayuri dies. Everyone else is now, like, really sad about the whole loss. Yeah, they're just, like, only together for, no reason. Luca's probably happier in the Ferris ending. Yeah, it's just so weird. It sucks. You can really tell there's just, like, a lot of stereotypes that's really playing into this one having to be bad. Like, oh, you can't pick this choice.
一緒に
ずっと僕まゆりちゃん
I know I'm betraying Mayuri, but I love you. Bro. That's, like, not even a betrayal. Like, it's so weird because you know Mayuri as a character would be super happy for her friends to live on and be happy together and not feel bad about it. Like... I know it's not like a canon ending, so it's not like really like attributing anything to the characters, but it's just so odd. I'm sorry, Mayuri.
ねえ岡部さん僕
There's one thing I should have done for Mayuri but didn't. But I should cosplay.
コスプレです
Yeah.
ルカちゃんがキラリちゃんのルカちゃんってねまゆしルカちゃんって普段コスプレするとだからねそしたらね今より積極的な性格になってねもしかすると
時間を遡る装置
Your time machine take me back?
戻るって
You want to go back?
お前本気なの
You
か
serious? Nobody's used the time leap machine but me. It's never failed, but if something does happen, it might not be reversible. CERN's test subjects turned into jellymen. Something like that could happen to them, or they could lose their memory like Suzuha did.
危険すぎる
It's dangerous. So far, I'm the only one who's used
お
it.
願いします
Please.
せめて最後に
I want to see
まゆりちゃん
Mayuri
に
off with a
笑顔
smile.
でいて僕
Because I wasn't able to do anything for her.
だがお前は
Thought you couldn't handle otaku.
確かに
I'm scared, but this is something I have to do.
僕は岡部さ
I
ん
want to truly be the same as you.
その装置を使え
If
ば
I use that device, I'll be completely
因
disconnected,
果の
won't
輪
I?
からそれで
Then I can feel what you feel.
だから
Please. Luca truly cares for me and Mayuri. In the end, I grant their wish. Just a few days ago, Mayuri, Christina, Daro, and I were here laughing together, but now no one is here. With Mayuri gone, nothing seems to remain but days and dreams. The lab feels empty. I hide those feelings and lead Luca to the development room. Luckily, the TV is on downstairs, so we can start the time leap when ready.
飛び先は
What time will you jump to?
あの日の
The
朝
morning of that day.
前日に飛んだりす
If I
る
jump to the day before, I don't think I'll be mentally stable enough to accept it as reality.
どういうだか
That's
ら
why. She's choosing the morning of the fateful day so they can cosplay with a smile. To jump to that day would take at least 3 consecutive leaps. Will they be able to get all the way to the 15th? Despite my worries, Luca remains undaunted.
無事に飛んだら
Once you've leaped safely, get in touch with me. I'm sure I'll help you
そ
get
う
to
したらきっ
Mayuri.
と俺はお前をマユリの
What
とこ
if
に
they
連れて行って
both time leaped here? Right? Or is this creating another divergence? This is kind of interesting.
はい
Okay. I cover Luca's head with the time leap headgear. They're shaking. That's understandable. Even I'm starting to get tense. My heart feels like it's about to explode. This is the first time leap machine experiment with a subject other than me. I can't stop thinking about the worst case.
心配するな
Don't worry, your brain's gonna hurt a bit, but the pain will go away.
すぐ収まる
Okay.
はい
向こうについても
You must not get distracted once you reach the other side. Calm down and
落
grasp
ち
your
着いて状
surroundings.
況を理解するんだ大丈夫
It'll be okay. I'm with you.
俺がついている
Kokichi Oma. Hi, I just joined. Hey, what's up, man? I'm going.
行きます
I nod and hide the shaking of my fingertips.
きっと戻ってき
I'm
ます
sure
か
to
ら
be sure to come back.
あ
I'll be waiting. I
待ってるぞ
smile. Immediately afterward, discharge fills the room. I open my eyes wide in wonder as Luca's body begins to shine. The building shakes. The smell of ozone fills the air. I can hardly keep my eyes
岡
open.
部さん
Luca's cry is cut short. I'm going to start the, If this time leap ends with Luca just brain fried, and they're like, yeah, nah, no one else can time leap. I'm just gonna reload the save. And then, like, continue on the main path. If this just, like, kills Luca,
こ
what?
こは
This time I wasn't the one who leaped, but nevertheless I teleported from the lab to the shrine. Did the world line change? Reading Steiner didn't activate. Why? Was it because of Luca's change to the past? I look to the side, and there I see Luca.
写真
Want to see the pictures?
見ますか？
写真
Pictures? What?
行ってきたん
It
です。
worked. I did it.
僕覚えてないんですか？
Don't you remember?
岡部さん。
You suddenly started acting different
様子
just
が変わ
now.
りましたけど。
お前が過去
Right after you left, I found
そ
myself
の直
standing
後
here.
に小見間には
Did you
行
go?
ってきたのか？
Luca bursts into tears and nods. I take out a few pictures and hand them to me.
まゆりちゃん、
Mayuri was so happy.
とても
I look at the first picture.
嬉しそうでした。
I gasp in surprise.
俺もお前も
Looks like we got carried away. I realize I'm
はしゃ
crying.
ぎすぎだよな。
We got carried away. Everyone's wearing their normal outfit. Except Luca. I thought he was gonna have on at least the Code Geass cosplay or something. We're all smiling. Why did this music just start playing? God. Okay. What an awful ending that was. Jeez. That one's so bad. Alright, we're gonna... as soon as the credits are done, we're gonna go back to the main timeline and continue the story as it goes, but yikes. I hate this whole fucking chapter, and this bad end is even, like, worse on top of it. Jeez. I can't tell if I've gotten... This is probably the lowest viewership the Steins Gate playthrough has gotten so far. I can't tell if it's because people are upset that I don't like how this chapter is going, or is it because that this chapter is just not well liked? It's probably one of the two. But I mean, I'm never gonna lie about how I feel if people are like, "Ooh, I don't like that this guy doesn't like the chapter," and then like they'll stop watching because of that. Like if that's how you feel, it's too bad. I'm never gonna like fake how I feel or react to something to make people happy. If it costs me views, whatever. But I also wouldn't be surprised if the viewership is lower just because this chapter is not popular. So yeah, AK asked earlier how I would feel like if I would re-rank that chapter. Like I said, I don't know if I'm able to, Okay. Link of corruption. Bruh, they even call it corruption. Okay. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I'm not sure if I can like write that chapter delicately enough, but basically, I mean, I would have gone back to the beginning of the game and not like made every time they talk about Luca the butt of the joke, and then I definitely would have spent a lot less time making it seem like Luca and Rintaro's fault that Mayuri dies there. Those would have been the biggest changes I made. I don't think you're fully understanding Luca's character. I disagree. I feel like, nah. I feel like there's a lot of things for Luca's character that are, like, being written for, like, when the game was written. Nah. I don't know. I'm ready to be done with this chapter. I think there's a lot of cope for this character, I'm guessing, for people are a fan of the series that defend this. A lot of people, including the writer, view it differently. Sure. I don't know. Chapter 9. Divergence is now 0.5. Yeah, I don't, because I'm guessing a lot of those those opinions are probably stuff like, oh, they're not really transgender. They're just homosexual, and they're ashamed of that. As I'm guessing what the people are associating as, oh, that's the character. Just seems like a rough take. Still at the shrine, but I no longer feel Luca. I turn around. Luca's standing a short distance away. No tears, just a bewildered smile. My chest feels like it's about to burst. I hold it back.
No.
Hey.
Luca,
はい。
お前は
You're...
男だよな。
はい。そうですけど。
お前は
That's what the writer says.
俺のこと
Yeah, okay. Whatever.
好きか。
いきなり。
好きか。
尊敬してます。男に戻ったら岡部さんへのこの気持ち封印しなくちゃいけないから。
ありがとう。お前にはこれからもずっと俺の弟子でいてほしい。
え、はい、もちろんです。
World lines changed. Which means the IBN should be here. The whole thing reminds me of, like, I guess it's the current situation going on with Guilty Gear. And that Bridget character. Is kind of what it reminds me of. And people are freaking out about that. They're like, oh, well, that's, you know, that was never the character. They're just changing it now. I don't know. I guess we shouldn't get into all that, but still. That's what this reminds me of that. And people are, like, hard denying it. When it's just more like a product of its time. It's likely I've averted Mayuri's death for another day, but just in case, I should go back to the lab.
ルカ子
Do you remember breaking an old computer in the shrine?
古いパソコン。
No, I don't remember anything like that. I don't really understand computers. I haven't played with them.
ろくに触ったこともないんです。
父上に合わせ
Go
て
get your father. So now he can time leap on this world line, right? An old computer? Yeah. I'll go check. It's to the storeroom out back, just like the previous world line. But on the previous world line, the IBN was no longer in the storehouse. How will it turn out? Luca's dad returns, his expression grave. That's all the answer I need. Nothing's changed. It's gone. I couldn't find it. So what was the original divergent at the start of the game? 0.57? The lock to the storehouse was broken. Someone may have stolen it. Stolen it? It didn't disappear. A thief took it. There's evidence someone dragged something heavy away. That wasn't there at the end of last year's cleaning. The lock wasn't broken when I checked last month. Never expected a thief would break in. Shouldn't we report it? While they discuss what to do, I sigh and consider the situation. This isn't gonna work. IBN is still out of reach. There are 2 D-mails left to cancel. Something tells me that if I cancel just one more, I can get the IBN back. But which one? I don't understand, but don't be sad. Just go it matters not, like you always do. I chuckle. You're using that phrase wrong, you know? I wave goodbye and leave. See, they're even bringing back the whole thing of making Luca being a joke. Just rubs me the wrong way. First, the one I sent to myself for winning the Lotto 6 numbers. That one should be easy to cancel. The problem's the other one, the one sent by someone I wish I could forget. Mocha. I know the gist of her D-mail since she sent it as part of our early experiments. When Mocha asked to send a D-mail, I agreed under 2 conditions. Make the contents simple enough that the D-mail's effects would be obvious. Second, make the contents public to all members. Mocha ended up sending a D-mail to prevent herself from buying a new phone. The D-mail was sent on July 31st, an easy date. The question is how it relates to the theft of the IBN. It must be the butterfly effect. This time, however, I'll not hesitate to do what's necessary. Mocha doesn't deserve any sympathy, plus her thing is just getting a new phone. I feel like the secret is she must have sent another email. Like, she must have showed them the text, and then quickly, because she's got those shining fingers, deleted that and like, wrote something more important to like her mission or something. I'll show Mocha no mercy. There's one problem. The cancellation D-mail needs to be sent from Mocha's phone. I don't think a message from me telling her not to change phones would sway her intentions. I need her phone, but I don't know where to find her. What do I do? I return to the lab and set things up so I can time leap at a moment's notice. Fortunately, that's not necessary. I barely ate today, so I was hungry. Is there more tomorrow? And the day after. Mary just got back from Comic-Con 30 minutes ago. She and Christina, who stayed behind at the lab, have just finished eating cup noodles. It's already past 8 and so far nothing's happened. Mary is still alive. Going by the pattern, her death has been postponed until about this time tomorrow. Is this the will of a higher being? God, fate of the universe? Or is it merely coincidence? That doesn't matter. Mary's got an early day tomorrow, so I'm going home. Mary takes a big stretch and starts getting ready. She's been up since 5. Looks like she plans to wake up early tomorrow, too. That reminds me. I haven't seen Daru at all. He's fighting in the Comic-Con Wars, Holy War 2, so that doesn't surprise me. Busy checking his spoils, I guess. Why don't you come too? I'll pass. My assistant looks like she wants to go.
Huh?
Huh? Christina jumps at my answer.
ちょっと岡部、
Don't put words
何
in my
勝
mouth.
手に捏造してんのよ。
さっきまで興味津々なよう
I saw your eyes sparkling while you listened to Mayuri's cosplay stories.
そうだけど、
Nobody said
誰も
anything
行く
about
とは言
going.
ってない。
行こう
Come
よ
on.
クリスチャン
I know Christina's an at Chandler, but is she an otaku? Not all at Chandlers are otaku, but she's often hinted at an interest. Are they not?
お断りよ。人が
No
多
way.
すぎて
I'd suffocate in a crowd like that.
今日と比べるとね
It's not as crowded on day 2. If you're worried, come in the afternoon.
午後から
All the popular stuff will be sold out.
そのものなんだから
岡部がついてきなさいよ。
You go.
あんた、まゆりの
You're
保護者
Mayuri's
でしょ。
guardian, aren't you?
違うよ
No, I'm his hostage.
ね
あ、はいはい。
Right.
そうだったの。人質に逃げられちゃま
Oh,
ず
you
いで
don't
し
want
ょ
your hostage to escape? Shouldn't you take her along in handcuffs or something?
俺にはこの
I've
赤
got
羽で
business.
やらな
何よ。
What do you mean,
やらなきゃな
business?
らないことって。
The search for Mocha. I already sent her an email. We need to talk, and now I'm waiting for her reply. Something tells me it's not gonna work.
無言ってことは
No answer?
単に行きた
I
くない
guess it was just an excuse. Do we still have the last email? I feel like Shining Finger didn't respond to the last email we sent. Oh yeah, because we're on a different world line. We don't have the message where we told her that we had an IBN. Right. I appreciate the consistency of the phone's inbox changing every time. To match.
クリスティーナ話がある
Christina, we need to talk.
ま
Abrupt as usual? What do you mean?
また
た別に
Nothing.
何
What you gonna talk about?
あのね
You two have been really close lately, huh? You're always talking together.
仲良しさんだよねマユシーも
Merely really wants to join in on your secret meetings.
タイムリープマシーンについての
We've been talking about the time leap machine. It would just be gibberish
お
to
そら
you.
くマユリが参加しても
Not entirely accurate, but not a lie either.
そして
The purpose of this particular discussion is to convince Christina to attend. Prepare for good
い
news,
い子にして
Mayuri.
こいつを
Thanks.
ありがとねオカリ
Miri waits in the lab as I take Christina outside.
というわけで
So,
クリス
コミマに行くつもりがないから
I feel like this would be more effective if they both, like, smoked. Not only, is smoking cool, but this would give them a reason to, like, go on smoke breaks and, like, go away from Mayuri to talk. Just a random tangent. I don't know.
お前さっき
We've talked. You said again. We've talked like this
ここ
before,
で
just
こう
the
して
two of
1
us.
対1での相談を
ついに記憶に錯
Losing
乱
your
が見
memory
られる
now?
ようになったか
Does our little mad scientist have
サイエン
an
ティストさんは
ah,
アセ
Jesus,
チ
I
ル
can't
コ
read
リン
this
が
one.
減少してるんじゃない
Acetylcholine deficiency?
真面目に答
I'm
え
being serious.
あんた
You're acting weird. What's going on?
頼む
I need to know.
答えるも何も岡部がさっき言った通り
Yeah, this is like the 5th time you brought me outside to talk about the time leap machine.
二人で
俺がタイムリープし
Have
て
we
いる
talked
ことに
about
つ
my
いて
time leaping? She opens her eyes wide. Then she gives me an angry glare.
知ってるの
You're time leaping? I nod.
かれこれ10回以
More
上
than a dozen times already.
そんなに
What the hell are you doing?
何勝手な真似してんのよ
Looks like she doesn't know anything. That's only natural. So far, I've changed world lines a total of 3 times. Let's call the first world line where Mayuri died Alpha 1. The world line where Ferris and I fought the viral attackers in 2. And the world line where I dated Luca 3. Now I'm in 4. From my perspective, Alpha 1, 2, 3 were undone by the D-males. But for Christina and everyone else on Alpha 4, those world lines were nothing but separate, intangible possibilities to begin with. I guess I have to explain this again. I sigh heavily and then begin.
おおむね把握した。
I get it. After I'm done, Christina sighs and lightly pats my arm.
あんまり
Don't wear yourself out.
無茶しないで。
助手に励まされるとは
It's a disgrace to be comforted by my assistant.
なんで屈辱な
Why
の
do you
よ。
always like that? I'm trying to be
せっかく優
nice.
しくして
You
やった
really
の
fool
に。
yourself, you know?
ほんといちいち偉そう。
同情などいらない
I don't need your sympathy. Everything that's happened is my fault. I'm just getting what I deserve.
って
Come to think of it, every time I explain this to you, I always end up
か
hating
れこれ
myself.
4回目か5回目か
岡部
俺の心配よ
Don't
り
worry.
マユリ
Don't
の
worry
心
about
配
me.
をして
Worry
る
about Mayuri.
おそらくマユリ
Mayuri
は
will
明日
probably die tomorrow. I don't know how. Mayuri stays away from the lab. She can probably avoid running into Mocha and her men. Doesn't matter though. She'll die all the same. All Alpha World lines converge on her death. Escaping the attractor field is the only way to save her.
お前には悪いと
Sorry.
思うが
I don't want you to be there when she dies.
明日
I want you to be there.
コミマに行け。
That's why you want me to go to Comic-Con?
死は回避できない
There's nothing we can do to prevent her
抵
death.
抗は無駄だ
Just stay close and
お
tell me
前
when
が
it
見届けて
happens.
お前からの連絡
Once
が
I
来た
know, I'll make the time leap.
タイムリープする
マユリが死ぬのが
Can't believe there's nothing we can do.
何もでき全然実感が湧かない。
It doesn't feel real, but it's the truth, isn't it?
事実
I
なん
can
です
see it in your eyes.
あんた大丈夫？
Are you okay?
大丈夫じゃない
No. I still haven't saved Mayuri.
マユリのこともそうだ
That's
し
not what I meant. She interrupts me.
私が
Are
聞いたの
you
は
okay?
あんたのこと。
俺がどうしたって
I don't follow. Hang on, I'm gonna grab a drink. You're carrying an awful burden. It's rare for her to look concerned.
言っただろ
I told you not to worry. It's Mayuri you need to worry
マ
about.
ユリの心配をしろ俺は明日
Tomorrow I'm going to go looking for Mocha. If Mayuri doesn't die, I can postpone the time leap. If Mayuri does die, I'll return to the past.
できれば
I wish there was some
マ
way
ユリ
that
の
Mayuri
痛みを
wouldn't have to
させた
suffer.
くないがな
だったら今からタイムリープしちゃえば
Why
い
don't
い
you time leap now?
この世界線において
I can't plan effectively without knowing the deadline.
こんなこと言うとなんだけど
I don't want to see Mayuri die either, you know.
私は
気持ちはわかるが
I know how you feel, but you're the only
頼
one I
む
can
のは
ask.
お前しかいない
随分信用されてるのね
Where does trust come from?
何しろお
You're
前
my assistant after all.
俺の助手だからな
She forces a laugh at my feeble attempt at a joke. You're full of yourself.
偉そうに
We have our plan. Christina will go to her first Comic-Con. Mayuri will be delighted when I tell her the news. I haven't seen Mayuri all day. Several texts. Morning, Ocarine. I'm heading out. Joined up with Mayuri. We're headed out. I'm kind of excited. Oh, look at her. I had no idea it would be this crowded. Save me. ORZ. What does ORZ stand for? Emoticon representing a kneeling or comically fallen over person. Oh, I get it. This is cute that over text, Christina is like more willing to be open with Rentaro and say things that she would never say. Too bad I can't respond to them. I want to be with her, of course, but it's not possible. Mocha hasn't replied, which means I've got to find her. Fortunately, I don't know anything about her. My only clue is Arc Rewrite, the company Mocha supposedly worked at. I find it after a quick search online. Sure enough, their business is producing articles for PC magazines. Luckily, their office is here. I try calling, but it goes to voicemail. I guess they're still closed for the holiday. Maybe it's just a bad time. Looks like I've got no choice but to visit in person. This must be like a front for CERN activity, I'm guessing. It's the second day of Comic-Con and Akiba is deserted. Most of the otaku are lined up at the big site right now. Mocha Arc's pretty good, I'm hoping. And dark. I'm totally fine with dark themes. I mean, most of the game seems to be pretty dark thematically. But I'm into that. Was Mocha's text sent second? Yeah, the Lotto 6 was the first email sent, right? I've experienced the craze of Comic-Con several times firsthand. It's a literal war. I've never been to a Comic-Con. Have any of you guys? I know Guy's been to one. I went to like a Comic-Con, but it wasn't really one. I forget what it's called. Oh yeah. Fantastic-Con was actually the con I went to. It was like the smallest little thing. It was basically just like they were selling a bunch of stuff. There was nothing really going on. They were just selling a bunch of like nerdy comic stuff. It might as well have been like a sales like fair thing. And they had a couple like things on display, but that was it. It was super lame. I do want to go to like a Comic-Con one day. I wanted to go to like Chicago Comic-Con or something. I went to a local big anime convention. Yeah. I actually bought a, should I show it on stream? I don't think I've ever showed it before. I don't even know if it's that cool or anything, but I bought this, like, Spawn comic, first edition one. That was really cool. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. I normally have this like hanging on my wall, but it's a yeah, it's too reflective. But it's a Spawn #1 copy. It's rated a 9.4 in condition. It's very cool. Spawn's like my favorite comic book character. I normally have that hanging up. You bought Mayuri art? Oh my god, actually, there was Steins Gate stuff there? That's cool. That comic was so expensive, too. But yeah, the one I went to wasn't even that busy. There's mostly people just like selling stuff. What comic was that? Spawn, #1. Here. Most of it's like, there's a lot of green on it and it's reflective, so you can't really tell the computer monitor. But it's highly rated. I don't know if that means it's actually worth anything, but I think it's cool. How much was that? It was like, I think it was like $200 or something. It scares me when Mayuri goes alone. I can't help but imagine her trampled by a horde of crazed otaku. But in reality, Mayuri is surprisingly quick and tough. I've seen her weave through crowds like you wouldn't believe. Christina is the one more likely to get trampled. I can't help but feel sorry. Maybe it was wrong to ask her to go. I find the ARC rewrite office in a fancy-looking building on the outskirts of Akiba. You were a vendor for your college club? That sounds cool. I was never a part of any like clubs in college. Most of my free time in college, I was always like working or trying to do my YouTube channel. Sometimes I wish I was just a part of a club, though. I think it might have been fun. This is a new background screen. I take the elevator up, but there's nobody there. I lean against the wall and wait. After about 30 minutes, a man dressed in a shirt and tie appears. I explain I'm a relative of Mocha and ask for her contact info. He gives an unexpected answer. We don't have an employee by that name. You don't? I can't believe the super spy secret agent lied to me about her name and place. What? I've been tricked. I should have known better. Mocha's working for Sir, and of course her place of employment is fake. Is this the end of the line? Just as I'm about to turn and leave, the man pounds his hand as if he remembered something. I thought this said pounds my hand. Like just fucking cracks him. There was a girl who worked here just 2 days before disappearing. I think her name might have been Kiryu. No, not the guy from... I'm not talking about the guy from the game I'll never play. I'm talking about Mocha. We might still have a resume. I frantically bow my head and ask him to look for it. He's reluctant, but acquiesces. Do people, like, actively bow in Japan? Is that just kind of like the equivalent to an American handshake? Like when you're like, ah, thanks, and you shake someone's hand? The pandemic really did kind of kill handshakes, huh? Now that I think about it. It's a formal thing, different from handshakes, maybe. But I can't remember the last time, like, I shook someone's hand. At most, I feel like fist bumps have been replaced as a more, like, common thing nowadays. Because I remember, like, my last formal business meeting, I was meeting, like, an important boss at work. And even they didn't shake my hand. They were like, fist bump. And I was like, okay, this is weird. Hey, what's up, Neku? How you doing, man? I haven't seen you in the chat much lately. We are at... where are we at? Chapter 9. We're looking to undo Mocha's D-mail, where she told herself to get a different phone. Has anyone shook hands in a formal setting after 2006? Yeah, I do all the time. Or I used to all the time. Like, every meeting I would go to at work would be like a walk around and shake everyone's hand thing. Oh, yes, 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 I'm this person, and yes, 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 quite. But my previous job, I was in sales, so, like, kind of had to do that. This is not the sort of place you'd expect a single young woman to live. I feel a strange unease as I approach. For some reason, there's a police car parked in front. Oh, she's dead. A uniformed officer standing out front. In one room on the second floor, Mocha's has a blue sheet covering the door. What's going on? Oh, a twist. Was she murdered? I walk up to the officer. The person who lives there move. Cop's gonna be like, fuck off, kid. You don't joke about this.
Huh?
No. Then, are you related?
知り合い
I
です。
knew her.
何も
You haven't
聞
heard?
いてないの？
He looks uncomfortable. The bad feeling in my gut's getting worse. Why would we have a bad feeling about this? Don't we not like Mocha?
何が
What happened?
自殺だよ。
Suicide. Why? She couldn't find the IBN? There's a lot of suicidal themes in this game. It's like the second character, right? Huh? Suicide. Why?
それは
When?
いつ
昨日だ。
Yesterday.
そ
No
ご遺
way.
体は近くの千代田第三
They
病
took
院
her
に運
to
ばれてる。
Chiyoda Third Central Hospital.
身寄りが誰もいないみ
Doesn't
たい
look
で
like she had
ね。
any
困っ
relatives.
てたんだ。
We don't know
会い
who
に
to
行ってたん
notify.
だな。
Will you go see the body? A cop wouldn't ask a random person to go see the body. What? I mean, yeah, sure though. I will. I bow my head thanks and leave. Dead. Mocha's dead? That doesn't make sense. Suicide. The Mocha who killed Mayuri in cold blood committed suicide? Is this part of a conspiracy? Could her own men have killed her, then made it look like a suicide? Today's the 16th. Our World Line Alpha 1, Mocha raided the lab on the 13th. 3 days have passed. Each time I chain world lines, Mayuri's death gets pushed back one day. So does Mocha's raid. It hasn't happened yet. So why'd she die? But if Mocha's dead, who would lead the raid? Mayuri's just gonna get fucking death noted by the author again. I don't get it. This is the first time it's happened. How should I deal with this? What should I do? I squat on the ground and cradle my head in confusion. Can't we time leap? If Mocha's dead, maybe Mayuri doesn't die. I don't think Convergence is that kind. Fate demands Mayuri's death. Whenever I try to stop it, something interferes. True, I'm the only one who's meddled with the timeline, but haven't I paid the price already? How did all this happen? What if the Convergence just demands Mocha or Mayuri's death? It's in every Alpha line. The time leap machine gets completed on the 13th or 14th, correct? A few weeks ago, I was just a college student with a severe case of Chinyabyo. Save for Mayuri's grandmother, I've never experienced the death of anyone close to me. Death had no place in my life. But how many times have I faced death these past days? Or even, more when you count the loops I've made. My heart can't take it. I don't know how much longer I can go on. One more. Just one more D-mail to cancel. If I could just get my hands on Mocha's phone. But isn't the problem once we get the IBN that we really didn't know how to use the machine anyway? Isn't this just going to set up another one?
タイムリープだ。
Mocha died yesterday around noon. I can go back to before that happened. The reason she died isn't important. Whether Mayuri's murderer kills herself is of no concern to me. I just need to cancel her mail. Yikes. Dark. Upon returning to the lab, I casually look up at the window. And what I see shocks me.
放電現象
An electrical discharge. Someone's using the machine. Who? Mayuri and Daru are at Kamiya. Not even Christina should be here. I asked her to escort Mayuri. Besides, she's against changing the past. So who? The building shakes. The vibration reaches the street. I can't let this happen. The timeline can't be tampered with. I need to stop it. Yeah, wait, who? I race up the stairs. By the time I get there, the shaking stopped. I quietly peek. Nobody's there. The door was unlocked. Anyone could have walked right in. How could we be careless? The time leap machine is still faintly warm, so somebody did use it, but who? Did they time leap? This is the first time someone else has used the machine. Just to make sure I check. As expected, the history's been erased. The same thing happens when we send email. There's nothing I can do. It worries me, but I have to focus on Mocha. But why would the person have just disappeared without reading Steiner activating? Right? I set up the machine. The maximum leap time is 48 hours. To leap more than that, you need to leap 48 hours and then leap again. The TV's on. That's plain as day since the discharge occurred. I put on the headgear. Preparations complete. Should I leap now? Don't be ridiculous, of course I should. There's not another ending here where we don't leap, is there? Is this a new chapter? Yeah, this is chapter 9. Just a little more and I can save Mayuri once and for all. There isn't a Mocha ending. I kind of don't want to leap right now, though, and figure out who the fuck just left. I know what will happen if I don't leap now. Mayuri will die and I'll taste that pain. There's only minor branches, so they end up the same way anyway. Then I'll leap. It's the same either way. Yeah, but we might as well hit the deadline. I close my phone. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. We're just wasting time if we leap now. There's no need to rush. Calm down. I can endure the pain. I should exploit my one advantage, the time leap machine, to the fullest extent, and that means knowing exactly when Mayuri will die. The pattern suggests Mayuri's death should happen around 7 or 8. Things are a little different. Mocha killed herself before Mayuri was scheduled to die. How much influence will that have? There's a chance Mayuri won't die. We might already have won. There's a true ending flag. Interesting. Wonder if we got it. I have no obligation to save Mocha. I'll wait until Christina contacts me. It's 12:30 now, so there's still about 7 hours left. I hear nothing but the slow, steady tick of the clock. The sound's echoing in my head. Even if I plug my ears, it doesn't stop. I don't think you've reached it yet. But I heard there were multiple true ending flags. I spent several hours searching for the IBN, but as expected, I found nothing. I still can't imagine how Mocha's D-mail affected the computer's whereabouts. What does her phone model have to do with anything? Does keeping the same phone somehow tell her there's an IBN? That doesn't make sense. Even the butterfly effect must have limits. But on the other hand, truth is often stranger than fiction. I almost said friction. Yes, friction is very odd. Sometimes the simplest things have consequences no one could imagine. So I can't rule it out. In other words, I've got nothing. Good. You hate to see it. I twist my lips into a sneer of self-mockery. It's 7:46, the moment of truth. If Mayuri is indeed fated to die today, I should be hearing from her soon. I hope nothing happens. All that I ask is to hear Mayuri's voice and to know once and for all that she's safe. An artificial melody cuts through the silence. Hello? She's... I don't... Why? Christina's sobbing. So I know. She saw Mayuri die. She's just... I saw it happen. She's dead. Mayuri's dead. This can't be. She suddenly collapsed. Why? It doesn't make any sense. She's not breathing. She won't answer at all. What should I do? Help, please, Mary's dead.
すまなかっ
I'm sorry for making you go through this. With that, I hang up.
た。押し
Maybe
付
it's because I didn't see it happen, or maybe my heart's simply grown numb. But this time, I don't feel much pain. I hate myself. I pound my fist against the table. As expected, the deadline's around 8 on the 16th. How many times has she died now? Let's count. The initial shooting, getting run over, getting stabbed in the taxi, hit by the train, heart attack, this heart attack. So at least 6 or 7 now? I probably missed one, but yeah, at least 6 or 7 now, right? Unless I change the world line, Mayuri will die. I put on the headgear and activate the leap machine. I must obtain Mocha's phone, no matter what it takes. This chapter has a part you've been curious about? Did we get it? Or did I miss it? I make several consecutive leaps to travel back to the 11th. Ooh. When I arrive, it's past 8. Is that the first time that Rintaro has made the consecutive leaps? Or Okabe? I know I'm so used to calling him Rintaro, but everyone calls him Okabe.
出かけてくれ。
I'm heading out. I leave the lab without waiting. I head to Mocha's ratty apartment. There's no sign of the police. This is dangerous territory. I would get nervous to leap anywhere before the time leap machine completed, because it's completed on the 13th. I would especially be nervous about time leaping on a world line that I hadn't been to. Hey, what's up, Kaiser? He did it on the Luca chapter? Oh, okay. Mocha's suicide won't happen for another 4 days. Are you coming back to the lab today? I'm busy right now. I run up the stairs and stand in front of the door. The lights aren't on. I get anxious. Maybe she's not here. There's no intercom, so I knock. No reply. Might as well try. The door's unlocked. I take a deep breath. This could be a trap. Remember, we're not dealing with an ordinary person. Mocha's a rounder, an agent of CERN. If I die here, what happens to Mayuri? Will Christina or Daru use the time leap machine to save her? I need to be careful. At the same time, I can't save Mayuri doing nothing. I can't believe he's about to, like, break in and enter without a weapon in self-defense. I mean, if you're gonna commit a crime, have the tools, right? I steel myself and open the door and peek inside. The apartment is dark, too dark to see. What do we got here? Oh, she's got a little bunny calendar. This is like, something tells me that she's still like a normal girl, but just trapped in a bad situation. Or has been brainwashed or something. She's got a little bag. She's got headphones and music. I feel someone. I step inside. The apartment's empty. Minimal furnishings. Only the barest necessities of life. But there by the window is a figure in the moonlight. Oh, is the game about to creep me the fuck out? A woman is sitting on the floor, her head bowed. No one else. I approached the woman and stared down at her, gritting my teeth in a desperate effort to maintain control. Ever since the first time she killed Mayuri, I've tried my best to avoid thinking about her. But now I have no choice. I can't accomplish my goal until I have the answers I need. Oh, she's got her phone in hand. I must obtain the IBN to escape the Alpha Attractor Field and rescue Mayuri. I had another name for her once. It hurts to remember. I force it to the back of my mind. Can you hear me? Her fingers twitch. She lifts her head. She doesn't look up, but she stares at my feet. Who? She speaks in a frail voice. She's always had trouble speaking, but it seems especially severe today. Because, like, you don't commit suicide if you're committed to this goal. I notice her hair and clothes are disheveled. She looks awful. I suppose that's no surprise, given she kills herself in 4 days. FB? Is it you? FB? I've heard that name. If I'm not mistaken, that's your superior's code name. Why won't you contact me? I did everything you told me to. The phone in her hand glows faintly. She's still clinging to it, I see. Did I do something wrong? I'll fix it, I promise. Just don't abandon me. I'll do anything for you. Please answer me. Give me orders, I'll obey. Tell me what to do. Tell me. Tell me. So she's absolutely brainwashed. Do we remember when Suzuha, like, made the joke about, like, the brainwashing being a chip in the eyelid? Can we check Mocha for that? Like, we don't randomly mention that, right? So she's, like, having withdrawals from being ordered by, like, the person brainwashing her. So the brainwashing maybe drives her to madness without, like, constant contact. I'm at a loss for words. I wasn't expecting to find her in such a miserable state. She was so cold and calm when she killed Mayuri. I mean, she was muttering to herself in insanity while she killed Mayuri. She was like, 4 CERN, 4 FB, 4 CERN, 4 FB. Like, trying to tell herself and justify herself killing Mayuri. So it was clear she wasn't, like, stoked about killing her in the first place. She was almost, like, at the point of breakdown then. It's like she's a different person. Is this another effect of the world line change? It's only been a week since she sent her D-mail. How could she have changed so much? Oh, does the new phone prevent her from being in contact with FB? Is that why she didn't want one? I get on my knees and shake her by the shoulders. Can you hear me? FB, why won't you answer? Hey, it's me. No response. She just keeps crying and mumbling to herself. I shake her harder, but she doesn't react. Doesn't even resist. Looking down, I notice she's typing rapidly. Bewildered, I look. FB, 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 FB. What the? What happened to Mocha? From what little I understand, it sounds like she's lost contact with her supervisor. I don't understand how that could turn her into such a wreck. It doesn't matter, I really don't care what happens to her. I'm here for one thing. Recalling my purpose, I reach for her phone. No! A sharp crack echoes. She slapped my hand. It didn't hurt, but her reaction was quick. She curls up into a ball, hugging the phone. It was like this from the moment I met her. She never let go of her phone, not even for a second. It's as if it was the only thing keeping her alive. No mails. No mails. You mean from FB? No mails. I make several more attempts to take away her phone while she babbles incoherently, but she just slaps my hand away. Next I try persuasion. I promise to help her search for FB if she lends me her phone. It's a lie, of course. Though come to think of it, I would like a piece of FB, too. But that can wait until after I've saved Mayuri. Dude, I called from the beginning that Moko was going to be one of the more interesting characters. I think this is really fascinating. What the fuck is up with her? Mocha doesn't buy it, if she heard me at all. We're not getting anywhere. Maybe I should just take it from her by force. What if she tries to kill me? In her current state, she might not have the strength to retaliate. On the other hand, if she does, there's not much I can do against someone with a gun. What should I do? Her gun. Where would she keep it? I quickly scan the room, but there's no sign of it. Christina's calling.
もしもし。
Hello? I stand up and move to the entrance, where I can take the call without letting Mocha out of my sight. I still think Suzuha is the most interesting. That's a fair take. I like Suzuha too.
今どこよ
Where are you?
悪いが取り込み中だ。
Sorry, busy.
女
Is it a woman? You're with a woman, aren't you? Why is Christina always so jealous? I mean, I know she likes us. This is why I feel like we should just, you know, let her know how we feel. Why would she immediately jump to, you're with a woman, aren't you? Because isn't she like, she wouldn't expect anyone to be with us anyway. She keeps calling us a loser.
お前の発想は実にスイーツかっこ笑いだな。
Is that the first thing that comes to mind? You really are mainstream.
うるさいな
Shut up.
電話レンジの改良手伝うって約束したでしょ
Ooh. You promised you'd help me with the phone wave, or as your lab member number just for show.
誰に頼んでくれ。
Get Daru to help.
今
I
日は
can't
それどころじ
today.
ゃない。
一体何してんの
What are you doing? Where are
どこ
you?
どこ
桐生萌香のアパートにいる。
Kiryu Mocha's apartment.
やっぱり女か
So you are with a woman. You're the worst. Has she not met Mocha on this world line? I quickly give Christina a simplified version of the usual explanation. Christina listens attentively as she always does. Maybe she's more considerate than I give her credit for. As soon as I finish, she gives it to me straight.
強引に奪うしかないわね
You'll have to take it from her by force.
過激だな。
You've seen too many
ハリウ
movies.
ッド映画の見過ぎか。
相手はセルンの関係者よ
You're up against an agent of
遠慮して
CERN.
たら
Play
こ
nice
っ
and
ち
you
が
can
や
end
られ
up
るかも
dead.
しれない迷ってる場合じゃないでしょ
Don't hesitate.
それで
Remember, you're doing this to
救えるん
save
だ
Mayuri. I like that in each of the world lines, too, we kind of get a glimpse of how, like, ruthless Christina can be, and how easily we can see that she goes down a dark path, and why Suzuha ends up hating Christina. Like, in almost every world line, Christina initially starts off by going, like, when we tell her about, like, hey, we've been time looping, here's the situation. Well, almost always in every world line, Christina's first response has been like, well, just do the fucking aggressive thing that gets it done no matter what, regardless if it hurts people, because you can just go back in time. And then we know that she makes the time machine later, and Suzuha hates her. So I feel like Christina, the bad end Christina, ends up feeling like the Suzuha ending Rintaro that we experience, where, like, he time loops so many times, he's like, fuck it, who cares? I'll do whatever the fuck I want. I control time. So I wonder if the Christina in the bad ending route is actually like this. Where she just does as she pleases and is like, well, if it's a negative outcome, I'll just undo time. Interesting. I'm extrapolating a bit and going way ahead of myself, but probably going into too much detail or looking into something too small, but whatever.
あんたはひょろひょろで頼りなさそうだ
I know you're weak and scrawny, but you should be able to handle her in her current
真面
state.
目に考えて勝てるはず
Thanks. Well, at least she's not being around the bush. Suddenly, she lowers her voice.
こんなこと言うと人格疑われそう
You
だ
might think I'm a monster for saying this. Not that I care what you think, but
殺してでも
kill her if you have
奪い取る
to.
べきよ
今、
You are a monster.
お前の人格だが、
But you're not a hypocrite.
偽善ぶら
That's what I love about
好きだぞ。クリスティーナ。
Love?
ちょっと
What's the matter?
事実を言ったまでだ。
I mean it.
俺の
I wish my
心がよっぽ
conviction
ど
were as
急
strong as yours. Thanks.
ぎで、
That's not all
意
right.
図を聞かせてくれ。
There's a reason you're willing to
殺
suggest
すことを
murder as an
考
option.
える理由が
How'd you reach that
お前
conclusion?
の中にある。
よかった
Good, you're still thinking.
あんたの話が
I can't be certain whether your story is true, and I don't quite understand this attractor field hypothesis.
それでも
But based on what you told me,
桐生って人が
if this Kiryu woman commits suicide 4 days from now,
彼女には
that means her death flag is already active.
推論が成り立つ世界が
In other words,
彼女
this
を
world line has approved her
承認
death.
したっていうところね因果が
On previous world lines where that wasn't the case, you probably couldn't have killed her if you tried. Something would have happened to prevent it.
何らかのあるいは
Or possibly,
殺した瞬間
killing her would have caused a dramatic shift in the divergence. I like how smart Christina is. And nothing that she ever presents seems like outside the realm of knowledge that she could logically conclude to. The game just actually affirms her being smart without the game just going, yeah, Christina's smart. I hate when games like say a character is smart and then don't show anything that would actually have the character be smart. They're just like, yeah, so-and-so is super smart. Not that it matters much, but it was like it happened in Genshin Impact where Kokomi, every time you talk to Kokomi, everyone was always like, oh my god, she's so smart. She's the smartest character. Oh, she's just brilliant. And then she doesn't do anything that would really imply like a high intelligence from her character. So that's annoying. I appreciate that they actually have her give logical conclusions and explanations to things instead of just being like, Christina's smart, she got published in a magazine. Anyway. So I think that's really cool.
でも
But on this specific world line, her death is already certain.
彼女はあんたは
As you've experienced with Mayuri's death, the result is what matters, not the process.
それと同じ
I
で
believe the same applies to
桐生
her.
って人
It
の
doesn't matter how she
死に
dies.
方は問わない
In other words, I can kill her instead of letting her commit suicide.
死が決まっているから殺しても構わないか
She's already going to die, so that makes it okay.
まるで殺
That's
人
the
犯
kind of
が
argument
し
a
たから
murderer would make.
偽善ぶるな
Don't be a hypocrite.
私
We're
は
not talking about right and wrong
人と
here.
しての倫理を捨てて話してんのよ岡部も付き合いなさい
She's unforgiving as always, but it actually does feel nice to speak frankly like this.
だが法律はどうする
What about the
世界
law?
がそれを許しても
Even if fate forgives me, society won't.
タイムリープマシンがある限り
As long as you have the time loop machine, you can undo anything, even murder. There it
全て
is.
なかったことにできる
The first seed to really... I guess the seed's been planted of her character being like this for a while, but I think this is the first time it sprouts a little bit, you know what I mean? She's like, fuck it. You can undo it. Who cares? Murder is okay. It's like that one quadrant, what would it? You know, that it's the, like, the Foursquare thing where everyone's saying a nice thing. Mayuri would be like the one that's like, you matter. Daru would be like, you're important. Christina would be like, murder's okay, and Suzaha would be like, I love you, or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? Murder is okay, man. What is this? Yeah, it's okay to ask for help. You're not a burden. Murder's okay. Your feelings matter. Dude, I found my next Steins Gate meme so I can advertise my stream without getting deleted for self-promotion. Yes! Easy. Okabe and the world line left behind, agony. Yeah.
岡部は誰も
The result will be that you gained the necessary information without killing anybody.
把握した
I understand. Just remember one thing. You're responsible for what you do.
これだけ好き放題
I guess that's quite a thing for me to say, huh? After telling you to kill her.
無責任だけど
問題ない
It's fine.
実に全く
Your advice was truly becoming of a mad scientist. So is Moko, like, not listening to this conversation?
さっさと型をつけなさい
Get it done, Okabe. Bye. She hangs up. Strangely, I find her harsh tone
お
encouraging.
前は司令官かよ
What, does she think she is, a general? I manage a smirk as I close my phone. She's still sitting on the floor. Anyway, I curb stomp her head over against the the metal railing of the window and take her phone. Kill her if you have to. Mocha did the same to us. She doesn't deserve mercy. Kill her or let her live, it's my choice. Even after I undo the murder, the memory of my crime will remain. The sin, the guilt, I'd have to carry that weight and must never forget. That's what Christina meant when she spoke of responsibility. Murder is unforgivable no matter the circumstances. Can't you understand that? Or can you understand that, Mocha? I reach for her phone, this time there's no hesitation. No! She resists. I grab her hand and pin it to the window. The glass rattles from the force, but thankfully it doesn't break. Interesting. I'm surprised he did decide to jump right to murder. I kind of thought he would have at least tried to go around it. I feel like I know she kills Mayuri in one of the timelines, so we are pretty ruthless, and I could understand how it'd be easy for him to slip outside of, like, oh, okay, like, we can just kill her. But it seems like it's also fairly obvious that, like, something's wrong with her. Like, she doesn't come to the murder conclusion, like, willingly. Like, she's very clearly forced into this. Or, like, has been brainwashed or something. I understand how it's easy for Rentaro to not see that, though. Looking at this in, you know, a blood rage, but still. With my other hand, I pry the phone away. She drives her foot straight into my solar plexus. The breath explodes from my lungs. In a fit of anger, I raise my hand, but at the last moment I hesitate. What happened to killing her if I have to? I know we're past the point of playing nice, but I've never hit a girl in my life. Rentaro doesn't strike me as the type of person who's hit anybody in his life. I don't consider myself a model gentleman or anything, but the idea that men aren't supposed to hit women is such a strong part of my common sense. It stayed my hand. So instead, I wrap my hand around her neck and squeeze. When she tries to kick me, I pin her legs down. I squeeze harder. Jesus. She struggles for breath. I feel her throat moving as she gasps for air. Oh, that's a creepy detail I would never have really considered if you're choking somebody. Like, their throat would, like, you would feel the movement of them trying to breathe. Ugh. I can finally see my reflection in her tear-reddened eyes. Now I have your attention. She's under control, but now I don't have a free hand to take her phone. If I loosen my grip on her throat, it'll turn into a struggle. She's hiding her phone behind her back. I need that phone. Should I let go of her hand or her neck? Give me your phone. She weakly shakes her head. If you don't, I'll kill you. I wonder if I can. I can undo it with a time leap. It'll be the perfect crime, one that never happened. But still, do I really have it in me to murder? I don't know, but I have to try. Hand it over or I'll kill you. I mean, you can just choke her unconscious, right? You don't have to really kill her. No words leave her lips, just rough breathing. Stalemate. Neither one of us shows any openings. We're practically motionless, our breathing ragged. It's taking all my strength to pin her down. Our rough breathing echoes through the room. For a moment, it even seems to synchronize. This is getting me nowhere. Why is this description, like, really sexy? I remove my hand from her neck, then use my left arm to pin her against the wall in a guillotine choke. She starts groaning in pain. My right hand has her left hand against the glass. I pull her hand down and transfer it to the grip of my other hand. Now my right hand's free. I slide it behind her back and search for the phone. I have to lean in close. I press my body up against hers. Pain explodes in my jaw. I lean back. I was gonna say, isn't she an agent? Like, shouldn't she have close combat training? I imagine the adrenaline would kind of snap her back, right? And kick his ass. She's readying another headbutt. I put more strength into the choke to stop her. Her face twists in pain as she struggles to escape. My choke seems to be working. She doesn't have the strength to resist. If I push any harder, she really might die. I push harder. She writhes in pain, tears falling from her eyes and drool comes from her mouth. As her resistance weakens, my right hand finds her phone. She still has it in a tight grip, but I manage to tear it away. I release her and step away. She bends over and coughs, but she still reaches out to me with tears. She wants her phone back. I don't care. I look at the screen. It shows me an email draft with the strings of FBs attached. I clear the text and start typing a new mail. But her phone's different from mine, so I don't quite know how to use it. Let's see. I look up to see her staggering to her feet. She's like a fucking zombie. I quickly run outside and close the door. I lean my body weight onto the door so she can't open it. The doorknob rattles. She starts pounding. It's a good thing doors in Japan open out. You wouldn't see this in a Hollywood movie. Yeah, wait, why do doors in Japan open out? That's a huge fire hazard. It's illegal in America, actually. Doors can't open out. Anyway, I have her phone. Now I just need to pretend to be her and send the cancellation D-mail. Mocha's changes to the past will be cancelled and the world line will change. The IBN will come back to me. Then we'll hack into CERN. Mission complete. Oh, is Rintaro FB, but from a different world line? Whoa. Because he's gonna pose... You would pose as FB. To tell her not to switch phones. Fate won't have Mayuri. Victory will be mine. This is Christina. Get ready for a D-mail. What's that noise? I'm having a little trouble. So you didn't kill her. Good job. I tell her Mocha's address. It's ready. And Mayuri? Still here at the workshop. Trying to get the manager to turn on the TV. Something might happen if you, Alright, I'll save now. You didn't tell her, did you? About her death? Of course not. Good. Don't hang up yet. Put my phone down to resume typing into Mocha's phone. A middle-aged lady comes out of the apartment next door. Our eyes meet, and I put on a forced smile. The lady grins mockingly before going back inside. I wonder what she was thinking. Maybe she thought it was a lover's quarrel? In the mail. Model change, do it now, before sold out. Mocha's D-mail said, don't change models. The desire for limited edition, hard-to-find products is hard-coded into Japanese DNA. Appealing to that instinct should work. The insistent pounding on the door grows. Now I hear groaning. I can't believe how persistent she is. Is her phone really that important? I've already won. All I have to do is send it. I'll never forgive you, Mocha, but at least our relationship ends here. Let this be the last time we meet. I raised the phone. I took a deep breath. It ends now. I press send. It doesn't look like you have a choice to not send it. Because of the Genkon on the inside? What is a Genkon? Huh? No vertigo, no dizziness, nothing. Reading Steiner didn't activate. Why? Why didn't the world lock change? Did the phone wave fail? I bring my own phone back and Christina's still on the line. Well? Did you send it? Did it work? The discharge is occurring as normal. So it worked, right? Definitely. The world line didn't change. You mean it failed? Why? Consider the possibilities. Alright, I'm really sick of this bump 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 noise. It's giving me a lot of anxiety. Maybe the message wasn't enough to persuade her to change models. Could we have sent it to the wrong date? It's July 31st, I'm sure of it. Check when the original D-mail arrived. Maybe her action will change if the new one arrives just after that. What a pain. The pounding of the door has ceased. Did she give up? No. Did she plan to climb out the window and loop around? Well, we're on the second floor, that would be quite a feat. I still have some time left. Why doesn't he just book it? Like, run. Try sending different messages. If that doesn't work, I'll adjust the timer. You're a lifesaver. What's going on there? Is Mr. Braun freaking out? I can hear him. Hashida and Mayuri are trying to calm him down, but who knows how long that'll last. I don't think there's much time left. I put my phone into my pocket without hanging up. GGO1 rocks! I send the message. Still nothing. Change now. Make another one and send. No good. What am I doing wrong? I'd like to ask her, but if I go back inside, she'll probably just attack me. Which reminds me, she's been quiet. What's she doing now? Getting her gun. Maybe she really did go out the window. I look around but don't see her. Why didn't it work? I wipe the sweat from my brow. My entire body is soaked. Must be the adrenaline. What if she changed the address when she got a new phone? I take out my phone. Are you there? Not working? I tried 2 more times, but nothing. I consider my options as I stare at her phone. The walkway is dim, but Mocha's gaudy purple phone shines in the light. Wait. I take another good look at the phone. There's something wrong. What is it? What's wrong? Gaudy purple. The latest model. Removable LCD screen. Model number GGO1. My eyes tell me there's nothing wrong. I saw this phone when Mocha sent her D-mail many times before. She was never without it. It's the same. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. What hasn't changed? Why hasn't it changed? Why is it the same as before Mocha sent her D-mail? Her D-mail said don't change models. She should have a different phone when she sent it. She didn't. It was the same phone I'm holding now. There's only one explanation. She never changed models to begin with. No way. She lied. Mocha's D-mail wasn't about her phone. Oh, I called that shit, bruh! That explains how it affected the IBM. It also explains why my cancellation emails aren't working. That sneaky little... The doorway shakes violently. It's much stronger than before. She must be ramming something against the door. I quickly move away. The door shakes. I can see the frame starting to warp. She's crazy. I suppose I should be thankful she doesn't have a gun, but honestly, this is terrifying. It chills my blood to think of what her face must look like. I've never been the target of such a single-minded obsession before. Unfortunately, I can't run away. I need to face her again and wring the information out of her. Both Ferris and Luca remember their D-mails. With prodding, she'll remember too. I need that info. Crap. I don't want to go in there. My teeth are chattering. This is pathetic. What's also interesting is we don't have the time loop machine to fix this. I thought I won when I snatched her phone. But now my advantage is gone. Mokuba, answer me.
クリスティーナ
What's that pounding? Are you okay?
どうやら萌えかも送った
Mokuba's email wasn't about a model
機
exchange.
種変更
What do you mean?
おそらくあの女は
Did he go back
僕
before
の
it was
直前に
finished?
内容
Yeah.
を差し替えたんだ
I'm pretty sure anyway. It's the
俺が
11th,
何をやっても世界線が変わらないのはそのせいだ
not the 13th, and I'm pretty sure that gets finished on the 13th, right? She must have changed the text right before we sent it. That's why the cancellation emails aren't working. I do appreciate the precedence that this is possible because they emphasize just how fast she texts. So like we know that she could just like retype the text message. And I suggested this like an hour ago or whatever when I was reading these too. So I like that this is like a very consistent plot thread. Like it's something that I could logically draw the conclusion to way before it happened. I like when stories do that. I hate when stories pull out some big convenient plot twist like this and there's no precedent of like, well, how? We don't know how she could have possibly changed the text without us looking. And it's just like pulls out of their fucking ass. But like one of the only things we know about her character is that she texts super fast. Like, oh my god. Her whole nickname is based on that. So I enjoy that a lot. That like we get the plot twist, the reveal, but it's something that you could actually logically deduce. Instead of it just being like a, whoa! Plot twist! Because we wanted it to be. It's simple but important, I think.
作戦履歴はそこに残ってる
Did you
かもし
check
れ
her
ない
history? It might still be there.
触診
Her arrival history, of course. Even if it's not in her sent history, it would be in the arrival. I glare at the phone. It's a good thing Mocha didn't change phones. Now I know exactly where the email went.
うっかりしていた
I should have thought of that. I thought of that! Checking now. For a second, I thought it'd be easy. I should have known better. Mocha is not a casual phone user. Her mailbox has literally hundreds of entries over the last week, all almost from FB. Some of mine are sprinkled in. I don't have time to search through each of these, even just the subject lines. Not to mention the pounding on the door is freaking me out. It's kind of freaking me out too.
クリスティーナ少し手こずりそうだ
I seem to be in a spot of trouble. If I fail, I'm leaving the rest to you.
バカも休み休み言いなさい
Don't be ridiculous. If you're in trouble, get out of. Hang on. The lady next door comes out again, alarmed by the escalating noise. She glares at me. But when she sees the magnitude of the door's damage, the lady opens her eyes in shock and runs back inside. I'm not leaning against the door anymore. Mocha could just open it, but she hasn't realized that. She's so fixated on getting her phone back, she'd destroy her own door. In any case, I don't have time to check the mail history. Put my phones into my pockets and move to the sides of the door. I carefully grip the doorknob and wait for the interval between bangs. Now, I yank the door open. The coffee table flies out and smashes into the railing.
岡部
Her screech raises hairs on my body. She's standing in the entrance like a revenant at the gates of hell. I really hope we get a CG from this. I step back. My knees tremble. And then I remember what I'm here for. I gather my resolve, enter the room, and close the door. At least I try. The door is bent and won't close. I give up. Give it back. She glares at me, shaking with fury. First, I have to restrain her again. This is a woman who would kill on command, who would break her own door down just to retrieve her phone. It's too dangerous to let her be. I'm stronger. I just need to get her on the ground. There's no time. Crushing my fear, I charge at her. Our bodies collide. Mocha tries to twist away, but I grab her clothes and use my momentum to push her to the floor. She just gets a sad sprite when we tackle her. See, this is where it would be cool, like, this game just needs a couple more sprites, because how cool would it be if, like, this was, like, a pissed off, like, kind of frame, where she was, like, actually really mad. I know I've compared this game a lot to, like, Danganronpa, But like in the trials, when characters have like their angry sprites and it's like super freaky, Celeste's angry sprite during her class trial, and she's got like the finger point. She's like, ah! Like that was really cool. I'd like this would be really cool if we actually saw her like looking deranged when we opened the door, but they don't do that. And I can tell it's kind of a budget thing, but still. There's just so many like small details that this game that would really like pop this game off. You buy streams when your parents walk in. It's true. Anime girl going, ugh. The back of her head hits the floor. Her resistance weakens. The lady next door hasn't called the fucking cops? She doesn't know how to break a fall. Some secret ancient. It's hard to break the floor, or hard to break your fall if someone's making you fall. I quickly straddle her. Now she's mine. Give it back. Mocha flails her arms and legs. I should have known she wouldn't have given up. Her fist strikes my jaw. Fortunately, she's weak. The blow does little damage. How is she weak? I thought she's like a secret agent. What's happening? I still need to stop her from struggling. First, her hands. I start with her left. I grab her wrist and pin it to the floor. The fist flies towards my face. It pops against my left eye, blanking my vision. She seems to stop struggling for a moment. Her hand claws weakly at the air. Turns out she's reaching for my hair. She grabs it. Several strands tear free of my scalp. I get a grip on her face and press her head against the floor. She tries to bite my fingers, so I pull my hand back. I grab the hand that's grabbing my hair and dig my nails into her wrist. That's such a weak fighting move. Dig your nails into somebody. She doesn't let go. All the while, her feet are pounding against my back. He's also trying to free her hand. I can't take much more of this. I instinctively headbutt her. The sickening sound of bone against bone echoes in my head. He has a free hand. Why wouldn't he punch her? Headbutt? The impact makes me dizzy, but I fight it. Mocha goes limp. An opening, finally. I succeed at pinning down both her hands. I'm sorry, what's happening here? I did think this scene was getting, like, weirdly sexual. And now we're here. Her shirt magically popped open during that struggle as well. And her glasses fell off at some point. Her red, swollen eyes giving me an even more demented look. Her eyes don't even look that swollen. It just is her normal expression. There's an angry bump on her forehead where I headbutted her. Also not in this image. I really feel bad about this interaction. I know Rintaro's mad because he's seen her kill Mayuri, so like I get the frustration, but like I feel like she's just clearly, she's a victim as well. That hurt, you crazy bitch. She spits at me. The lukewarm saliva hits my face. Ugh. I want to wipe it off, but my hands are full. She glares at me. There's tears in her eyes, perhaps from the pain. The budget went to the voices. A few of these actors are famous. Oh, really? I was gonna say, you said the budget went to the voices, but there's no dub. Eye contact. Good, we're making progress. She breaks eye contact when I mention it. She stares at my pocket. She must have caught a glimpse of purple. I'm not giving it back. I smile scornfully. I'm not letting you escape into your own little world. You don't have that right. Give it back. Come and get it. She tries to free her hands. I lean in harder. My strength and position are superior, so she accomplishes nothing. Hey, guy! You've come at the most awkward moment. Next, she struggles to free her body. Same result. You knew we were going to get the zoom in on that. You knew that was happening. I clamp my thighs tightly around her hips and hold her. She occasionally knees me in the back, but I can bear it. It's not enough to make me forfeit the position. I can keep this up as long as I have to. Who's gonna tire out first? Probably Rintaro. Because he's out of shape. Mocha, without a doubt. I don't do sports or anything, so I'm not that strong. But I'm on top. I don't need to expend much energy. Why'd you take it? Give it back. Keep screaming. She can scream and spit all she likes. Nothing will make me give up this position, except when the cops come. Is that lady seriously not calling the cops? I don't care about your phone issues, and I don't care about FB. She shakes her head. She's just wasting energy. I maintain my position and stare. You don't kill her on this world line, and the world lines where you did have already been erased. But I remember. I remember everything you did, everything that never happened. I'll never forget that you killed Mayuri, and I'll never forgive you. So there's no escape. We're gonna stay here as long as it takes. Until now, I've always run away from facing her. But I can't do that on this world line. I have to know what she said. So let's be honest with each other, huh? She's still struggling. Give it back. I'll kill you. I'll fucking kill you. Let me go. I'll tear your fucking eyes out. So you can talk without your phone. I'm impressed. You piece of shit. I'll gut you with a kitchen knife. Okay. Sounds like my ex-girlfriend. I'm a mad scientist. Dissection is my specialty. Die. Help! Help, I'm being... R-word. YouTube, don't delete me. Has anyone really dropped an F-bomb in this game before? There was one other F-bomb. I'm trying to remember where, but we've definitely heard the F-word before. I'm forgetting where, though. But we've definitely heard it once before. But the F-bombs are rare. They are using them sparingly. This woman's out of control. Does she want another headbutt? A knock. Mocha and I both look at the door. This is Nishida from next door. Is everything okay? Do you need the police? If not, could you keep it down? The walls here are thin. Didn't think about that. I can't have her calling the police. He's gonna kill me! She screams. Stop it! Don't kill me! You bitch. What now? I can't use either hand. There's only one way. Call the police near. I suddenly pressed my lips against hers. Okay. But, wouldn't the lady still call the police? Like, she already screamed, he's gonna kill me. My loveless kiss shuts her up. I lock eyes with her, trading glares and silence. Kids these days. I hear the neighbor's footsteps recede. What a relief. What?! What's happened so far? We're trying to reverse Mocha's D-mail, so we're fighting her. / making out with her. I feel a sharp pain on my lip. Blood drips from my mouth. She bit me. When I feel around my lip with the tip of my tongue, the taste of blood spreads out. Neighbors IRL. I guess, dude. Mocha breathes wildly as she glares at me.
初々しい女
Don't act like it's your first time. You're older than me, remember? She grimaces and looks away. Her pink lips glisten with saliva. I might have found the sight alluring if the situation were different. She turns her face away and looks up through the open curtains at the moon. How much time has passed? Feels like it's already been dozens of hours. It's still night, so it probably hasn't been more than 2. She hasn't said a word since I kissed her. She hasn't tried to escape either. Her expression's blank and she's just staring. What's she looking at? I follow her gaze, but the only thing there is a half-empty bottle of water. Has she given up? Either way, I can't let my guard down. Maybe it's the stress, but it feels like my body's going numb. I've been drenched in sweat for a while. This room has no air conditioning. The heat's starting to get to me. I thought I had an overwhelming advantage, but it's harder to maintain than I expected. Not only do I have to keep her pinned, but I have to keep a close eye on her so she doesn't try anything. All Mocha has to do is lie there. She can rest and try again when she's ready. Will this last all night? At this rate, my strength might give out first. Fear mounts. If she escapes, she's going to try to kill me. She must have her gun somewhere. I consider calling Christina, but I can't use either hand. I don't even know what time it is. It's almost like I'm the one trapped. No, stay positive. You can do this. She's dependent on her phone. That's her weak point. What I don't get is, had Rentaro just ran away, he could have easily just been like, just read her phone contents at this point anyway. Like, his whole thing was like, I don't have time to go through her mail, so we might as well get in a prolonged fight where I have to hold her in place for several hours. But we wouldn't have this sexy scene if that didn't happen, so. If I keep her separated from her phone, sooner or later her will should collapse. It's a matter of whose strength will fail first. She calls my name. What do I have to do? She's trying to ask nicely. Does this mean she's given up? Zoomers when they're separated from their phone for 5 minutes. That's what I was waiting for. Now I move in.
お前は
Do you remember sending a D-mail?
D メールを送ったことを覚えているか
A D what?
D メール
An email that you sent to the past.
お前は
You sent one to your phone.
機種変更に
You led me
関
to
する
think it was about a
内容
phone
を持ってい
model
たが
exchange, but you changed the text before you sent it.
それは嘘だ
Her typing speed's lightning fast. It would have been easy for her to type a mere 36 characters while Daru and I were preoccupied
こっそりメー
with
ル
the
の内容
phone
を入れ
wave.
替えたんだ
Name, subject, to change.
その結果
Your D-mail changed the past.
世界線お前は
Don't you remember?
覚えていないか
Normally, once the past changes, everything until that point is undone. It should be possible to make her remember, just as Ferris and Luca. I don't know.
知らないんじゃない
You know, you just haven't remembered yet.
思い出して思い出せ
Remember or else. Or else what, I don't know. This is just a tactic to
思い
put
出さな
pressure
ければならない
on. I have another plan to make her remember. She turns away, bites her lip. Tears start falling. I watch, never once taking my eyes off her. I didn't notice before, but her shirt must have become undone. I could see the alluring curves of her collarbone, the skin of her large pale breasts, and a hint of her sexy underwear. Oh my god. What a weird description. Her breasts heave with each breath. The base of her neck is stained with the blood from my lip. It's dry. Normally, Mocha could be mistaken for an elegant, beautiful woman. But now she has large shadows under her eyes, her skin's rough, and her face pale. She looks more intoxicated than intoxicating. Her entire body reeks of death. She's clearly insane. This is the real Mocha. I wish I'd realized sooner.
本当に
I really don't know.
知らないの
思い出せるな
If I could remember, I
らそう
would.
するけどわからな
But I
い
don't remember anything.
一体
Her gaze shifts constantly from me to the ceiling to the window, but her slow murmuring is evidence she's almost beat. Just a little more and her resistance will end.
だったら
Fine. I'll change the
質問を
question.
変える。2週間ほど前
You received a strange email about 2 weeks ago.
奇妙なメールを受け取った
I hope we find out soon who's been sending those emails that's like, we're watching you. Ooh. Here is a thing of jelly. Hope you, don't need this jelly. It came from your own number, and it was dated several days in the future. Her eyes open wide. Gotcha.
覚えがある
You remember? Good. That was the
そ
D-mail.
れが内容
What
を
did it
教
say?
えろ
教えたら
If I tell you,
携帯
I'll
は返
return
す
your phone.
クソ
Fuck you. Oh. She suddenly curses at me.
内容は
I won't tell you.
言えない
なぜだ
Why not?
ラウンダーに
It's my mission.
関係する
Her mission? I recall what she told me on a previous world line. The Rounder's mission is to find and acquire IBNs. In that case, it's the IBN 5100. She fell into my trap. Her reflexive response was all I needed to see.
それに関
It's
する
about
こ
the
とだ
IBN.
な
どこまで
How much do you
知
know?
っている
質問をする
I'm
のは
asking
俺
the
だけだ
questions here.
いいから答えろ
Not as much as I should, less than I want to.
言えない
I can't.
FB を
I won't betray FB.
携帯よりも FB を選ぶの
So you're choosing FB over your phone.
大した
How
忠
loyal.
誠心だな
Don't trust these fuckboys, Mocha. Mayuri's fate hangs in the balance. I can't give up. Who would FB stand for? Fubuki? Rentaro from another world line sending emails? She's been opening and closing her hands for a while now. She won't sit still. She's not trying to escape. She's just twisting her body. Licking her lips, shaking her head, trying to brush hair off her face. It's like she's suffering from withdrawal without her phone. Me when I don't stare at my phone for 5 minutes. Soon she won't have the mental fortitude to resist. If she won't talk, I'll just wait.
携帯がないとそんなに苦痛かなぜそこ
Is
ま
it
で
really
依存
that
する
painful to not have your phone? Why are you so dependent on it?
会話
I can't talk to people.
今はしてい
You're
る
talking right now. And when she attacked the lab, she was leading a squad of hardened killers. But she shakes her head.
メールまで
If I can't use mail, then I'll be
私は世界から
cut off from the world.
断絶してしまう
世界だと
Are you fishing for sympathy?
孤独な
You're
女
just
を
afraid of
気
being
取っているつもり
abandoned by
か
the Rounders, aren't you?
お前が恐れているの
Oh,
は
I wonder if that's like her time loop thing, because Christina mentioned this in one of the very earlier timelines about how the phone, Rentaro's phone is his connection to the timelines, and that if he loses it or his battery dies, that's super bad. Because we remember we had the Chekhov's gun about Rentaro being told about his phone, or not being separated from his phone. Is the Chekhov's gun about to be fired here, but not from Rentaro, but with Mocha? She's afraid that she won't be able to time leap or get a D-mail or something from other timelines.
違う
Not the Rounders, FB. That's the same thing, isn't it?
だったら世界
Then
だと
don't say
言う
the
な
world. You're the one who killed an innocent
何の
girl.
罪も
You're
ない
the one who
女の子を
erased
容赦
Mayuri
なく
from
殺し
the
た
world.
分際で
殺して
I didn't kill her.
そう
Not in this world line, maybe, but on another one. You came to steal our time machine and you killed her.
お
You
前は
killed
ラウンダー
Mayuri.
として俺たちのタイムマシンを奪おうとした
On the world line where I interrogated Mocha, she told me that Mayuri was expendable.
殺した
It didn't matter to CERN whether she lived or died.
FB の指示なら
If FB told me to, then yes, I killed her.
FB とは何者だ
Who is FB?
一体どこにいる
Where the hell is he? But she doesn't know. She's super loyal to this dude she doesn't know. I asked her the same question, but another rounder appeared before she could answer. Why is no rounder supporting her now? Something tells me she won't have backup this time. Mocha's position in the rounders has changed.
言えない
I can't tell you.
ならばいいことにし
Then let me tell you something.
いいか
Listen good.
お前は
If you're holding out for backup, you can
俺に
forget
捕
it.
まっている状況だがどうせ誰も助け
Nobody's coming to save you. The pain and despair are going to get worse, and in 4 days you'll kill yourself.
4日後に自殺する
Mocha seems startled by this, and I go in for the kill.
俺はいつか
I came from the future, using the time machine CERN wants so badly. That's how I know.
お前は
You kill yourself in this room
こ
all
の部屋
alone.
で一人
Fuck.
孤独に
That's
自
dark.
分を殺すんだお前の大好きな
Your precious
エレ
FB
ギがお前を
doesn't
助け
save
る
you. No one does. Not the rounders,
No,
not
no.
CERN, not the committee.
セルも300人委員会もだどれだけメー
Your
ルして
boss hasn't replied to your mails,
上
has
司
he?
からの
You
連
know
絡は
why?
ないんだろうも
Because you've been abandoned.
う見捨てられているんだよ
Her face contorts. Rentaro's being serious? Yeah. We did time leap after she killed herself so we could actually talk to her. Once again, tears fall from her eyes. Guilt squeezes my heart. I know I'm causing this woman pain. Inside of me, a voice whispers that that's nothing compared to what she did to Mayuri, that I have no reason to show mercy to a murderer. But at the same time, my conscience screams that it's wrong to hurt someone no matter who they are or what they've done. Insane, mad scientist my ass, I'm afraid to hurt my mortal enemy. Nothing but a hypocrite.
FB をかばう必要はない
Well,
だから全て話せ
that's a good thing to be a hypocrite about, at least. FB doesn't deserve your loyalty. Tell me everything. I ignore the ache in my heart and push harder. She shakes her head. FB wouldn't betray me. FB wouldn't abandon me.
だったらなぜ
Then why do you kill yourself?
お前は4日後に自殺すると思う
お前が私を殺すの
You kill me and make it look like suicide.
見せかけて
俺はそんな変
I
な
wouldn't need
話
to cover it up if I killed you. I'd just undo your death with my time machine.
お前
私は
FB か
When
ら
I
返事
got
が来
here,
ない
you
と
were sitting in the corner like a limp
この
rag,
部屋で死んだ
crying
ような
about how
顔をして
FB
いた
wouldn't
の
answer,
ど
remember?
このドイツだ
But
もう何日来
how
て
many days has it been? How often did FB contact you before?
普
When
段
did it
はど
stop?
のくらいの頻度で来ていていつか
I
ら
keep the
来る
questions coming. I need to pile on pressure.
普段
Used to be every day.
毎日
You got ghosted, girl.
10日近く
You got ghosted. That's what happens in modern dating. It's rough.
10日も連絡が来て
10 days with no contact,
そ
correct?
うだな
She looks up at me with pleading eyes.
私
I won't betray FB.
裏切る
お前は裏切ら
FB
れたんだ
betrayed
よ
you.
FB を
I believe in FB.
お前は
He threw you away.
切り捨て利用されるだ
FB
けされ
used
た
you,
な
and now your usefulness has ended.
も
FB
は
isn't like that.
そんな
うだったら
What sort of person was he?
どんな人なんだ
お母さんみたいに
Oh, she was gentle, like a mother.
私は
I finally had a place I belonged.
心地いい
It's my favorite Kibai copyright
居場
strike.
所
Reported. Like a mother. FB is a woman? I expected an evil-looking man like you see in the movies, but I guess I was wrong. It's Christina!
悩みを相談し
I talked to her about my worries, and she always replied.
友達
Like a friend, but gentle and accepting.
会ったことは
Have you met her? Her head shakes.
会ったことがない
You haven't? Even though she's like your
お
mother,
母さんみたい
your friend?
友達みたい
Damn. If they had met, then I could have gotten Mocha to lead me to her.
ラウンダーは
Rounders must hide their identities from one another.
隠す
連絡は取り合って
So
い
you've
た
talked but never met. But you must have wanted to meet her, right? Even if it was against the rules?
違う
No.
違うよあったら
It would ruin everything if she saw the real me.
だから
会いたいと言われた
Did
こ
she
と
ever say she wanted to meet you?
一度もないし
Never, and I never asked.
その様子
So
だ
no
と
phone calls?
電話もしたことがないな
He turns away, the nods.
避けられていると
Didn't you wonder why?
思わなかったのそこまで親身になってく
Why
れ
would
た
such a kind, gentle
優しい
woman
女
refuse to
上司
meet you? Was it really the
お
rules?
前にそしてなぜ
Why isn't she
連絡を
returning your
残さない
emails now? Think about it.
理由振り込め
She
詐
was
欺と
using
同じ
you
だ
and you were tricked.
お前は騙され
FB を悪く言わないで
Don't say that. She's not
人じゃない
like that.
連絡が途絶え
What did her
る
last email say before she stopped
最後の
contacting
メ
you?
ールはどんな内容だ
IBN5100 を
Leave the IBN at the designated location.
指定場所に置いておけ
The IBN? You let your tongue slip, you fool. 2 weeks ago, FB told her to leave the IBN at a drop point. That means she had it in her possession at the time. I recall how Mocha kept bombarding me with questions. I might have let it slip. I found it at the shrine. After that, she sent her email. The world line changed. The lock was broken on the shrine's storehouse door, and it was gone. These facts point to one conclusion. She sent herself the location. Now that I know, it seems obvious. If only I hadn't trusted her. If only I had seen through her lies. But no, I played into her hands. I was the tool's tool. I almost burst into laughter. I desperately hold it back and keep a straight face.
その場所はど
What
こだ
was the designated location?
コインロッカー
The coin locker,
大ビル
in front of
前の
Furu. Isn't that where Luca hid the IBN on the previous world line? Is this another effect of convergence? Can I retrieve the IBN if I go there? No. Can't expect it to still be there. Remember what happened. The invisible force of convergence is keeping the IBN from me. If I want to get it back, I need to cancel the D-mail. I know the message, so I've reached my goal. She starts crying. I sigh deeply and lift myself off. I lean back against the wall and stretch my limbs. I take her phone out of my
携
pocket.
帯を使わせてもらうぞ
I'm using your phone. She slowly gets up, wipes her tears, and fixes her hair and clothes. Her wavy hair obscures her face, so I can't make out her expression. She doesn't react. Even though I'm no longer restraining her, she doesn't try to attack me or take back her phone. Who's M4? I open the mailbox on her phone and sift through a massive number of messages for the D-mail. It takes about 3 minutes, but I finally find it. 3 mails from Mocha's phone, each 12 characters long. They were sent at 2:30 p.m. on August 4th and received at around 10 a.m. on July. Retro PCs at Yanabashi Shrine, hurry. Just as I suspected, Mocha's changed her D-mail in the few seconds I had my back turned. All I need to do now is send the cancellation. You at the lab? Don't worry me like that, idiot.
させんなバカ
心配してくれていたのか
You were worried about me?
どう見ても死亡
I mean, you set off an obvious death flag. I'm surprised you're alive.
今どこにいる
Where are you?
ちゃんとラボで待機
Standing by at the lab.
もう一度 D メー
Set
ル
up the machine. I'm sending another D-mail.
準備を
タイマー設定は
Destination?
31日の
July 31st, 11
11時
a.m.
頃に着くように
31日の11時ということは
While Christina calculates the hours, I type the mail. Do not go to Shrine. It's a trap. Save, just in case? Sure. I don't think there would be another ending here. It feels like you would have to send this text.
準備 OK
All set.
よし
Alright,
起
activated.
動してくれ
起動した
I press the send. The mail starts. Reading Steiner should activate. I brace myself. Well,
ダメだ
why won't it change?
また間違い
Another mistake?
いや
There's no
そんな
way.
はずはない
I know what her message said. This email should have canceled it.
確認済みだそれを否定するメールを送った
Working. What the hell's wrong?
最初の D メールの内容は
What did the first email say?
柳林神社に
The IBN was at the shrine. I tried to cancel it by telling her it's a trap, but it didn't work.
今のもう一度
I'll phrase it differently.
別の
待った D メールの面倒な部分
Wait, we went through this with the Lotto 6 experiment, remember?
検証済みでしょ
I sent myself the winning numbers, but the past me didn't buy the ticket, instead giving the winning numbers to Luca.
D メールを読んだ人間が
The person who reads the email chooses whether or not to act accordingly.
桐生って人は
Here you learned that the IBN was at the shrine, but the cancellation mail came right afterward.
直後
I
に
guess
そ
she
れを否
ignored
定
it
する
and
メール
win.
が来ても
否定するメールを信じなかった
Maybe she didn't believe the cancellation, or maybe she was so diligent she
否定され
decided
て
to
も
check
念
it
のた
out
めに
even
調
when
べて
told
みた
not
か
to.
ということ
I
か
glance. She's still hanging her head, but the tears have run dry. I wonder if she's listening.
厄介ね神社に調べに行く
Damn. Even when told it was too risky, she went anyway.
くれなかったっていうことだ
より強制力の強い
We need a
文
more
にするしかない
persuasive message. Something that will prevent her
神社
from
に行くの
going.
を禁止させるぐらいだ
Pose as FB. Remember, she doesn't know who FB is. So wait a minute. She asks if Rintaro is FB, but in previous sentences, just a couple minutes ago, she referred to FB as motherly and caring. But then when we arrive, she's like, are you FB? So, I mean, we can still pose as FB, sure, no problem, but like...
どうやって
Like what? That's the problem. Is it possible to persuade her? Or should we consider other possibilities?
例えば7月30日の俺
What if I send a D-mail to myself on the 30th?
先に
Could I beat her to the punch?
その日のあんたは
Were you even interested in the IBN then?
興味が
When did I start caring about it? I can't remember. That's out. How do I convince Mocha to listen? I mean, is that really an issue? I feel like we could convince Rintaro to go grab a cool computer. The game's close to ending. Yeah, we still have a whole nother stream though, so I think I'll probably beat the game tomorrow, right? If we finish Chapter 9 tonight. Still be able to beat Chapter 9 tonight, right? It doesn't feel like 9 would be that long. That moment, a shock runs through my brain. 2 initials.
FB だ
Ah,
萌香の上司
Moika's handler. She's obsessed with FB. If the mail comes from FB, she'll do whatever it says.
その
Do you have FB's
FB とか
phone?
いう
あいい
No, they haven't met. We don't know where
あんた
FB
こと
is.
じゃない
話になら
And
ない
there's nothing we can do.
少し時間を
Give
く
me
れ
time.
また待たせるのか
You're gonna make me wait again? Well, I've been pulling all-nighters recently, so
いい
whatever.
けどあんまり
Just don't do anything stupid.
無茶
Even after prying answers out of her, there's still more work to be done. Fate really seems to love getting in my way. Alright. To break out of this world line, I need FB's identity and location. I call Mocha's name, and when she finally looks up, I drop her phone on her lap. She accepts it.
FB を探すことになった
Looks like we're searching for FB now. She grips her phone, but doesn't look away. I sigh. I need to get as much info on FB out of her as I can.
お前はどういう経緯でラウンダ
How
ーに
exactly did you become a rounder? Honestly, I couldn't care. I hate having to stand here and talk with the woman who killed Mayuri. Hugging her phone to her chest, she retrieves her glasses and puts them on.
4年前
4 years ago, I tried to kill myself.
してた
Her voice is barely audible. For a moment, I'm surprised she's not talking by mail.
何の希望も
I had no hope and wanted to get away.
原因は
Why? No big reason. Her expression is blank and lifeless. But behind her glasses, her eyes are red. They're the only trace of emotion on her doll-like face. Little things, lots of little things piled up. I've always been like this. Your family? She shakes her head. She has none, I guess. I don't bother asking whether she ever had parents. It doesn't matter to me. I locked myself in my room and overdosed on sleeping pills. I didn't die. Afterward, I got a mail. Recruiting rounders, it said. Sent to hundreds of people, not just me. Isn't that just spam? Do the rounders really recruit like that? That is pretty weird. Nothing mattered, so on a whim I replied. Then FB contacted me. Ever since, I've followed FB's orders. They don't even offer you, like, sums of money? People just, like, fucking volunteer for this? That seems odd. Were you always stationed in Akiba? Shakes her head. Until 3 months ago. I was in Nagoya. Before that, Yokohama. Before that. The Rounder's chief duty is to acquire IBNs. I guess they had her traveling all over Japan, digging up info. Kawaii Sweetheart! Thanks for the subscription. Welcome to the channel. I had to, like, fucking lean in my head to read it. I don't know why the notification was so small to me, but hey, thanks for the sub. Welcome. Not even one. No results? Sounds like CERN's spending a lot of effort for not much return. Is there really that much effort if they're just sending out spam texts? Hey, can you go look for this computer? I sigh deeply. So what? You gonna sit here wallowing in despair until you kill yourself? Or do you want to rebel against fate? Rebel? Even as I ask the question, I know that for her, rebellion's impossible. This world line's already approved her death. She's in the same situation as Mayuri. No matter what she does, she'll die. I know that, yet I ask. FB used you and threw you away. Accept it. Then ask yourself what you're gonna do about it. Oka looks down. Even if FB did use me, I'm grateful to them to be used like a tool, because I would have thrown away my life anyway. So I give the life that they saved to them. That was the only place I belonged. It was the first time in my entire life I was needed. FB gave me purpose. I'm going to give you purpose. You can help save my friend. Does that help you? To protect that purpose. To protect FB. I would do anything. You're beyond hope. I stand up. Drown in your dependence for all I care. Your death has been decided. But I won't let fate have its way. I'm rebelling. No matter what, I'll save Mayuri. Just a little bit more. It's midnight. Akiba is practically empty, and the silence is eerie. There's no sign of anyone near the coin locker. Considering the IBN's size, it wouldn't fit in the regular-sized lockers. She must have put it in one of the 3 large lockers on the right. The light's on. The bottom locker's in use. Is the IBN inside? My heart starts pounding in my chest. I feel my face grow hot with excitement. We've been apart for so long, my partner, but now only a thin locker door separates us. Is this what love feels like? Let's not go crazy. I force myself to consider the situation. Is the IBN inside? I want to check. I can't believe I forgot to ask Mocha which locker she used. Should I get a crowbar or something? Just punch it really hard repeatedly until it pops open. Easy. If the IBN is really inside, I'll steal it. What will happen to the world line? I've yet to cancel all of the D-mails, which I thought was the only way to restore the original world line. But now the IBN's so close. Why can't I just reach out and take it? I know how to cancel Mocha's D-mail. Wait. We don't really know, though. We don't know how to contact FB or anything. Let's try this, just to make sure. First, I make a visit to the lab. Ignoring complaints of the lab members, who stayed awake in the lab all night, I retrieve a makeshift crowbar from the development room. Then I return to the lockers and thrust the pointed tip of the crowbar into the crack on the door. Just as I begin to pry, a shrill siren shatters. I look up to see the red lights of a patrol car coming this way. Uh-oh. Their timing couldn't be worse. The police released me after about 30 minutes of scolding. I return to the coin locker and try to pry it open. Immediately another patrol car appears. This time they take me to the police station. I'm stuck in an interrogation room all night getting preached to by policemen. I conclude that this is another effect of attractor field convergence. No matter what I do, I can't obtain an IBN on this world line. That's what fate's decreed. That's so weird. Okay. I get the police to call my father and they release me. They didn't go as far as to arrest me, but the policemen, as well as my father, scold me. I act apologetic, but in reality, their words fall on deaf ears. After my father goes home, I head straight to Mocha's apartment. I tried calling her. I took the opportunity to memorize her phone number, but she wouldn't pick up. Before I get there, I send a mail to Daru asking her to check if the coin locker is occupied. The door to Mocha's apartment is unlocked. I find her hugging her knees in the corner, just like she was when I first found her.
IBN 5100を入れたのは
You put the IBN in the
右
bottom
下
right
のコイン
locker,
ロッカー
correct?
で合っているか
なぜ
How?
IBN
Out of all the lockers, only 3 could hold the IBN.
あそこには3つしかなかったそのうち一番下のみが
Daru
使
found
用
it.
中もしお前が
That's the one you used.
一番
FB
下
hasn't
に
picked
入れ
it
た
up.
というならこの意味がわ
Do
か
you
る
know what that means? Mocha frowns.
あそこに貼ってい
Means
る
that if we stake out the locker, you'll get to meet
FB が回
FB.
収しに来た時にその発想はなかったか
It hadn't occurred to you? Some secret agent you
ラウンダー
are.
のくせに俺は張り込んでみ
I'm
よう
heading there now. You coming?
お前は
会って
What will you do if you
どう
meet
す
her?
るの
FB に
Borrow
携
her
帯を
phone.
借りる
That's the best way to prevent her from going to the shrine.
会えない会う勇気
I can't meet her. I'm too afraid. The real me could never live up to her
幻滅さ
expectations.
れる
お前はとっくに幻滅されているか
Something tells me her expectations were never high to begin with. Her face contorts. I'm being blunt, not only because Mocha is Mayuri's murderer, but also because Mocha's weakness is starting to get on my nerves. Like Daru's mail said, the locker's still occupied. I look around to make sure there's no patrol cars. No crowbars this time. Don't feel like getting arrested. I head across the street and hide behind one of its humongous pillars and begin the stakeout. My legs are getting tired. I was gonna borrow Mayuri's portable game console, but decided I didn't need the distraction. Still, it's pretty tough to keep standing like this. I also need to stay inconspicuous. Someone might notice if they see me standing in the same place for hours. Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious. What's that song? Parks and Rec? Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious. I wouldn't want a security guard to give me trouble. I guess there's not much to worry about. I've already been here for 7 hours without incident. My legs are numb, so I squat. So hungry. I'd love to get some food, but I can't take my eyes off the locker. Just then, somebody taps me on the shoulder. FB? I try to leap, but my legs are tired. Mocha's standing there, looking down at me with glassy eyes.
お前
What are you doing here?
なん
私も
I'll keep watch too.
張り込みをダメかな
Is that okay?
なぜ心変わりした
Why the change of heart? I stand up and dust off my clothes.
お前は FB との
You're comfortable with your male-only relationship, weren't
居
you?
心地の良さ
I
を
thought you
感
wanted
じ
to
て
maintain that distance.
さなのになぜ
So what
今
made you
更
risk
一
a
歩を踏み
meeting?
出そうと思った
このままじゃ
At this rate, she puts her head on her knees, ready to cry. I've seen that expression once before in her moonlit apartment.
FB からの連絡がなくなったら
If I lose contact with FB, I'll lose my connection
断絶され
to
る
the world.
か
She nods.
孤独に耐えられない
You can't
弱いのに
bear to be alone. Yet you'd end an
FB
innocent girl's life because some person you've never
今
met
しか
told you
人
to.
も殺せるとはな典型的な狂信者だよ
Cultist, that's what you are. Her cult leader, FB, abused her weakness before throwing her out like old clothes. Pisses me off. FB's cruelty, Mocha's weakness, I can't decide what I hate more. Then Mocha nervously brings out a convenient store bag. I, for one, really feel bad for Mocha.
なんだこれは
What's this? Instead of answering, she looks away. I look inside.
おお
Milk and bean
牛乳
buns.
とアンパン
This seems like it to be a Japanese delicacy. What are bean buns exactly? God, that looks super gross. Where's the sugar, the sweetness, the fat? Exactly what you need on a stakeout. There's enough for two.
もしかして
You brought this for
差
me?
し入れか
She nods.
よし
Very well.
許可する
You may join me.
お前も張り込みを
Now we
手
can
伝え
take turns watching, and we'll look less suspicious. The night draws on, and still no sign. We nap in 1 hour shifts, but it doesn't help. People aren't suspicious about, like, people just napping in the street? On top of that, I don't have anyone to talk to. Mocha can't keep a conversation going, so there's nothing I can do to stave off boredom. I went back to the lab to shower before dawn, but Christina, who was working an all-nighter, just glared at me. The wait finally ends just after 1 p.m. on the 13th. Someone comes to open the lower right locker. We watch. It's a nondescript middle-aged man. He's dressed in a new suit, but it hangs rather poorly, as if he's not used to wearing it.
あいつが FB
Is
か
that FB? She shakes her head. FB is a woman.
女性よ
となると
Maybe she hired someone to pick it up?
で回収しに来た人間かもしれない
Or could be someone from the locker company here to clear it out after weeks of being overdue. That would make us all idiots. Mocha, FB, and me. The man has the key. He pays the late fee with 100 yen coins, then removes the cardboard box. Well, it's definitely not someone here to throw out the trash if they're paying the late fee. The man thought ahead and brought a pushcart. He puts the IBN under the pushcart with a bit of effort and begins walking away.
おうぞ
Follow him. The man heads straight for Akihabara. Strangely enough, he walks up to an overweight man standing in front of the ticket machine. The overweight man is wearing a t-shirt that has the signs of an otaku. He doesn't seem to have anything in common with the first guy, who looks like a salaryman. They transfer the IBN to the overweight man's suitcase. After they exchange a few words, the overweight man enters the station alone. The guy in the suit leaves.
妙だ
Weird. What was the purpose of that transfer? Is the overweight man FB? Or is he just another link in some kind of chain? At any rate, if we keep following the IBN, we should reach FB. We enter the station. The overweight man boards the Yamanote line. We board on the next car and keep watch. This is are the exact same as the last time we were on the train. Oh, this girl has eyes too. There's Christina on a poster back there. What game is that poster from? Was there an earlier Steins Gate that I'm just not aware of? It's a weekday afternoon, so there aren't many passengers. 30 minutes later, we arrive at Shinjuku Station. Here, the train sees a sharp increase in traffic. He's getting off. Monk pulls on my sleeve. The overweight man has slipped into the stream of departing passengers, and he's about to exit. We follow him, but due to our slow reaction, we have to push our way through. The train's doors close and it departs. The man starts walking. Shinjuku's crowded, so we have to follow close behind or we'll lose him. But then I stop. Huh. The man's empty-handed. His suitcase is missing. What? For a second, I think we followed the wrong man, but it's him. We watched him the whole time. There's no doubt he had the suitcase when the train arrived. Could he have passed it to someone else? Clever. They know how to lose a tail. I return to the lab and leap an hour back. Find myself inside the train. I know it's bad manners to use my phone on the train. What? That is made up. According to the train's display, we're about to leave Otsuka for Ikebukuro. 3 stops. Mocha's next to me. I pick at the overweight man. They'll make their move at Shinjuku. That guy's gonna get off, but he actually hands the package to someone. He got us good just now. Just now? Doesn't look like she's caught on yet. I just time leaped. Her eyes widen. The trains arrive on schedule. Just to make sure, I'll have Mocha follow the man when he gets off. Before the doors open, I stealthily move to his car. He still has the suitcase. The doors open. The overweight man leaves too, just like last time, however. I knew it. He leaves the suitcase on the train, and now passengers board. Someone walks up to the abandoned suitcase, a woman in her 30s, pushing a baby stroller. There's no baby. The woman casually loads the suitcase to the stroller and sits down. After witnessing that scene, I return to the car. Need to be careful. Those guys are serious about avoiding pursuit. The train starts moving again. I contact Mocha so we can regroup. After the incident, the Patrick swaps couriers like a hot potato, snaking around the tracks that run through Tokyo. Whenever they give me the slip, I time leap and resume. Finally, the courier and the package get aboard the Hibiya line and return to Akihabara Station where it began. I recognize the last courier. He's one of the men who raided the lab. Dark-skinned, crew-cut, the one who hit me with his gun. The man easily carries the 25-kilo package out of the station. A car honks. Mocha and I hide. Peering out from the cover, I see a white flatbed parked in front of the station. A muscular man hops out of the driver's seat. Oh, I know that face. It can't be. I desperately try to organize my thoughts. That's Tenioji Yugo, owner of the Braun Tube Workshop. Mr. Braun. Why? Why is he here? Does this mean he's connected to FB? To the Rounders? Was the Braun Tube Workshop just a front for CERN? Is that how he could afford to keep it open? What's going on? His shop's right below the lab. If he's working for the enemy, then I shiver at the thought.
Let's not rush to conclusions. He might just be another courier. Ooh. Ugh. Need to get my stretching out of the way. Hang on.
We watch from a distance. He takes the suitcase from the crew cut man and loads it into the back seat of his car. Then he gets into his car alone and takes off. I stare after in disbelief. You might be able to finish tonight if you go 10 hours. I don't want to. Because I want to be able to, like, fully talk about the story. And then I also want to watch the true ending tomorrow if we don't get it. So I can react to the true end as well. So I'll do one more stream. We'll finish Chapter 9 tonight. And then tomorrow we'll do all of Chapter 10 plus watching the true end if I don't get it. I time leap several hours to before the first man arrived at the coin locker. Then I explained the situation to Mocha, my plans to get ahead of the package. After killing some time at Starbucks, we rent a car. I don't have a license, so Mocha's driving. We go to the street in front of the roundabout, face Showadori, and park near Yodobashi Camera and wait. Hang on. I want another drink. But yeah, I don't... like, because, I mean, how Chapter 10's got to be super long, right, Kyler? And if we take the time to, like, for me to fully discuss the full story, I assume that'll probably take a while as well, right? Oh, this is my last beer. I need to go to the grocery store tomorrow. Chapter 10 looks like it's 2 hours. About 2 hours fully regardless of the ending. But we'll still have to watch the other ending, right? I don't know. I think I'm still going to end the stream after Chapter 9 tonight. Then we can react to more things and not feel a time crunch and such. Plus, I learned my lesson after yesterday's Bayonetta stream. Gotta be able to title the final stream The End. Get those mad views. Plus, might take me a bit to look up the true ending video and all that kind of good stuff. So, we'll just be Chapter 9 tonight. One more Steins Gate stream tomorrow. I assume there's still quite a bit of Chapter 9 left anyway. You can watch the Elite versions. I mean, if I get copyright strike anyway, who cares, right? I would like to at least look at a gallery of the Elite versions. Nervous? You look terrified. How long have you been driving?
運転歴はどれぐらい？
ペーパー
It's what, first time, Jesus. How'd you get a license, though? Wait. This is your first time? Just don't crash. That's something that's so crazy to me that, like, other cultures, like, it's very rare that you learn to drive, and then, like, sometimes you can go even longer in life without driving. I was driving a car by the time I was, like, 14 in the US. Like, I already knew how to drive pretty well. I wasn't, like, driving on my own at 14. Like, my parents would still be in the vehicle. But, like, if we were gonna go to the grocery store or something, my dad would be like, hey, let's practice you driving. We would go early in the morning to the grocery store on the weekends, so, like, there wouldn't be a lot of traffic, but I could still practice. Or, like, I'd go to the mall parking lot or whatever, and my parents would, like, coach me. So it wasn't like... I don't know, it's just weird. I mean, obviously it's a big cultural difference. That's always something that's like, wow. I always have to remember when I hear, like, in like all these anime games we play where people are like, I can't fucking drive, how do you drive? I gotta, like, take a second to, like, think about it, because I'm like, wait a minute, what? How can you not drive? Cultural differences. Of course, part of the reason why everyone learns to drive so early in the US before anyone in the comments says it, and then their comment mysteriously disappears. Not by me deleting it. Comments on the stream just keep disappearing for some reason. I understand that a big part of it is because of transportation in the US is just not that good, like public transportation. Oh, that reminds me, I wanted to check if Kyler's comment was still on my video. Yeah, Kyler's is still weird. That's super weird. Yeah, I still see it too. But it's so weird because I look at all my other Steins Gate streams and it shows that each one has like 2-3 comments, but I can't see them. Oh, holy shit. My Bayonetta ending stream from yesterday has over 300 views now. And my first Bayonetta stream, Bayonetta 3 stream, is now almost 500. Huge value. I posted the Bayonetta streams on Reddit the other day. The Bayonetta subreddit was super happy about it. Checked out my stream, upvoted the post. I posted on the Devil May Cry Reddit, and they banned me. I'm surprised Mocha has a license in the first place. Apparently FB told her it would come in handy. I have Mocha wait in the car while I keep a lookout. The white station wagon's already stopped. From this distance, I can clearly see Mr. Braun in the driver's seat. Nobody else is riding. The crew cut guy should arrive just after 5 p.m. Why'd they ban you? They said self-promotion. Stream alternating helping? I guess I don't have enough raw data to, like, know for sure, or really know how to track, like, view numbers well enough to know if the stream alternating is really helping. But I would think so. But yeah, it also helps me, not get burnt out on games by blowing through them. It's a bit harder to stream the same game days in a row with like less chat, or with like a smaller chat. You think it's helping? Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good idea in theory, so I imagine it's helping, but I've only been doing it for like 2 games now. As expected, the crew cut man arrives on time, effortlessly dragging the suitcase. Feels weird seeing the exact same scene from a different angle. I hurry back to the car where Mocha's waiting. He's coming. Follow that station wagon! The station wagon rolls past us. Takes a left turn. Mocha smoothly sets the car in motion. You're just waiting for the Pokemon Center to ship your game? Yeah. I'm wondering what I'm going to stream next week, dude. If I finish Steins Gate tomorrow, I also finished Bayonetta. So I don't know what game to switch. I could probably restream the end of my Bayonetta 2 game. Because I had to, like, delete the stream because it was so laggy and low resolution. Just do Arceus? No. Did you see the views on my last Arceus stream? Lamau. This is the house where Suzuha lived. Her rusty mountain bike is still sitting out front. Tenyoji brings the IBN inside. We stop farther down the road and keep watch. I doubt you have to bother going out of your way to pre-order Scarlet and Violet, guy. I can almost guarantee that any store that you go to shop at will have dozens of copies of Scarlet Violet available. I wouldn't worry about it too much. What does this mean? Where is FB? The question is why he brought it inside. Is he just holding onto it, or is he FB? Does he know FB? Mocha insists FB is a woman. So maybe it's Tenyoji's wife, whom I've never met? I have Mocha show me one of FB's mails. M4, it's true you're not very good with people, but I think that's just part of what makes you unique and special. Oh, yeah, very clearly. These are some fuckboy level texts. Besides, you have no trouble talking to me, do you? Honestly, M4, there's nobody else who works as hard as you do. I'm very thankful for that. I'm glad you joined the Rounders. Even if nobody else values you, I'll always look out for you. Feel free to email me whenever you like. Oh yes, since you're finally in Nagoya, you should try some of the local delicacies. It's not good for your health to keep eating convenience store food. Or do you not like miso, M4? In any case, a girl your age needs to eat better. I firmly recommend the firm miso stew. Your next mission is going to Akihabara in Tokyo, so find an apartment by next week. I deposited a special bonus in your account, so feel free to use it. Talk to you soon, your mother, FB. Interesting. I think FB is future Suzuha. I don't think so. That would be weird. Why would she work for CERN? And why would she tell her to kill Mayuri? She's kept a lot of mails archived like this. M4 is my code name. FB gave it to me. Mocha's a mailing machine. She sent FB nearly 10 a day, but FB replied to every single one. You have to be a saint to reply to all those. No wonder Mocha was so dependent. Time for another stakeout. I have Daru set up a wireless infrared camera on the telephone pole. We park a couple blocks away and watch the video feed. The next day, Tenyoji goes to work on his moped like usual and returns after sunset. There's no sign of his daughter, nay, or his wife. Something finally happens early Sunday morning. Just before 3 a.m., 6 people show. It's them. It's dark, but I recognize them. They're the Rounders who raided the lab. Mocha doesn't show much of a reaction. I thought she knew them. I asked, but she says she's never met them before. Looks like this world line's Mocha has been cut off completely. Were they done with her once she found an IBM? Why? Seems weird, like if she found one, you'd want to keep her around so she can keep finding them. Or maybe they're really just trying to keep it secret. Tenoji comes outside and loads the IBN into the station wagon. Then the six men get in and drive away. He sees them off and goes back inside. What now? I'm interested in his story, but the IBN will lead us to FB. I think it might be future Christina. I think that's possible. No, wait, no, it's not possible, because those males are way too long to be, D-males. We decide to follow the station wagon. The pursuit ends at the international airport. 6 men, IBN in tow, board a plane headed to France. What does that mean? Tenoji's wife might be FB. Since there's been no sign of FB this far, she must be an extremely cautious individual, but the evidence suggests only one possibility. Or it's where they're at in France. Our world line Alpha 1's Mocha's men attacked the night the time leap machine was completed. Their timing was perfect. It makes sense if you assume that Tenyoji is closely linked to FB. He was right downstairs the whole time we were discussing our plans. FB knew what we were up to. We were dancing to her tune. When we get back to Akiba, Mocha and I start walking toward Tenyoji's house. But on the way, I get an angry call from Christina demanding an update, so I decide to take care of that first. No, I do think future Christina is evil, and that's why Suzuha doesn't like her, but still. Christina sighs when she sees me. I thought I asked you to keep me posted. Been busy. Busy, right? Christina glances at Mocha. Were you worried about me? Of course not. Why should I care what you're up to? It's just Mayuri was worried, and I don't want to see her sad. At least give her a call, okay? Now that she mentions it, feels like I haven't talked to Mayuri in forever. I'm doing this to save her. I'm close to discovering her true enemy. Our enemy, but... Christina glances at Mocha. Mocha's completely expressionless. She's lightly kicking dirt in boredom. She hasn't used her phone once since we began the search. Isn't she our enemy? She's an enemy, but we're cooperating in order to uncover the truth. Isn't she the one who kills Mayuri? Yeah. However, Mocha's just a pawn, and one that no longer poses a threat. To save Mayuri, I need to capture the king. Well, the king's cell phone. Whatever. Where are you going now? Take me with you. Have you gone mad, oh assistant of mine? I'm perfectly sane, and not your assistant. Could be dangerous. Huh? She falters for a moment, but tightens her expression. Do I die today? I've experienced the future, so I know who dies today. No, you don't. There's no problem. This world line is essentially guaranteed my survival. There might be a timeline where Rentaro and Christina end up together. The dream! That's the goal. You could do the Steins Gate dating game? Yeah, I plan to do that one next. Lamau, écoutez. But I was gonna wait a bit. Like, I was gonna play another game, or like another pair of games in between doing the dating game. But, whatever. But I was planning on doing it. Right. Christina doesn't die today, and neither does Mayuri. Oh, but today's the day Mocha commits suicide, right? The only person who dies today is Mocha. This afternoon, she kills herself. But that's so weird. I've already told Mocha her fate. Like, I get the Mayuri thing because that's the convergence event or whatever, but Mocha still randomly dying seems odd. Like, that doesn't really make much sense to me. In spite of that, Mocha doesn't seem upset, at least on the surface. She's expressionless as always. The only difference is she's not checking her phone. Mocha's not a strong woman. Beneath that expressionless mask, she's struggling against the fear of death. I decide to confront Tyoji directly. I have Christina stand guard outside the house, while Mocha and I go inside. Not that we're planning to break in. We ring the doorbell like honest citizens. He opens the door and invites us in. The divergence meter is sitting in its usual spot. I glance at the numbers. 0.523307. There's still a long way to go before I reach 1%. How much more of this can I take? Make yourselves at home. It's just after dawn, much too early for guests, but he welcomes us with a smile. He starts prepping instant coffee. You're an early riser. Gotta see my little girl off to school. I know it's summer break, but habits die hard.
FB is nay. What a twist. That's why she kills Mayuri. It wasn't an accident. Behind the scenes is Boss Baby Nay.
Is your daughter asleep? Hey, you thinking of trying something while she's sleeping? Touch her and I'll break you. Got it? Don't worry. I'm more interested in his wife. I'm gonna fuck her. There's still no sign of her. Is she asleep too, or hiding? I'd like to do a thorough search of the house, but that's impossible. There's what he said just now about seeing Nay off to school. That sounded like something a single father would say. Wait, why? I suspected FB was Tenyoji's wife, but that may have been a mistake. Why is that something a single father would say? Maybe he's just another courier after all, and he doesn't know about FB. There's the possibility that FB might not even be in Akiba. I need answers. How do I get them? Mocha's just staring at the floor. Thanks for your help. I can't count on her for any bright ideas. And whether or not Tenyoji's wife is FB, I don't think this man will fall for any tricks. I decide to go for the direct approach. Oh. A few hours ago, 6 men stopped by this house to pick up a package, which they delivered to France. You were there. I saw you. This time, he doesn't give me his usual macho attitude. He just smiles. And? The package contained an IBN. You know what that is, of course. Yeah, the legendary retro PC. This is too easy. He's never this cooperative. Are you just another courier? Or are you a rounder? You're trying to say something and it keeps deleting it? That's weird. It doesn't even show up as like a deleted message or whatever in the chat. That's odd. Because usually if you have say something that like I've got like blocked or whatever, like the message gets deleted. Like, but it'll still show like Kyler slot and then it'll say like message deleted or whatever. Instead of answering my questions, Tenyoji looks straight at Mocha. Did you betray us, M4? She jerks upright. M4 is Mocha's code name, something only FB should know. Are you FB? He laughs once.
フェルディナント・ブラウンって知ってるか？
Ever heard of Ferdinand Braun? We look at each other, confused by the sudden change of topic. Wait a minute, why? That's the initials FB.
おいおい。
He was the Nobel
ブラウン
Prize
がも
winning
発明した
physicist who invented the
ノー
Braun
ベル
tube.
物理学賞の偉人だぞ。
Here's the things for Braun tubes, I know that. What does that have to do with anything? Bro? This must be like a translation thing, whereas like obviously in English you pick up the FB like right away.
フェルディナント・ブラウン。頭文字は？
Ferdinand Braun initials.
FB
そういうことだ。
Now you get it. Why does he just... His neck is so thick. Do you see this? It's just a fucking straight line. An actual dickhead. He casually produces a handgun. The motion is so smooth and natural I don't even recognize it. That's a non-American for you. I would have known I was being threatened right away. Its heavy form gives off a chilling black luster. The muzzle's pointing at Mocha. Mocha and I are unarmed. We didn't plan for this. Why? How could we have? We thought FB was his wife, not the man himself. Looks like he's sweating, like really hard. But I think that's just the art style again. Let me ask you one thing. Your wife.
苗を産んだ時に
She died having Nay. Why? A curse. No wonder I've never seen her. She's been dead. He's FB. That can't be!
俺への依存の次は
I thought it was your world. Now you're running away? I'm assuming she will bring up you haven't talked to me in several days. Keeping his gun trained on her, the man I knew as Mr. Braun laughs scornfully. We're at an overwhelming disadvantage. I was a fool to believe the direct approach would work. There's a manga about him? That's cool. Now my recklessness is gonna get us killed. Not both of us. I don't die here. I'm here because I time leap on the 16th. That fact is written on the fabric of this world line. So if the attractor field model is right, I can't possibly die now. That's not true. I feel like if he went kill me, or whatever, he could still die. My survival is guaranteed by the same force that keeps killing Mayuri. However, Mocha has no such protection. She dies today, doesn't matter how. She could easily die right before my eyes. What am I gonna do about it? He doesn't really care though, does he? Nothing. Doesn't matter. My goal is to obtain FB's cell phone and send a D-mail to Mocha in the past. That's the reason I'm here. In any case, I mustn't let his handgun scare me. No turning back. All I can do is stay on the offensive. So you're a rounder, CERN's dog.
犬
Their dog? You ain't wrong. He's like a different person. Composed. He doesn't get angry even when I provoke him. How did Suzuha not see that he was a rounder? You wouldn't expect a man with a gun to be so calm. Is this who he really is? Was the gruff but good-natured storekeeper an act? If you shoot, it'll wake up your daughter.
だからなんだ
So what? Do you want your daughter to see you commit murder?
俺の娘は
My little girl's smart. She'll understand.
器の小さい女じゃない
Okay. Father of the year. I grind my teeth. I can't believe you. Of all people. Suzu didn't give you a home, so you turned it into a safe house for CERN. His smile stiffens. Then he slaps his knee and laughs.
なんだよおめ
You knew her? You should have said something.
だったらもっと早く言ってくれよ。
We haven't spoken about Suzuha on this world line.
No.
What gives you the right to speak for her, huh? She died 10 years ago. What were you, 8? How do you know how she'd feel?
わかるさ。
She told me. I glare at him. The anger and frustration are overwhelming.
俺の主観時間では
She was here in this time
彼
not
女はもっ
5
と
days
数週
ago.
間前までこの時代にいた。
Oh, I thought that fade to white was a gunshot.
かかってる。お願い。
Change the future, please.
未来を変えてほしい。
I still remember her words. Though it feels like it's been forever since she spoke them. In objective time, it was just a few days ago.
あなたのすぐ近くにい
She
た
was
んだ
right
よ。
here and you never knew
彼
it.
女は橋田鈴。いや
Suzu. No. Amane Suzuha was a time traveler. She came from the future to
戦うために
stop
この時代
Cern.
にやってきた。
日本
What?
気づかなかったのか。
You never noticed?
FB
The woman who saved your life came from the year 2036, one of us. A lab member and the daughter of Hashida Itaru.
鈴葉はセルンを恨んでいた。
Suzuha hated Cern, and here you are, a man who owes her everything, doing their dirty work.
その鈴葉に世話になったあなたは、これでは
Is that how you honor her?
鈴葉が浮かばれないぞ。
でたらめ言ってん
Stop
じゃねえ
making
よ。
shit up. He thrusts his gun at me. I barely managed to keep from flinching. How'd you turn out this way? He's gonna say he had nothing, his wife had died. He needed money to support his daughter.
うるせえな。
Fuck you.
いろいろあ
It's
るんだよ。
complicated. Is that supposed to be an excuse?
本当に
Are you really FB?
FB
Mocha looks lost. He sighs and lowers his gun.
ああ、そうだ。
Yeah,
メールは
the mails.
全部俺が
I
書い
wrote
た。
them.
なぜ
Why'd I pretend to be a woman? Camouflage,
カムフラージ
obviously.
だよ。
Had to hide my
正体
identity.
を隠すためのな。ネットでもネカマなんて腐るほど。
The internet's full of guys pretending to be girls. Okay.
マジな話、大変だ
I
ったん
gotta
だ
say
ぜ
though, you send too much goddamn mail.
振りすぎだタコ。おめえのくだら
Who's
ない
time for that shit?
全列
You
して
better
や
be
ったんだ
grateful I bothered to reply.
そんな
No.
FB は
FB was like a mother to me.
お母さんみたいな存在で
Hey. Don't assume gender roles. Mr. Braun could be your mother.
私は
I'd do anything for FB.
そう仕向けたんだよ。
Oh god.
おめえみたいな
That's the
名誉
point. It's easy to manipulate nut jobs like
依存して
you.
くれるから
Just gotta give him something to cling to.
もうやめろ。
Enough. I approach him, but freeze once he points the gun at me again.
なぜ
Why'd you stop emailing me?
くれなかったの
連絡
Huh? Oh, right.
ああ
Your uselessness ended the second you dropped off that IBM.
おめえはも
用済み
I'm useless? She's about to kill herself here. Or rush at him aggressively. That was obvious. I've been telling her this whole time FB abandoned her. I guess it wasn't real to her until she heard it from FB's own mouth.
うダイレクトメールでメンバーを募集する
Recruiting members directly is bad for secrecy, but the Rounders make up for it by choosing expendable assets with nowhere to
それ
go.
がラウンダーのやり方そして IBN5100
Any member who finds an IBN is eliminated,
任
no
務達成
exceptions.
となり口封じされる
What's he saying?
例外なくそうすることで
That
セ
way,
ルンと
CERN
委員
gets to
会
keep
は
the secrets, plus have a cheap army of outcasts like us.
安い金で俺だあいつらにしてみ
We're
ろ
all
ラ
expendable.
ウンダーは
It sucks, let me tell ya.
全員駒さ悲しいことにな
Without dropping his smile, he takes his gun.
任務達成はすなわち処分確定
A lot of suicide themes in this game.
犬つより家畜だ
As soon as the job's done, they get rid of us. Guess that makes us cattle, not dogs. He presses the gun to the side of his head. Huh?
逆らえば家族が
Disobey orders, they go after your family. I can't let them touch my little girl,
させら
can
れ
I?
ねえだろおい
Wait, don't.
すずさんには悪いと思う
Sorry for everything, Suzu.
本当
Really, how did I turn out this way? He pulls the trigger. Oh god, and now Mocha's gonna kill himself. Or herself. And now Rintaro's gonna, like, fucking lose his shit.
なんで
Why? Yeah, wait, why? What the fuck just happened? Honestly. Is Christina not gonna come inside from the gunshot? Brain splatters against the wall. His massive body drops to the floor and sprawls out. What about Nay? A dark red stain begins to spread over the tatami mats. He's dead. He's dead. Why? What is that noise? It's over, and I still don't understand what happened. Would he have killed himself even if we hadn't confronted him? Was his death too the will of fate? I think the will of fate here is just that somebody commits suicide on this day. Tenoji completed his mission. Maybe he chose to eliminate himself rather than face CERN.
バカだ
You fool.
あなたは
I bite down hard on my lip. I pounded my fists against the floor.
娘を残して
You left your daughter alone.
勝手に死んでるんだよ
He meant to protect her with his sacrifice, but what's Nay supposed to do now? Also, won't they still show up? Like, looking for him anyway? They're not gonna know he committed suicide.
しかも
How could you die with a smile? Yeah, I don't really get what just happened there. What? All rounders are expendable, he said. Does that mean FB was just another pawn? Is that how CERN operates? Why would he care about betrayal then if he was gonna end up killing himself anyway? You don't think CERN would have eyes on him? So wouldn't CERN be like super suspicious that M4 is in this building with Rintaro, the main target? This can't be real. Is she still asleep in the next room, blissfully unaware of her father's suicide? What about Christina? Did nobody hear this gunshot? How do I explain this to her? You don't? You time leap? Who cares? Should I run? Strictly speaking, my purpose is to obtain FB's phone. Once I send the D-mail and change the world line, all of this will be undone. I can run like a coward and no one will know. I'll know. I timidly slide open the door to Nay's bedroom. Why? This seems like an unnecessary trial to put yourself through. It looks like you'd expect. A red backpack hanging next to the desk, and a futon laid out on the floor. But Nay isn't there. The window's open, lace curtains waving, as if to invite the fresh morning breeze in. She's gone? Where'd she go? Don't tell me CERN kidnapped her. I don't even know if she was here when we arrived. None of this makes sense. This isn't the world I know.
携帯を
His phone.
探そう
I need his phone. I'm relieved Nay isn't here. I don't have to tell her about her father's death. I find his phone. I was ready to kill him for it if I had to, but I never thought he'd kill himself. I mean, I think they probably just had to have him commit suicide because there's no realistic way that Okabe gets the phone from Mr. Braun. I'm looting his dead body like a hyena scavenging for scraps of meat. I want to make myself puke. I leave as soon as I have the phone, dragging the catatonic Mocha with me. We regroup with Christina, who is worried sick. Hail a taxi. I wish we hadn't spent so much time parked near his house. Once the body's found, the police might trace the car back to us. Save. Maybe we should have reported it, but I'd rather not have to answer any questions. Besides, soon none of this will have happened.
そう
So the manager was FB. First, we take Mocha back to her apartment. There, I explained to Christina what happened. Mocha didn't say a word on the way back. Now she's sitting on the floor, staring off into space. Must have been quite a shock to hear Tenyoji's FB's confession. The one person she trusted betrayed her, and then killed himself in front of her. She may never recover. But were his actions really a betrayal? I'm not quite convinced. Something felt off. Rounders who complete their mission are eliminated, no exceptions. That's what he said. But in that case, why wasn't Mocha killed?
なあ
Hey, Mocha.
もしかしたら
It's possible that FB did what he did so you could live.
お前を生かそうとし
Also,
た
how
のか
did
も
he
しれ
know
な
what
い
M4 looked like anyway?
あの人は
Maybe he didn't abandon you.
突き放して
Maybe by pushing you away, he was trying to
生
keep
か
you
そうとし
safe.
たのかも
That might just be wishful thinking. We'll never know. But I want to believe that he did care for her, that there was a place for Mocha somewhere. See, Rintaro's a softie. He thinks he's really angry about Mayuri killing, her killing Mayuri, but he knows he still feels bad for her. What am I doing? Why am I trying to comfort her? Maybe I'm just soft. That's okay.
岡部今すぐ D メールを送るべきよ
We need to send the D-mail now. Her expression is grave.
今を逃すといろいろ面
Miss
倒な
this
ことに
chance,
巻き
you
込ま
could
れ
be
る
in
か
a
もし
lot
れ
of
ないから
trouble. Chat has advised me not to. She had the same thought as me.
あんたの目的は
Your goal is to save Mayuri, not take revenge on CERN, right?
セルンへの復讐じゃないでしょ
Why not both?
私たちが作ったタイムリープマシンのせいで犠
I
牲
don't
が
want
出る
anyone else hurt because of the machine
うち
we
のいい
built.
ことじゃない
ああ
You're right.
そうだな
FB's phone is in my possession. There's no longer any reason to stay on this world line. It's only a matter of time until the police come looking for us. I should send the D-mail. When I do, the present will be reconstructed.
Tenyoji will still be alive. Mocha will still be in contact.
Ugh. And at last, the IBN will return. I just need to think about saving Mayuri and all will be
ダル
well.
はもうラボに来ていると思うか
Do you think Daru's still in the lab?
電話してみる
I'll try calling. I'll save the same message I tried to send earlier. Only this time it'll be from FB's phone. When Mocha sees it, she'll believe it to be an order from FB. Knowing her dependence, she'll obey. Makes me sick to be taking advantage of her vulnerabilities like this. How am I any different?
あと5分くらいで
He
ラ
said
ボ
he'll
に
be
着く
there
っ
in
て
5. So we just wait.
ね
Something weird happened back there.
店長の家でのことだけど
After closing her phone, Christina glances at Mocha and lowers her voice.
私
While I was waiting outside, I heard a gunshot.
その
And after that, I saw her.
あの子
Her. Who? I ask even though I know the answer. There's only one person it could be.
ナイちゃん家の裏口から
She ran out the
走り
back
去って
door.
いった呼び止めようとしたら目があったわ
When I called out to her to stop, our eyes met. She bites her lip as if fighting an unpleasant memory. It happened right after she heard the gunshot. That's true, then Nay saw her father die. She saw her father die and ran away. There's a knock. Someone's here. Who? Mocha, who'd been squatting by the entrance, lifts her head. This is wrong. The timing's too perfect. Today, Mocha dies. This world line has already approved that fate. Has it come for her? Mocha reaches for the doorknob.
よせ開けるな
Wait, don't... I try to stop her. But too late. She's already opening the door. The door opens slowly, and there stands...
こんにちは。
Hi. An innocent greeting. Bro. A child's voice. Familiar. How'd she find this place? How'd she get here? Why'd she come here? She ran away. Our eyes meet. Right after I heard the gunshot. Nay steps up to Mocha. Mocha's body blocks my view. The next instant, Mocha drops to her knees like a puppet whose strings had been cut. An innocent laugh. Hands dyed with blood. A cleaver in her hand.
嘘でしょ。
No way.
嘘じゃない。
Yes way. Nay's lips twist into a victorious sneer. She looks straight at me, her eyes burning with hatred. Those aren't the eyes of a child. What's going on here? Did future Nay time leap into child Nay? Is this really Nay?
私は
I won't forgive you. The venom in her voice chills me to the bone.
父さんを死に追いやったお前たちを
Daddy died because of you.
絶対に
I'll never
許
forgive
さ
you.
ないから。私がこの手で殺
I'll
して
kill
や
you
るま
with my own hands.
で許さないから。
We stare in shocked silence. Neither of us can move a muscle.
岡部倫太郎
My heart skips a beat. I feel like someone just walked over my grave.
お前は15年後に殺す。それまで怯えて待ってなさい。
I'll come for you in 15 years? I hope you spend them quivering in terror. Why would she wait? Nay tosses the knife and leaves, while laughing. I hear the sound of her footsteps pattering down the, stairs. Hey, what's up, Dirty Clicker? She might be our strongest foe. Why wait the 15 years? Soon they fade away, leaving us in silence. What the hell was that? A demon? Was she possessed?
悪魔か何かが
What year did Suzuha say that Rintaro dies in the future? Does that add up to where Nay says she kills her? We know Christina's dead before 2036. Jasu 2025. Oh shit, it does line up. Because it's 2010 now. That's crazy, bro. My body's shaking. I have to struggle to move a finger.
いや
What about Mocha?
それよりも萌え
Her
が
clothes are soaked in blood, and there's a gaping wound in her abdomen where Nay stabbed her.
落ち着け。
Calm down. Christine yells at me to come to my senses, and then she takes out her phone.
桐生さんの容体を見て、私は救急車を。
Check on her, I'll call an ambulance. He gets PTSD over this. He gets PTSD over this, not Mayuri dying like a dozen times? Is this that Danganronpa spinoff? Close. It's actually the, damn. What's that called? What's the term called? The prelogue? Why is the word... It's on the tip of my tongue. It's escaping me right now. Origin story. I don't know. Fuck it. That was... You saw the Twin Tails on Nay, right? Prologue. Yeah. I guess maybe it's a prologue. Prequel. There we go. That's the term I'm looking for. Thank you. You saw how Nay had the Twin Tails on? That she grows up to be Junko, actually. She committed her first kill, and that's what caused her to give in to despair. He does, but he's scared of her. An interesting juxtaposition, considering she used to be scared of Rintaro. Maybe she's scared of Rintaro because she knows in another world line Rintaro gets her daddy killed. Crazy. No, wait, before that. Maybe you should just send the D-mail. Even now, Christina's calm. I mean, her voice is getting kinda high. I feel an irrational surge of anger at her composure, but I know that she's right. Once I send the D-mail, this world line will be undone. Okay, so we're not gonna send the D-mail first. We'll get an ending. I feel like the logical choice here is to just do the D-mail. I'm back where we at. Nay just committed unalive. I know that, but still I run to Mocha's side. When I lift her up in my arms, I see her chest's already covered in blood. If it was a cleaver, how did she stab inward? Anyway. A cleaver wouldn't have the thrust power. She's my enemy. Hang in there. She killed Mayuri. Can you hear me? I can't understand her. I can't forgive her. And yet I can't help but call her name. Because in a sense, she's a victim too. She slowly opens her eyes. Her eyes are blank and unfocused. She's fading. She tries to speak, but her voice catches in her throat. I bring my ear close to her lips. I killed someone precious to you. You did, countless times. Not on this world line, but on others. This is my punishment. The will of fate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I silently squeeze her hand. She doesn't squeeze back. She no longer has the strength. I had nothing except FB. The only place I belonged. I'd kill to protect it. You're right to hate me. I'm sorry. I forgive you. The words come to my lips unbidden. But as soon as I speak them, I understand why. Mocha does not kill Mayuri on this world line. Even if she could, it would not happen until tomorrow. This Mocha, the one dying in my arms, is innocent. And yet even now she says I'm sorry. How can I not answer? I forgive you. Perhaps the words are meaningless. Forgiving her will not cure Nei's hate, neither will it cure Mocha's death. I don't even know if I truly mean what I'm saying, but still, I remember what Christina said. My goal is to save Mayuri, not avenge her. So here now, I forgive you. The anguish seems to fade from her face. Her eyes slowly close. A tear slides down her cheek. Her hand slips from my grasp. She's no longer breathing. Biting my lip, I lay her to rest on the floor. I place her purple phone in her hands. She calls to me in a weak voice.
D メールを
I think you should send the D mail.
も
Everything's ready.
う準備は
Yeah. They're gone, but Mayuri's fate remains unchanged. The universe still demands her death.
な
Hey, Christina.
クリスティーナ D メールを送って
When I send the D mail and
ダイ
change
バージェンスが変わ
divergence,
ったら
do you think Mocha's
萌
fate
香
will
はそこ
change?
で
あんたが言っていた
Based on the attractor field model you spoke of,
ダイバージェンスが 1% 以上なら
she'll be more likely to live if divergence exceeds 1%.
ごめん
Sorry, I wish I knew what to say.
いや
Don't worry.
いいんだ
I stand up. Her blood clings to my hands. It won't come off even when I wipe it with a tissue. I stop trying and take out FB's phone. Again, this did like the subtle pixel switch. I nod to Christina. She calls Daru and tells him to activate the phone wave. Name subject to change. I take one last look at her body lying there. Don't send it? Yeah. Causality is strange and terrifying. At the beginning of all this, Mocha killed Mayuri. But now Mocha lies dead while Mayuri still lives. All because I changed the past. Mocha, if you're going to apologize for a sin you didn't commit, then I must apologize as well. I'm responsible for twisting your fate. And for twisting the fate of Tenioji Nei. I ruined that innocent girl's life. Made her something other than what she was meant to be. I don't feel like that's true. Based on her saying, I'm gonna come for you in 15 years? That's so specific. She's from a different timeline. Maybe she was the person that mysteriously did the time leap? Because we still don't know who that was either. Is it okay to just leave her? If I send the D-mail, this world line will be undone. Nei's twisted fate corrected. But there's no point worrying about it. I should just think about Mayuri. I shouldn't burden myself with more problems. Is that okay? Of course. Send the D-mail. That's all I need to do. Why do my fingers not move? I already know what I need to do, and yet...
岡部
さっきのあの子様子が変じゃなかった
Wasn't there something strange about that girl?
あの子
You mean Nei?
ナイちゃんのこと
I like that she still says Chan. Nai-chan? You mean Nai Murderer-san? I don't know. I nod.
まるで
She was like a different
別
person.
人みたいだった
15年後に殺すって
What did she mean she'll kill me in 15 years? It bothers me. Does she know something? Yeah, see, I knew this was fucking weird. What was she implying? Knives, Chan. Sex Chat 69, new site with hot girls. Oh my god. That's crazy. Can you bring the hot girls to this chat? Where we play anime games? That would be dope.
Okabe
Don't worry
気に
about
す
it.
ることない D メールを今
Send
す
the
ぐ
D
送る
mail. That'll solve everything.
それで
No, it won't.
何もかも解決よ
I put FB's phone in my pocket.
見なかったことには
I can't pretend I didn't see that.
できない
Nei's crime's partly my responsibility. And I need to know what she meant when she promised you to kill me in 15 years.
タイムリープするラボに戻ろう
I'm time leaping back to the lab. She sighs, but I pretend not to hear it. Oh, we're only time leaping like an hour.
というか敵
Our enemy, but... She glanced to Mocha.
彼女は
Isn't she our enemy? About 7 a.m.
はそうだけど
Where'd that question come
何
from?
よいきなり
After time leaping 4 hours back, I find myself in front of the station. This is right after Mocha and I met up with Christina after returning from Narita Airport. After this comes the Tenioji residence. Mocha's standing a few meters away, kicking the dirt. She was dead a few minutes ago, but now she's fine. I feel no surprise. I suppose I've grown accustomed to this particular facet. After all, I've seen Mayuri come back to life countless times. There's one other thing experience has taught me. Today, Mocha and Tenyoji will die, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. I know it's cruel, but I didn't come back here to save them. I don't have the means to, and it's not my problem. The problem is Nae. We arrive at the house just like we did before. This time I wait outside. Mocha enters alone, expressionless as ever. While we wait, I tell Christina what's about to happen. I also tell her to wait a little while after she hears the gunshot, and then go inside and take Tenyoji's phone. Feels like an eternity passes. And then... she gasps, and her body goes stiff. I like that he's just telling Christina to, hey, just go, like, loot a dead body. Like, Christina's gonna... I guess Christina's actually, like, pretty cold and calculating. She should be able to do it. Never mind. It really was a gunshot. But even back on this time leap, she knows that he does the time leaping and stuff. So why is she shocked that he's right? I mean, guess gunshots are still extreme. I immediately look around. Just as she told me, I see a girl come out of the window. She walks away quickly, but at the same time, taking care not to make a sound. That's not how a child acts after witnessing her father's death. Wait. Nae looks over her shoulder. She spears me with eyes full of hatred. That alone's enough to make me shiver. It's pitiful, but a tiny girl is making me nervous. Something's wrong. It's like she's a completely different person. I want to know her true identity. That's why I time leaped instead of sending the D-mail. I don't know if Ruben's still here, but there's that little, like, go off to the side animation he doesn't like. I'm also not a fan of that. Nae's still running, ignoring my calls to stop. Alright, even if Nae is like a future secret agent or whatever that time leaped back into another body, she's still in a tiny little girl body. You should be able to catch up with her. Remember earlier when the machine got used? I think it was her, right? It had to have been Nae. I run after her. Out of shape though I may be, I'm still more than a match for a 12-year-old girl. The distance between us shortens. Nae keeps running, occasionally looking back at me and grinding her teeth in a very unchildlike manner. Dude, this is creepy. Normally, a child being chased by a man would cry and scream like, "Stay away" or "Help." This girl says nothing. The only sound's her breathing. I call out to her once more. Unexpectedly, she slows down and stops. Looks like she's realized she can't get away. From the sound of her breathing, she must be at her limit. We're alone. Christina and Mocha must still be at the house, and the streets are empty thanks to the Oban holidays. Perfect. I was afraid someone might report me as a child molester. Now I can get what I need to know out of this strange girl. I call out to her as I catch my breath. Are you really Nae? She glares at me as she catches her breath. You plan to kill Mocha after this, don't you? That's right. She punctuates her nonchalant reply with a smile. That's not the face of a child. Revenge for your father? You and Mocha killed Daddy. It's so creepy because she still says things like Daddy. Like she is a child. Your dad killed himself. He blew his own brains out. He would have done it even if we hadn't been here. It's not our fault. I don't care. What? Mocha was there when Daddy died, but she didn't stop him. I won't forgive her. Nor you, Rentaro. You weren't there, but Daddy wouldn't have died if you hadn't gotten involved. She blaming me for finding the IBM? How the hell was I supposed to know? But I won't kill you now. I can't. The tiny little girl, barely half my height, looks up at me with a smile that chills my blood.
お前を殺すのは15年
I'll
後
kill you in 15 years.
それ
Keep
まで
living in
政府を
fear
怯え
until
続け
then.
る
No, grab her by her scrawny little neck and pick her up. Be like, listen here, kid. I get on my knees and grab her by the shoulders. I hold back my terror and meet her stare for stare. The girl doesn't flinch.
お前は
Who are you?
誰なんだ
She isn't nigh.
15年後に
What do you
殺す
mean
って
you'll kill me in 15
どう
years?
いう意味なんだ
そのままの意味だよ
Exactly what it sounds like.
お前は15年後に
15
私
years
が
from
殺
now,
した
I killed you. Why is she using past tense? Nay laughs, a harsh and mocking sound. Then she leans in and whispers,
わからないのか
You still don't get it?
今こう言った
Just now you
お
asked who
前
I
は
am.
誰なんだって私は天王寺ない
I
だ
am
ろ
nigh.
間違い
No
な
doubt
く
about
な
that.
ただし私は
But I remember the
15
next
年
15
先の記
years.
憶まで思い出している
No. Did she? Time leap? That scared me. Nye suddenly whips out a knife, catching me off guard. She drives the knife into the elbow of my right arm, which was grabbing her. Blood sprays onto her face and she doesn't blink. Instead, she laughs. Just like she laughed when she killed Mocha. Damn it. The intense pain brings me to my knees. He was already on his knees, though. He said that. For a moment I panic, but somehow I manage to convince myself I'm fine. I won't die here. This world line won't accept that. It's just like Nai said. It's not that she won't kill me, she can't. If she tried, something would surely interfere.
お前を殺した時のこと教
Wanna
え
hear
てあ
how
げ
I
よ
killed you?
うなんかレジスタンスの創始者とか言って
In
セル
the
に歯
future,
向かって
you're
た
one
み
of
た
the
いだけ
founders
ど
of the resistance against CERN.
私が拉致して
But I
監
capture
禁して
you,
やって考
imprison you,
えつく限りのあ
and
りとあ
torture
ら
you
ゆ
in
る
every
方
which
法を
way I
加
can
えて
think
やっ
of.
たよお前は痛み
You
に
cried,
泣き
screamed,
わ
and
め
begged
き
for your
ク
life,
ソとしょんべんを
all while
まき散ら
covered
し
in
ながら
piss.
私に命乞いをした実に醜かった
You're a
よ
sorry sight,
岡部
Rintaro.
倫太郎しょうがないから
After I
最後に
ran out of
私
things
自
to
身の手で
do,
喉を
I
か
finally
き切っ
slit
て
your
やった
throat
気
and
が済
stab
むま
you
でメット刺しにしたのよ
over and over and over, so many
一
times
体
I
何
don't
回刺
remember.
したか私でもわからないぐらいのね
Hey, here's the yandere girlfriend I was talking about. In 15 years, though. When she's 27.
それが
That's how your
15年
life's
後のお
going to
前が
end.
迎える
Your
最後
punishment for murdering Daddy.
父さんを殺したお前を
She
待って
grabs
いる
my
運命だ
arms and digs her fingers into the wound. My nerves burst into flame, not just my arm, but throughout my entire body. The pain forces the air out of my lungs in a scream. I can't shake off her hands. I can't move a finger.
セルンはお前の作ったタイムリープマシンを回収して15
CERN
年もの間
confiscates your time
一
leap
切
machine.
手をつけずに保
They
管
keep
し
it
たまま
locked
だか
away
ら
for 15 years until I come
私
for
は
it.
それに目をつけたの
Why is she such like a highly trained assassin? I hope we see her when she's older.
15年後
After I
ラウン
became
ダー
a
になっ
rounder
た
and
私
killed you,
はお
I
前を
used that
殺して
machine
た
to come all the
そ
way
れを
back
使
here.
ってここまで戻ってきた
Why?
一度にたった
It's hard, let me
48時間
tell
しか
you.
遡れない欠
That
陥
piece of
品だから
shit can't leap more than 48 hours. To travel 15 years in 48 increments would take. I can't calculate through the pain.
単純計算で
2,738 leaps.
他にもいろいろあった
Messed up a few times,
実際の回数はきっ
so
と
it was
倍
really
以上
more
だ
like
と思う
twice that. I
自
kind
分
of
が
lost
何
count.
回タイムリープしたかなんてとっくに忘れたよ
Now I get it. When I came to this world line, I went back to the lab after learning of Mocha's suicide. Once I got there, I found the device someone had used I found evidence someone had used the time leap. What's robotic notes? Is that where we see her being a psycho in the future? So that was Nai's final time leap. Nai keeps staring into my eyes as her fingers crawl deeper into my wound. I bite my lip in a desperate attempt to bear the pain, but the blood won't stop flowing. It collects into a puddle and stains the asphalt. Revenge was all I lived for. I won't let anyone get in my way. I will kill Kiryu Moka with my own two hands. I won't let that bitch kill herself. She doesn't deserve to go out that easy. You left 15 years for that? She's insane. And it was Moka and I who made her that way, who turned an innocent girl into a creature of hatred, starved for vengeance. We stole 15 years of her life. 15 years. I can't understand what it's like to live with such hatred for so long. Just for that? Nai's fingers pry deeper into my wound. So deep, I can feel her fingers against my bone. It might not mean much to you, but to me, killing you two means everything. So you kill Moka, but what comes next? Next? You gonna repeat those 15 years all over again? What do I care about those 15 years? There's nothing for me there. She does not cry or sneer. Her voice is flat and emotionless as she speaks these words. There's nothing more I can say to this girl I destroyed. I really don't feel like you had anything to do with her destruction, but okay. At last she lets go of my arm. She looks in disgust at her hands, now covered in my blood. I don't need anything from you. Live in fear and regret until I come for you. I'm powerless to stop her from running away. Dry laughter leaks out of my mouth. That girl's disconnected from causality, just like I am. I asked her what she would do after killing Moka, but she didn't answer. The first time she lived those 15 years, all she had was revenge. How did she make it in the midst of Rintaro also time-leaping and stuff? After time-leaping thousands of times, she exacted revenge. How will she live those 15 years the second time around? Will she kill me again? Will her revenge be complete? Or will it continue forever until she even forgets why? The thought squeezes my heart. Does time travel bring nothing but pain? We built a time machine out of curiosity. We're fools. If not for our meddling, CERN would not have targeted us. Mayuri would not have died. We don't know that yet. Suzuha would not have had to travel to the past. I mean, CERN was obviously on a collision course to make a time machine anyway. Ferris would not have lost her father twice. Moka would not have had to kill Mayuri. She runs up to me. She turns pale at the sight of my bleeding arm. What happened? Are you okay? She kneels in front of me, worry etched on her face. Her time leaping doesn't seem to make a difference in the world line, hence why reading Steiner isn't triggered. Right, but how does the world line shifting not, like, fuck her up? Like, make her forget stuff? I guess as long as divergence isn't 1%, CERN's... yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, that makes sense.
は
The phone.
持ってきたけど
I brought it, but she hands me FB's phone. I take it and start typing out the mail with my hand.
説
Hey,
明して
tell me
よ
what happened, will you?
その傷はどうしたの
Is there any reason to?
救急車
Should I call an
呼んだ方が
ambulance?
いい
落ち着け
Calm down.
今から
I'm gonna send the D
デ
mail
ィメー
now.
ルを送る
そうか
If the world line changes, this wound goes away.
のかな
Who cares about my wound? Tenyoji's death, Mocha's death, and the damage done to Nai's soul will all be undone. That's what matters. I finish the mail and take a breath. Hey, why do you think Tenyoji didn't kill Mocha?
を殺さなかったんだろうな
どういうこと
What do you mean? Any rounder who finds an IBN is silenced. That's what Tenyoji said. In that case, the one who should have been eliminated first was Mocha. She found the IBN. And yet, he could contact with her instead. And when we exposed his true identity, he shot himself.
俺は
I think he wanted to save her.
思うんだ
Perhaps that's just
や
wishful
っぱり
thinking.
店長は
Perhaps I'm just looking for an ounce of
モニカを
comfort
助
in
け
all
たか
this
ったんだ
suffering.
よ
So wait, if you send that D-mail earlier, does this whole thing not happen? That seems like a pretty major plot point. To just gloss over. Like, hey, whoops.
Even if that was Tenyoji's intention, it was meaningless. Mocha will die today. Whether by her own hand or Nai's, it doesn't matter. It's not in the anime?
That's crazy. I mean, I guess it's not in the anime because they don't want to show a child murdering somebody on screen and being all crazy. We need more yandere characters in media. I want to see 27-year-old yandere Nai. However,
ベータ世界線では
I hope it works out on the Beta World line.
そうなるといいな
They're the enemy. I should hate them for killing Mayuri. But in some sense, Tenyoji, Mocha, and Nai are all just victims of my foolish experiments. No. They're victims of CERN. I pray they can live normal lives on the Beta World line. I mean, they'll probably live normal lives on the Beta World line because CERN will be beaten in the Beta World line. For their sake as well as Mayuri's, I must send this D-mail.
悪いなない
Sorry, Nai. Once this D-mail is sent, the world line will be
お
undone.
前の復讐は
But I can't let you have your revenge.
果たされない
Alright, this is what it was at the beginning of the game. 0.57. These increments are small. How do these D-mail shift always end up being on the same day that we were at, though? The world shatters, warps, and reforms. Eventually, the sensations disappear and color gradually returns to the world. I find myself standing in the street near the lab. The dub actors, Kyler? The burning pain in my right arm is gone. I look down and there's no wound. Instead, I'm holding a convenience store bag with 2 bottles of Dr. P. Interesting, Ruben. I guess it worked. I head straight for Mocha's apartment. When I get there, Mocha opens the door normally and peeks out at me. She She looks fine. No signs of despair. No blood stain by the door. No knife either.
岡部君ここ
How'd you know where
ど
I...
うやって
少し時間を
Let me kill some time here. And barge into the room. That seems like a weird way to phrase that. Let me kill some time in this ruin where you die. The hour of Mocha's death passes with no sign of Nai. The world line has changed. Mocha's right in front of me, but sends me the mail. I don't need an IBN anymore. Wouldn't FB still, like, message? Like, hey, where the fuck is the IBN? Wouldn't this only work for, like, a day? Feels like forever since we last conversed like this.
必要ないと
What do you mean? You asked how it stays on the same day? Yeah. It seems like D-mail is always constant for Rintaro on the day, but Time Leap is the only thing that shifts the day. My supervisor told me to stop looking. What was your reaction to the intense Okabe Mocha scene? I thought it was really cool. I mostly talked about the influence I think that it kind of shows us, like, the truth of what Christina is and how she becomes, like, this developer of the time machine, and why Suzuha hates her is because we get that glimpse into Christina's character where she's like, fuck it, kill her. Like, remember in the Suzuha ending, where Rintaro starts to go mad, and he's like, I could just kill these people. I'm in a different world. Like, I can control time. Christina kind of already has that thought process, like, right away. She's like, just undo time. Just kill them, get the information you need, and go back. No big deal. So I thought it was really interesting. I went into more detail about it when it happened. But, like, I thought that was a really interesting glimpse into Christina's character, more so than even Rintaro. All he's doing is swapping world lines. Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
FB からストップ
FB told you to stop? How'd you know about FB? Where'd you get that info? So FB's still alive. I feel relief, but also fear. I mustn't forget he's my enemy. For now, however, I'm more interested in what Mocha just said. FB canceled her mission to retrieve the IBN? Yeah, that's the D-mail you sent. What?
任務達成はすなわち処分確定。扱いとしては
I recall his last words. Perhaps he canceled her mission so they wouldn't be eliminated. I thought the D-mail was what canceled the mission. If that's the truth, maybe he was really trying to save her.
ただ怯え
Live in fear and regret, Rintaro, until I come for you in 15 years.
15年
I
後
wonder what happened to Nai.
私が迎
I
え
can't
に
get that childish yet hate-filled voice out of my head. That's what I'm curious about, is in this world line, is Nai still a fucking nut job? Can we talk to Nai? On that world line, I turned an innocent girl into a murderer. Bite my lip hard enough to draw blood. I won't fear you, Nai, nor will I repent. The world line's already been undone. But how will things turn out? No point thinking about it. If the plan worked, the IBN should already be back in my possession. If that's the case, then there's no need to stay on this world line. On the way back to the lab, I stopped by the workshop and peeked through the window. The TV's turned on, and FB's lounging in front of it, reading the sports pages. FB is still alive. His daughter has no reason to hate anyone now. I climbed the stairs. Is that true? Nobody is there but Christina.
桐生萌香のアパートに行ったか
Have you been to Mocha's apartment?
は
She pauses her at-channel browsing to look up at me.
萌香さんのアパート私が
Mocha-san's apartment? Never.
行ってないけど
So we're now back on a timeline where we can go back to laughing at Christina for being a weeb. We haven't done that in a while.
そうか
Okay.
どういうことよ
Why do you ask?
いや
Doesn't matter. Just
言って
wondering.
いないならいいんだ
I cut across the lounge and head straight for the development room. In the middle of that room sits the time leap. At a glance, I scan the shelves. The IBN is here. The large, familiar cardboard box. I was right. Inside the box is the IBN, the legendary retro PC stolen from me by a twist of fate. At last it's returned. The long battle is over. I did it. We can save Mayuri. Daru? Where's my hack? I can't contain my excitement. My heart's beating like a jackhammer. He's not here. He went to Comic-Con, remember? No. There's no time for you to be slacking off going to conventions, boy. We have a government to hack. Hang on one second. Actually, it didn't take as long as I thought it would. I forgot. I had a candle lit that I wanted to burn out, or blow out, but I forgot I had it in my office, not in my living room. Right. In that case, he won't return until the evening. I can't wait that long. We're on a world line now where Mayuri should technically be fated to die on the 17th, right? I fire up the time machine and leap. Why the fuck do you have a candle lit? I like the way the candle smells. Is it that weird? As shape and color return to the world, I see Daru in front of the computer. Christina's napping on the sofa. Probably just got done with her all-nighter on the time leap machine. I like that his response was to just casually time leap now. He's not even really concerned about it. He's just like, I can't wait a couple hours. Fuck it. I'm time leaping a few days. Mayuri's not around.
Daru! Christina!
The lit candle you forgot about isn't good. I mean, I knew the candle was lit. I just forgot where I had it. Christina jerks awake. It's time for the final phase of Operation Verthandi. A sonorous declaration only earns blank stares. Are they slow? The IBN 5100 Daru. Yeah. Listen to me, man. We have an IBN. I guess he's so excited he's kind of forgot the rules of his time travel. Was it a pumpkin-scented candle? No, it was not pumpkin-scented. It was vanilla bean. Of course we do. You're the one who found it. Yes, I did. I found it at the shrine. Have you been drinking too much? Let me sleep, for crying out loud. She rubs her eyes and complains and looks tired. I was up all night. Normie candle. I am a normie, you weeb. There's some strange scented candles. Yeah, I never get the strange scented ones. It's late to say this, but I appreciate the changes to circumstances and the explained reason in story. Yeah, I was explaining how earlier I was talking about I was a very similar thing you were talking about, Ruben. I was like, I like that the game actually produces reasons for Christina to be smart and that they're applicable to the universe, rather than the game just constantly reminding us that Christina's smart and then not really showing it, which is really annoying. I hate when stories do that. I also like that I figured out Mocha sent a different text significantly earlier than like when it actually happened. But I liked that the story also planted significant seeds for you to be able to understand that Mocha sent a different email. It wasn't something that like was just pulled out of the story's ass to be like, whoa, a twist, Mocha switched her email. Like there was a lot of crumbs that you could eat to get to the point in understanding that Mocha changed her text. Like they set the seed very early, so I appreciate that. Daru, have you researched how to use the IBM?
Huh?
Well, yeah, I guess. Can you
忙
believe I did it while preparing for Comic-Con? I'm like a saint or something. They knight me for this in England. Then I shall call you Sir Super Hacker. No. You chill out, you're giving me a headache. Daru knows how to use the IBN. Then we can hack CERN right now. Didn't Daru not know how to hack it though? Hear me, lab members. Mayuri's not here, but that's actually more convenient. Our long struggle has at last reached its climax. Ragnarok is at hand. I like that he just immediately forgot all of his trauma and the fact that Ney said, I'm gonna kill you in a couple years, and is now already back to Chunyulu. Like nonsense, like right away. Not feeling much trauma here, huh? We must deliver the decisive blow with the power of the IBM. We'll crack CERN's most secure database and destroy it from the inside. Though the cowardly apparatus known as Echelon, the enemy has acquired precious intelligence on our activities. They plot to steal our sacred time machine, upon which rest the hopes and dreams of mankind. Beneath its scholarly trappings, CERN is a hive of scum and villainy, of men who would sacrifice innocent souls in their quest to rule all of space and time. But now we are poised to crush them with the hammer of justice. And when we do, they'll know once and for all by those whose hand the wheel of fate truly turns. When the sun sets upon the battlefield, the foul ruling structure that controls the world will crumble, and from the flames a new age rises. An age of glorious, unfettered chaos. Man. Shut up. Christina gets fed up and rises from the sofa. Thank you, Christina. What are you talking about? Nobody can know the darkness in his heart. First, get your character straight. What kind of scientist talks about a hammer of justice? I guess he just got caught up in the heat of the moment. Maybe he regrets it now. I do. Stop complaining and get ready. Get ready. To crack CERN, weren't you listening? I don't think that's a good idea. When did you become a goody two-shoes? Where's your ambition? You trying to get us arrested? Why doesn't he explain the time leap in the thing instead of being a Explain that he's already used it about a couple dozen times. What happened? Lay it all out. You're wasting time. That's not the problem. I fight the urge to grind my teeth. If you have time to go on a fucking drama play, you can explain everything. Instead, I fix Christina with my stare. It's taken me so long, just to reach this point. This is my chance to escape the Alpha World Line and save Mayuri. I won't let anyone get in my way. Anyone. Why, it's serious, man. I've got good reason. To them, only half hour has passed since the time leap machine was built. But to me, many days have passed since this ordeal began. Please, I bow my head deeply. Please hear me out. Or else Mayuri will die, and in 26 years the world will be ruled by CERN. Suzuha's sacrifice will have been for nothing. Daru clasps me on the shoulder, then smiles and thrusts his thumb. It's not like I'm cracking for you or anything, okay? Oh god. I burst out in laughter. Super Haka, Sundere version, is here to save the day. I could have asked for a better right-hand man. As Daru hooks the IBN to his PC, I explain the situation one more time. Let's hope this is the last. This all happened because of the first D-mail I sent to Daru. CERN intercepted that D-mail with Echelon and figured out what it meant. Then they sent the Rounders after us. They'll kill Mayuri, kidnap us, and steal the Time Leap machine. Some years after that, I assume, Daru and I escaped and formed the Resistance, to which Suzuha belonged. I tried to save Mayuri, but nothing worked. Every world line converged on the same result, just as the attractor field theory said they would. If this is all a delusion of yours, I think you've got a career as a light novel author ahead of you. Oh, sorry, I missed this message, Ruben. If you want to see him affected by the trauma, read Steins Gate 0. That's another game, right? It's like a sequel / prequel or whatever. Right. There's an anime too. I'd rather just play the game. Or is it straight up just a novel, like no gameplay again as well? Decisions. Do all the copywritten streams, or just watch the anime? Is the anime dubbed by the same crew that did the first Steins Gate? To prevent Mayuri's death and to free Suzuha's future from CERN, we need to escape from the Alpha world line. I think we can do that by canceling all of our changes to this timeline. That should return us to the Beta world line. We were never on the Beta world line, wait, what? The Beta world line that existed before I sent the first email. There's just one more step. We need to erase the first email from CERN's database. If what Suzuha said is correct, erasing that data will take us over 1% divergence and back to the Beta world line. Here's just one short email, barely 36 bytes, but it changed the course of history. The butterfly effect. Fascinating. She mutters as she sips her hot coffee. Looks like she's already recovered from exhaustion. You believe him? In theory, I'd like to see objective data, but that's obviously impossible. Relax. Your time leap machine worked perfectly. Of course it did. She doesn't deny it. That's just like her. And this is where you poke fun at her about the fork. I still kind of want that explained, but whatever. You can definitely see a quality of the dub decline. That's unfortunate. Let's see what's in there. If the mail data exists, it's proof that what you said is true. So what you're saying is don't think, feel. Got it. You lost me. What he meant to say was don't think, do. Daru extracts his massive body from the space behind the desk, plops himself down on the chair, and wipes away his sweat. Done bridging them. I need to tinker with the settings a little, but we should be up and running in about 10 minutes. Alright. So the first D-mail started everything. What was the one that you showed me at ATF? The one that said I died or something? After I found you
ラ
dead
ジ
at
カンが
Rodicon
お
and
前
sent
が殺
Daru
さ
an
れているの
email,
を目撃した
Daru
だ
happened to be
が
experimenting on
ダ
the
ルが
phone
それを
wave.
伝えるメールを送っ
Name
た
subject to
ダル
change
はたまたま
at the
電話
time,
レン
so
ジ
the
加工
discharge
の実験
phenomenon
中で
occurred, and the mail
光
was.
電現象が起
My voice trails off.
って
Did we? What was that flash there? Something's telling me to stop. Fear rises in my chest. A sudden, terrible certainty that I'm missing something vital. I frantically replay the conversation in my head. We must cancel all of the changes to our timeline so far. The very first email started it all. The one that said I died or something. Return to the world line that existed before I sent the first email. Oh, that would return us to the world line where Christina died. Ooh, yeah, that's right. So we've got to do something else. An icy fist seizes my heart, and I turn to Christina with a look of pure terror. Our eyes meet. The eyes of her no longer show the sharp defiance when we first met. Instead, they glow warmly with the light of curiosity.
何よ
What? I was right. I had missed something vital, something dire. The world line I set my sights on to save Mayuri. The world line upon which Suzuha staked her hope for the future. The world line I am last poised to reach at the end of this long struggle. On that world line, Mayuri lives. On that world line, CERN fails. And on that world line, on the 8th floor of Rodicon, Makise Kurisu dies. Chapter 10. Ooh. That's right. So then we would have to change causality again to keep her alive. Or could we even? How would you rate the Mocha chapter compared to all the other chapters? I think the Mocha chapter is really good. I don't know if it's my favorite, but it is really good. There's still a lot of questions I feel that I don't have answered. Like, who was sending those texts that was like, we're watching you and stuff? That was one of the like most interesting things to me, and I feel like we kind of dropped that plot line. Just like CERN in general randomly sending those messages. This is a scene the anime you'd think did better. It's almost a bit long here. Yeah, was a little long there. Your theory is Christina dies for the future to be safe? Possibly. Very cool. Alright, let's go another line or two longer before we end. And then tomorrow, Friday night, we'll beat the game. But just a wee bit longer. So tomorrow we'll play out the game as such. And then we'll also watch the true ending if I don't get it. So we'll have a lot of scenes to watch, and then we'll plot out, you know, we'll talk about the game and all that kind of stuff tomorrow, but we'll just go a little bit longer. Braun told Mocha to send the text as a common theory. Fair. The equation was meaningless. I had solved nothing. Instead, I'm left with a terrible choice. Mayuri or Kurisu. One of them must die, or we find another solution. Radicon's still off limits. They haven't yet repaired the hole that Suzuha's time machine made. I look down through the hole. From up here, they look narrow and stifling. Across the way, a train rumbles by, and watch the all-stripped cars move past. I came here because I wanted to be alone. The day before yesterday, I abruptly canceled the attempt to hack CERN. Kurisu and Daru demanded an explanation, but I couldn't give it to them. This decision has paralyzed me. 2 days later, I'm still nowhere close to finding an answer. What do I do? 2 weeks ago, on July 28th, Dr. Nakabachi held a press conference in this very spot. The same day, Kurisu was murdered. By Suzuha, maybe? Let's say we go through with the plan and delete the first email I sent, the one about Kurisu's death from CERN's database. That would return us to the beta world line where it began, and what would happen? According to my predictions, our friend, lab member number 4, Makise Kurisu, would disappear. Someone who died on July 28th cannot be alive now, on August 15th. That would defy causality, but also get rid of the time leap. A time paradox. That world line has already rejected her existence. The moment we erase the D-mail, she'll cease to exist. And so I'm left with 2 options. Option 1, hack CERN with the IBN and erase the D-mail I sent, thus returning to the beta world line. It's really surprising this is only 3 weeks. It does seem like it'd be longer than 3 weeks, right? It's only such a slow period of time, you think the calendar is almost useless up here. But I guess it's for the player to keep track. When Braun told Okabe to stop with the experiments, it wasn't because of the noise. That's a cool theory. Kurisu will disappear, but Mayuri will live. CERN will never build a time machine, and the future will be free. Option 2. Don't hack CERN. Keep living here on the Alpha Line. Mayuri will die, but so will Mocha and FB. Kurisu will likely be kidnapped by CERN, but at the very least, she won't die. With her research, CERN will gain control of space-time, and the future will be a dystopia where no one's free. Does seem like a high risk, or high cost to keep Kurisu alive, but there's got to be a third option. The true end. I'm supposed to choose. I mean, realistically, if these are the only 2 options, it seems relatively simple which one to pick. We know Christina would be okay with that, because of how cold she's been. Not cold, I should say. Calm and rational about it. Ridiculous. And she'll gotta laugh. How am I, of all people, supposed to make that choice? There's no way. I don't really care about the future, whether it's free or ruled by someone. I know I should. Suzuha entrusted her wish to me. Doesn't that make it my responsibility? But still, it doesn't seem quite real. 20 years is a long time. Right now, only Mayuri and Kurisu matter. I must choose which to save. If I had been given this choice back on July 28th before it started, I probably would not have hesitated to abandon Kurisu and save Mayuri. But it's not July 28th, it's August 15th. When you're so down bad for a girl, you're ready to fuck up the whole future and humanity. Hell yeah, I respect that. Three weeks with the hottest redhead you've ever seen, and you're ready to burn it all, baby. Let's go. I've spent 2 long weeks with her. She's one of us now, an integral part of the lab. As I leapt through time again and again, she was the person I relied on the most. Always calm, thoughtful, ready with a new hypothesis, there to give me the push I needed. I wouldn't even have the time relief machine if not for her. It's thanks to her I made it this far. After all she's done for me, there's no way I can abandon her. So we have to find the Zeta World line. But nor can I let Mayuri die. Everything I've done for her. I'd give anything, even my own life, to see her safe. More than anything, I want her to live. No matter what, I won't let her die. I can't choose. I can't. Kill Kurisu or kill Mayuri? That's what the choice comes down to.
こんな結末
Is this how it ends?
なのかよ
I drive my fist into the fence.
鈴葉やフェイリスやルカ子や萌えかみんなの思いを犠牲に
Is
し
this
て
what
ま
I
でたどり着
sacrificed
いた
my
のか
friends' memories for?
こんな
Is
結
there
末
no
な
other
の
option?
かよ
No way to save them both? What if I use Suzuha's time machine? I could return to the Beta World line, then use her time machine to travel to July 28th. That won't work. The reason Suzuha leapt from, to 2010 was to prevent CERN from creating a dystopia that only occurs on this world line. On the Beta World line, she'll have no reason to leap to 2010. Suzuha's time machine won't exist, so I won't be able to use it. Alright, what if I send Kurisu a warning email? They could say, don't go to the presentation. That won't work either. Remember, causality converges. Kurisu's death is inevitable on the Beta World line, just as Mayuri's is on this world line. There's still no double-sided interior walls. Do people still play Fallout 76? No matter what I do, fate will ensure her death.
ダメだ
There's no way. I slowly sink to the floor with my back against the fence.
俺は
I can't save her. I'm powerless against the will of fate. What should I do? You like him because his motivations are selfish? He doesn't care about saving the world? You don't think a normal person would? No, it's true, yeah. I totally agree. Like, if I was in the same situation, my only concern would be my friends. And, like, how these decisions affected them. Whatever. Fuck the world. I'd try to find a solution that would, like, give us the best case scenario, but, like... I would focus on my friends. Ever since Microsoft took over, the game's improved. Sweet. Hopefully Microsoft can improve Blizzard games then, when that transition finishes. What should I do? Maybe. Maybe Mayuri doesn't die on the current world line. I cancelled Mocha's D-mail, plus I haven't had an opportunity to check the divergence meter. Might there be a chance? If this pattern continues, Mayuri's death has been pushed back to the night of the 17th. I call that. If Mayuri doesn't die between 7 and 8 p.m. that night, then I won't have to face this horrible decision. I know it's unlikely. I understand that from all my experiences so far. But still, I can't help but cling to hope. Mayuri and Kurisu. If I can just save them both, then I don't care if the future is ruled by CERN. I'll betray Suzuha's dream if that's what it takes. Please let Mayuri live. To whom should I make this desperate plea? God? Fate? The universe itself? Either way, I'm just one insignificant human being among billions. Will my prayers truly reach? I already know what the answer will be. And that knowledge, that certainty is despair. Do we wrap here? Is this a good ending point? And then we do chapter 10 tomorrow, plus the ending. The reason you like the protagonist is because they are always consistent in their personalities. That's good. Gotta enjoy consistency. Yeah, I want to end. I think we beat it tomorrow, right? I think it's probably too much to take in if we beat the game today, right? That's a reasonable take. Thoughts? Opinions? Should beat it tomorrow. think this is a good stopping point. Yeah, because that way we have time to like that way we can like digest the ending. And if I don't get the true ending, which people have kind of implied that I've already missed some of the facts for the true ending tomorrow, then we can boom also watch the true end. So we'll play through so then we'll have seen every end, or we can watch any ending I missed tomorrow, because then the stream won't be like 10 fucking hours, you know. We'll still have time for like a 4 or 5 hour stream, which is a more reasonable length, right? There's 3 endings left, yeah. So we can watch any endings I missed tomorrow, get our ending, all that good stuff. We can react to all that good stuff, digest all the info, talk about it. It'll give us more room to just sit there and talk for a while too after we beat the game, instead of just being like, yeah. Did Karisu send you an email last chapter? It said contact me? No, I don't think so. So we did miss the true ending then? Hopefully we can find a good video that cuts together all of the like things that are the flags for the true ending, not just the ending too. Because I'm not replaying the whole game for that, but we can watch it. But I also can't look up the video because I don't want to spoil things. Because if I start Googling true end on YouTube, you guys know how that'll work. It should exist. I'm sure it does, but yeah, I can't look it up, so... That pops up if you have all 4 flags. Rough. Yeah, I'm sure there's a video that cuts together the 4 flags and then has the ending, but we'll have to find it live on stream, so we'll want time to figure it out tomorrow. I'll start stockpiling videos if you want. Yeah, if you could. Because I don't want to look it up. Because I know exactly what will happen if I Google, what's the true end? I don't know if you have any flags. Wow. I'm sure you can find a spoiler-free walkthrough online. I'm sure I could, but at this point, this late in the game, like right at the end, I really don't want to like accidentally run into a spoiler, like right at the end. Like, how shitty would that be? I've played this game for like, what, 40, 50 hours, and then to spoil the end at the very end? Like, that would be rough. Any of the flags for the true end. Wow. Okay. So yeah, I guess we'll have plenty of stuff to react to tomorrow and do a stream on. All of Chapter 10, all of the endings, all of figuring out what all of the flags were. We can look up guides and walkthroughs and discuss all of that stuff. So yeah, we got plenty of content for a stream tomorrow. The only reason I was worried about not ending yet is because I was like, will it only be like an hour and a half? No, it sounds like we'll have plenty of stuff to like read into and discuss tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. Sounds like it'll be an exciting stream tomorrow for us to really dive in and figure things out. I think you missed the first flag. Can you not get any of the other flags if you missed the first one? Like, is that it? If you missed the first one, you're just totally locked out from the rest? You never see anyone get the true end without a guide? Crazy. Yeah, I guess we'll see. We'll look up exactly how to get it tomorrow then. I won't do the like a full other playthrough to get the true end. We'll just like read guides and watch the ending. But still, we'll get the fake end, then we'll watch and react to all that stuff. We'll read some guides, all that good stuff. That'll be fun. Will you be catching up to this point of the anime? If I have time. We'll see. There's an ending for 0 flags and an ending for 1 flag. Cool. Yeah, so we'll watch all that stuff. So yeah, plenty of stuff for the stream tomorrow, plenty of interesting topics to discuss, plenty of the whole chapter 10 to go through. So the way you get them makes sense but makes you annoyed. I'm sure I'll be annoyed. I'm always annoyed. So yeah, thanks for watching, you guys. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the video of the stream today. We'll be back tomorrow for the finale, the ending. All sorts of stuff to discuss. Not really sure what game I'm going to stream next after we beat this. I don't know if I necessarily... I'm going to stream, I think, at least the Steins romance game. I think that'll be fun. So I'm not sure what game we're going to stream next, but I think I want to play at least one game in between this Steins and the next Steins game we do. So feel free to join my Discord and make some game recommendations on there. Chat with us on there. All that good stuff. Yeah, or just chat in general. Doesn't have to necessarily be about the next game I stream, but yeah. I'm probably streaming Pokemon Violet, so we'll be doing that. Make sure to subscribe if you're new to the channel. You here tomorrow, Ruben? For the fantastic ending? OMG? What? OMG, you subscribed? Is that what you're saying? Just wondering, you gonna be here? We're gonna have the crew, the finale, tomorrow. It'll be great. The video with the true end is 3 to 4 hours long. Yeah, that's fine. That's why, okay, so this is a good decision to end here. Because now we'll still have like another 6-hour stream or something tomorrow. So there'll still be a lot of content, a lot of stream. Cool. Okay. I was worried it would be too short if we didn't just end today. Let's go, baby. All right, guys. Have a wonderful night. Join my Discord channel. Talk with me. I'm always there, chatting. I got notifications, all that good stuff. Subscribe. Hit the bell button for live streams. Watch my other videos where I play other games. I'm still funny in those too, right? That's why you guys like watching this, because I'm funny, right? Right? Drop a like. Yeah, that's it. See you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.